Hogwarts doesn't need a savior. Chapter 1. It's raining in Moscow. Saturday, July 4, 1992, Moscow. Destruction is short, but the extension process is long. The powerful existence that once intimidated the whole world has collapsed, but the complete collapse is not overnight. The pedestrians walked hurriedly, with clouds on their faces, just like the summer day, but it was gloomy and slightly cold. A building with a classical aesthetic stands on the corner of the street, but it seems to not exist in the world at all, just like air. The weak magic fluctuations shroud this place. Although it is only a few feet away, it is two worlds for ordinary people who don't understand magic. A man and a woman walked out slowly. "Mr. Eric, please feel free to contact me if you need anything. The book management department always welcomes you." The woman in her 50s smiled flatteringly, with a humble tone, and respectfully handed over the suitcase. "Thank you, Ms. Lydia. I will come again as long as the price is right. You can call me Lin N next time." The young man named Lin N spoke without a foreign accent. His handsome face showed an impeccable smile, polite and sincere. He took the box and felt the weight that could not be completely erased by the traceless extension spell. He nodded with satisfaction and strode into the crowd. After a long time, the woman who watched him go away turned back, thinking about how to continue to make a fortune. There are not many such generous customers, but it is too rare in this era. Lin N didn't know her thoughts and didn't care. He just carried the suitcase and walked silently to the suburbs. This book, which has been passed down from the Middle Ages to the present, but has been sold cheaply due to the turbulent situation, is a top secret treasure of the Ministry of Magic in this country. Now it only sells for a few thousand galleons, which is more precious and cheaper than the harvest in Eastern European countries in the past 2 years. It's worth his special trip. Calming down his mind, he slowly walked into an alley, but suddenly stopped and said without looking back, "Dmitri, I've been following you for so long, is there something wrong?" The magnetic voice echoed in the alley. After a while, a sturdy figure walked out from the corner, looking suspicious. "Lin Eric, put down the stolen books and leave." Contrary to his rough appearance, the man in front of him was in tattered clothes, but still had the calmness and composure of years. Dmitry Mikhailov, the former director of the Aura Office of the Magic Committee, has now been dismissed by the Ministry of Magic. The surging magic power gathered at the top of the wand, the evil curse was ready to go, and the threat was self-evident. "You misunderstood, this transfer certificate is authorized by the new Ministry of Magic, and the official seal on it is very clear." Hearing this, Lin calmly took out the parchment and spread it out in front of the other party. However, before he finished speaking, 2 cold lights attacked him from behind, hit the invisible light curtain, and disintegrated into light spots. The automatically triggered high-level armor spell easily blocked them, and they did not play any role, except adding a haze to Lin N's face. His smile gradually disappeared. 2 men who looked younger than Dmitri came from behind. They were also aurors, well known in Eastern Europe, and had extraordinary achievements. "You are here, but I don't like this way of greeting." Lin N's voice was very calm and cold. "You are no longer aurors, and you are even wanted criminals. Robbery is understandable, but what are you doing with this style?" The eyes as deep as the night sky were unhappy, but more curious. "This is the wealth of the country. No one has the right to sell it cheaply or take it away." Dmitri said firmly, "Leave the box and leave our country. I know you are a powerful guy, but this is 3 to 1. 3 to 1, Lin put down the suitcase boringly, gathered her hair wet by the rain, and smiled meaningfully, "Are you sure?" Before the voice fell, 2 red lights shot out from her fingertips. Bang! Like a heavy hammer falling on the chest, the 2 well-trained senior aurors instantly lost control of their bodies. Until their consciousness blurred, a deep red appeared in their vision, but their perspective began to sink and fall into darkness. Textbook-like wandless casting, even without the blessing of a magic wand, is swift and sharp. On the left wrist, the slender bracelet glowed faintly, and the slender magic wand appeared out of thin air. "It's Oneonun now," Lin En said briskly. "It's not a wise choice to use old intelligence." Dmitri sweated profusely, feeling the crisis of life and death beyond his control. Even so, he was not ready to give in. Dizzy. A thick red beam of light gushed out, and he took the initiative to attack. Lin En cleverly dodged sideways, but his eyes were also averted. Seizing the opportunity, Dmitri did not stop and chopped with his wand. One beam after another attacked, and the rubble in various parts of the alley took the opportunity to rise into the air, and under the drive of transfiguration, it turned into sharp stone cones and fell again. The combined offensive was not gorgeous, but very practical. In the past 10 years, countless dark wizards around the world have fallen under these 3 axes. But Lin En just raised his wand calmly, without chanting any spells, and swung it out lightly. The hard brick and stone ground suddenly cracked, and the bricks rose into the air and quickly turned into an exquisite shield in front of him. The surging magic power was lingering above it. Boom! During the collision, the stone cone turned into powder all over the sky and scattered all over the ground. At the same time, a silver light rose from the puddle under Dimitri's feet without any warning. But in an instant, this experienced auror who had prepared countless backup plans was frozen in it and turned into an ice sculpture. The rain fell, making a slight rustling sound. The ice was thin, but he couldn't break free no matter what. The only thing he could move was his eyes, and all his backup plans were meaningless. "I told you a few years ago that everything you wanted to keep has been destroyed, just like when you were born decades ago. I respect your ideals and loyalty, but it chose the wrong person." Lin walked forward and whispered regretfully. The ice shattered with a sound, and the tip of the wand hit his abdomen. "It's over, Expelliarmus." The light flashed, and the tall figure hit the corner of the wall, and the wand fell into Lin's hand while spinning. The winner was decided. "They will wake up in 2 minutes. Aurors are expected to arrive in 5 minutes. You have to hurry." Picking up the suitcase, Lin threw back the wand and waved goodbye. "Good luck. We will meet again. You know what I mean." "Goodbye. You." Dmitri fell against the wall, feeling the bone-chilling cold. He struggled to raise his hand and tried to pick up the wand that fell on the ground, but he could only watch Lin disappear into the alley. There was regret and unwillingness on his face, and more of a deep disillusionment. It was raining in Moscow, or crying for a future that could not be seen. And irreparable loss. That night, Birmingham, Edgbaston. The lights were on, and it was time for this multicultural city to wake up. After a long distance of thousands of kilometers, Lin, who had been tired on the journey, finally returned to a familiar place. After returning home, he went straight into the study, not bothering to pack his luggage, and walked straight to the desk by the window. Lines of text that only he could see flashed before his eyes. Proficiency in stunning spell cannot be improved temporarily. Proficiency in transfiguration +2. Proficiency in runes +1. Proficiency in disarming spell cannot be improved temporarily. Oh, there are so many cars. Looking at the bustling traffic and crowds outside the window, Lin En tidied up the scattered parchment files on the table, and sighed softly, "It's a really good day." The ending tone was slightly raised, with a little joy and playfulness. Chapter 2: The Chaotic Student Days. "Hey, it still doesn't work." Looking at the still messy desk, Lin En closed his eyes and stretched his arms. At this moment, the silent and dim house suddenly came alive. The suitcase lying on the ground floated to the desk and opened automatically. Rolls of parchment that seemed to still smell of ink were neatly stacked. The well-fitting suit and shirt were automatically taken off and hung in the already opened wardrobe. The small brush flew into the air and swept the dust, which was not much. The dark purple nightgown flew quickly and was gently put on him, warm and comfortable. With a snap of fingers, soothing music sounded, and something seemed to be moving in the kitchen. After a while, a cup of lightly fragrant green tea floated in front of him. Magic is really convenient. Hands-on work is not suitable for me. Tasting the refreshing tea fragrance, Lin En grinned and leaned back in the chair. It's been several years before I know it. His amber eyes were full of clarity, and he muttered in a low voice, I always feel like I'm getting old. Thinking of the iconic smog days in the 1960s when he first came to this world, the world in front of him became a little blurry. My mind gradually drifted away, and it was difficult to find a trace. Lin Eric is a time traveler, but his time node is different from most of his peers. More than 10 years earlier, from 1963 to 1974, he lived in an orphanage in Birmingham, with an unknown background and only a piece of paper with his name on it. With his precocious wisdom and eloquence, he won the love of most people, and also used the profit of history to plan an impeccable life trajectory. But an admission notice with a gorgeous emblem and a fat middle-aged woman who came to the door changed everything. From the moment he opened the envelope, a brand new door opened in his spiritual world. The restless magic power awakened the sleeping existence after a long accumulation. A panel with simple functions but extremely rough effects accumulate proficiency and improve the level of magic. The moment he got the magic wand, the level of magic knowledge was determined to be the benchmark 0, and the growth began. After countless practices, the spells he learned can be upgraded to a higher level, ushering in a qualitative change. The progress of spells and the improvement of cognition can also feed back the accumulation of magic knowledge from 2 dimensions. The cycle alternates and promotes each other. But such improvement is not without limit. The further you go, the harder it is. The difficulty is not the spells, but the exponentially improving magic knowledge. The upper limit of the spell depends on the level of magic knowledge, which can be surpassed but cannot be improved infinitely. Level 0 magic theory can only support level 1 spells, with very few exceptions. But it is already precious. In this bloody and vague era, this is his greatest reliance. Until today, the progress of magic knowledge has been so slow that it is outrageous, and the improvement in all aspects has also been slowed down by this, but in his eyes, this old partner of many years is still effective. Even, it is becoming more and more useful. With a confident smile, he recalled the past. About his chaotic student days. And the turbulent first half of his life. Lin En never denied that he was a slightly ambitious person. This may be the characteristic of every precocious person, after all, time favors them. He also never shied away from speculating the wizarding world of this era with the greatest malice, especially the supporters and minions of the Dark Lord, those pure-blooded supporters. In the first 11 years of his life, he never thought that he would come to this world. The memory of his previous life had long been blurred, and he could only recall the general framework and a few details after racking his brains. After all, no matter how much he liked the story, it was still a story, and a span of 10 years was too long. But he remembered one thing clearly. The Wizard War was extremely dangerous. With an unknown background, no foundation, and a secret in his heart, his sense of security dropped to the freezing point. Regardless of ambition, the basic demand to save his life alone made him burst out with unprecedented motivation. From Diagon Alley to Hogwarts, in a month, he eagerly read all the textbooks he could find, and even Professor Sprout's scholarship was almost spent, which turned into second-hand books and pure knowledge, which were forcibly poured into his mind. In just 5 weeks, his magic knowledge completed the initial accumulation and approached level 2. The 2 simplest combat magics, the Iron Armor Charm and the Binding Charm, also reached level 2 in the all-night hard practice, and were even more proficient than the simple Levitation Charm and the basic Transfiguration Charm. Even so, he still hopes to keep a low profile as much as possible and strive for more development time. But reality often does not give people the opportunity to choose. Especially when it comes to some issues of principle. From the loud Hufflepuff, his student days have not been peaceful. In 1974, it was the node when the First Wizard War went from dark to light. It was not easy for him to be invisible even if he wanted to be. Had embarrassed for 5 minutes between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Less than a month after enrollment, a conflict broke out in the castle courtyard. A dozen pure-blooded little wizards blocked a large number of Muggle-born little wizards who had just come into contact with magic. Most of them were Hufflepuff freshmen. The gap in the initial stage was the largest. The classmates around trembled with fear. The prefects who protected everyone happened to be away. Filthy words were heard. The evil curse on the wand was particularly dazzling. Lynn realized that he was indeed a Hufflepuff and could not stand bullying. Racing against time, he put away his book and raised his wand while reading, even while walking. Lynn will never forget the wonderful expression on Professor Sprout's face at that time. 12 pure-blood wizards fell neatly into the fountain, soaked, but unable to move a finger. Then they lay in the infirmary for 7 days. The Muggle-born wizards were only scratched. This record shocked the whole school and made him a celebrity in this class. At the same time, he became a thorn in the eyes of the pure-blood faction headed by Slytherin. But he did not regret it, and was even a little unexpectedly excited. People at that time did not know what would happen in the next few years. The Wizard War became increasingly fierce, and Hogwarts could not put down a quiet desk. Even with Dumbledore in charge, the battle still spread, and radical pure-blood supporters became more rampant. From the same grade to the senior grade, Lynn's life became thrilling. But he enjoyed it. Because he found that defeating opponents in battle was more proficient than monotonous training. In the first 3 years alone, the senior students who fell to him could be ranked from Hogwarts to Honeydukes. The number of Muggle-born and half-blood wizards who gathered around him also increased rapidly, seeking shelter and wanting to be self-reliant. His name was not only a lifelong shame for many people, but also a nightmare. Fame naturally has a price. To prevent retaliation, he almost never left school, and was granted special permission to work and study during holidays. Professor Sprout bought books for him. But this was not a bad thing. In those years, even ordinary Muggle-born wizards suffered casualties from time to time, and the number of dropouts was even more difficult to count. The essence of the First Wizarding War was not only the Dark Lord's pursuit of absolute power and immortality, but also a war between pure-blood radicals against Muggles and Muggle-born wizards, and even directly against the Statute of Secrecy. No one could be immune, including Lynn. Her name was Bellatrix. She was only in her 20s, but she was already one of the most important minions of the Dark Lord. She was powerful and vicious. In just a moment, he was alone in a desperate situation. Fortunately, there is always a way out. In the crisis, a powerful young couple appeared, fought against the enemy with a small number of people, and fought side by side with Lynn to repel the Death Eaters. A special friendship began, and later, even Lynn had a place to go during his vacation. After that, the pure-blood family ushered in a disaster era in Hogwarts. Until he left the campus, and then... bang! A muffled sound brought Lynn's thoughts back to reality. Another book fell on the table. Ah! Lynn laughed dumbly, put down the empty teacup, waved his wand, and restored the table to its original state. The memories also stopped temporarily. He lowered his head and looked at the magic book that had just been pressed down, showing a satisfied smile. Igor's medical magic notebook. This is a treasure famous in Eastern Europe, even in legend, which records the in-depth exploration and practice of ancient medical magic. The complex patterns tell the weight of history. Among all the classics, its value is the highest, even exceeding the sum of all others. It was not too late. Lin took out the good wine he bought in Moscow and prepared to study it while he was in high spirits. But as soon as he opened the first page, there was a noise outside the window. Knock knock knock. Looking up, an owl was knocking on the window persistently, with a small envelope hanging on its feet. Chapter 3 Hogwarts and Beau's Batons. Do 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 do. The sharp beak like a hook knocked gently, and the messenger from afar was fighting with a pile of owl food. After touching the owl, Lin En put down the book and opened the letter. Dear Mr. Lin Eric, we are honored to invite you to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts course at our college. If you are willing to teach, please reply to let us know the time for negotiation and we will visit you. Vice Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall. The letter is not long, just a few words, and I read it in one glance. It's the same again. Lin muttered, throwing the letter into the fireplace, and a flame flickered from his fingertips. The corner of his eye inadvertently glanced at a corner of the study. In the cabinet, the piles of test papers had fallen a thin layer of dust, which made people sigh. In addition to the two identities of a rich and powerful wizard and a time traveler, he also has another identity that lasted for 3 years. Professor of Ancient Magic at Beaux Batons. For teachers, marking papers is always a worry. Although the students at Beaux Batons are pleasing to the eye and most of them work very hard, and he personally taught them, they have a solid foundation, but this still does not affect his headache when he sees the final exam. Fortunately, it's the last year, and this time the old man has no reason to tie me up. Thinking that he can finally be free, he smiled with curved eyebrows. But soon, the smile became stiff and gradually disappeared. Alas, this old man! While sighing, he took out the parchment, wrote a polite rejection letter, and tied it to the owl's feet. Thank you for your hard work, little guy, one more trip. After stroking the owl's little head again, Lin En watched it disappear into the night sky after eating and drinking, and he was bored. He was not interested in reading magic books today. With a light wave of the wand, the room fell into darkness. Life returned to peace. A week later, when Lin had finished studying this obscure book and completed his last teaching task at Beaux Batons, the owl did not come again. He got up early that day, packed up, and went out in neat clothes. First, he presented a bouquet of flowers to Darlene, who could almost be regarded as his adoptive mother, at the cemetery, and then strolled in the streets that were a little quiet due to the weekend. He walked to the lush city park and found an empty corner. He imagined the beautiful castle standing on the snowy peaks, and then instinctively started to apparate. He disappeared in a moment. He walked for thousands of kilometers. Until the distant southern France, the Pyrenees. The history of Beaux Batons is almost as long as that of Hogwarts. It has also produced countless heroes and is famous in Europe. It was summer vacation, and there were not many students left in the school. The campus ushered in a brief tranquility. In the courtyard with lush flowers and plants, a tall figure sat on a tailor-made extra-large chair, waiting quietly. Today is the agreed time for the meeting, and Madame Maxime brought a special guest. It wasn't long, 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time, and the spatial fluctuations intensified, but in an instant, Lin, wearing a light grey suit, appeared in the center of the courtyard, and even her carefully groomed hair was not messy at all. Precise apparition, Lin. Madame Maxime praised with a smile, slowly stood up, and stretched out her big hand. You really like this Muggle style, and it is indeed beautiful. Good morning, ma'am, you are too polite. Lin raised his head and looked at the respectable principal who was working hard to seek the development of the school. He bowed politely and looked at the girl not far away. Miss Delacour, your the written test score is also full marks, as always excellent. Thank you, Professor Eric. The green eyes shining with moving silver light brightened, and Furong walked forward happily and asked, Are you really unwilling to stay? Many students hope to continue to study with you. Accompanied by a slightly hoarse and charming voice, the waterfall-like long hair swung gently. Lin En knew what Madame Maxime meant. It is not surprising to let the student you admire most be the lobbyist. Lin En, your achievements in the past 3 years are obvious to all. I really hope you can stay. Madame Maxime sincerely invited, Nico too. I have always been very grateful for your trust and support, blinked at Furong, and Lin En said gently, but now the teaching system of the ancient magic class has been built, I think it is indeed time to separate. I am sorry. I have talked to Nico some time ago. If the school needs me to do anything in the future, you can contact me at any time. Professor Eric. Furong frowned, feeling a little lost and sad. I see. I see. Hearing that Nicholas Flamel did not object, Madame Maxime could only nod regretfully and no longer insisted, then I can only wish you all the best, Lin. Can you recommend a successor for me? I trust your judgment. Why don't we talk in the office? Well, of course. Lin said with a smile, I haven't had your collection of fine wine for some time. I have to enjoy it today. As for the candidate, there is indeed one. As they talked and laughed, the three people of different heights walked side by side through the garden and entered the small but exquisite castle. I remember Miss Fox was your classmate. She was studying in Ravenclaw back then, right? You often work together. I heard that she is in Finland recently. In the office, listening to the successor candidate given by Lin N, Madame Maxime was thoughtful. Unexpected, but reasonable. Yes, Euphemia's attainments in the field of rune magic are not inferior to mine. Miss Delacour and the others will definitely be able to adapt to her courses very well. Lin smiled and nodded, tasting the wine collected by Madame Maxime, looking at Fleur, and added, Miss Delacour should have the most say on this point, she has taken Euphemia's class. Well, yes, ma'am. Fleur was still a little depressed, but she nodded obediently. As proud as she was, she could not deny that Ms. Euphemia Fox, who had tutored her in rune knowledge, was a true genius with profound knowledge far beyond her age and unfathomable magic skills. She was not even inferior to the professor she admired the most, and was his research partner for many years. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Since it is your recommendation, I trust it completely. I will ask her to make an appointment to discuss in detail, Lin. Madame Maxime smiled and took out the letter paper with the Beauxbatons emblem from the drawer and started writing on the spot. I think she is also happy to change her pace of life. Lin stood up, straightened her clothes while thanking him, and bowed slightly, thank you for your hospitality and care for the past 3 years. The test papers and transcripts for this semester can be mailed in 3 days. Please allow me to leave first. Wait a moment, Lin. Just as Lin was about to leave, Madame Maxime suddenly stretched out her hand and said with a smile, in fact, there is another guest today, and he has been waiting for you for a long time. Guest? I don't seem to have any today. Good morning, Lin, please forgive me for coming uninvited. Can you talk to me? Just when Lin N was halfway through his words, an old but familiar voice sounded outside the principal's office. Before the voice fell, a tall and slender figure squeezed in from the door. The silver-white long hair and beard that almost fell to the waist, the blue and wise eyes that could see through everyone, and the tall but twisted nose. Incredibly distinctive appearance features. The one who came here was the greatest white wizard in the world, Albus Dumbledore. It was also the old principal that Lin N had not seen for a long time. Chapter 4 Dust-covered past. Only Dumbledore and Lin were left in the quiet office. In order to leave time for the guests who came from afar, Madame Maxime took Fleur, who was still a little reluctant, away from here. This was a great courtesy, out of respect and trust for Dumbledore. But it might not make Lin happy. He pursed his lips, and his subtle body language revealed that his mood was quickly becoming not so good, but turned into a serious official attitude. And a little cold. Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore, this really surprised me. It's been a long time since we last met. The voice without any emotional fluctuations broke the slightly awkward silence. I think so, Lin. It has been 4 years since we last met, when you were awarded the first-class Merlin Medal. Dumbledore didn't care about Lin's estrangement. He took a sip of the hot chocolate specially prepared by Madame Maxime and smiled kindly. Your memory is really outstanding. Lin nodded without comment. The wine in his glass also made him lose interest. He said directly, I think Professor Sprout must have told you about today's matter. What can I do for you? It is indeed Pomona, but I just want to see the most outstanding graduate of Hufflepuff today. Please forgive me. Once people get old, they will always be immersed in memories. Dumbledore. He looked at Lin En gently, and his words were full of warmth that could melt the ice, just like a kind old man sitting by the fire, a kind and honest elder, although Lin En knew that this greatest white wizard was not like that. But as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Dumbledore's attitude made him let down his guard a little, and his face became more relaxed. I understand what you mean, but I have no interest in defense against the dark arts, and I don't want to personally experience the curse of the noseless old guy, even though he is now just a broken wandering soul. I thought you wouldn't be afraid of him with your current magic power. Dumbledore seemed a little surprised, and his tone rose. At least those who came to the strange family should agree with my point of view. Oh? Could it be that you have found the ability to communicate with the underworld? Or, whose posthumous child did Bellatrix give birth to, so that the extinct Lestrange family has a new person to talk to? Lin En said with a teasing tone. Behind the two people's plain and relaxed words, there is a bloody list. Unlike his harmless appearance now, Lin, who had just graduated from Hogwarts 11 years ago, also had blood on his hands. Especially the blood of the Crow clan, the Lestrange family, one of the so-called 28 pure-blood families that was only in name only. 1 month after Voldemort's fall, this pure-blood family known for its loyalty and cruelty met with destruction. Except for a remote paternal lineage of Leta Lestrange who had died in the fight against Grindelwald, the large family, including the infamous Lestrange brothers, died out in Lin's hands and disappeared in the long river of history, becoming an inconspicuous footnote the Bloody November. But this history that frightened all the pure-blood families was just a joke in front of Lin and Dumbledore. After all, one was the person involved, and the other specifically communicated with the then Minister of Magic, Millicent Barnold, for this, and even made the Aurors led by Alastor Moody avoid it. Dumbledore even opened a bag of candy with interest, ate one himself, and then handed it over. So you are not afraid of him, let alone his servants? After tasting the sweetness in his mouth, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes with satisfaction and said softly, maybe it was because of Nico in the past few years, what about now? I am not afraid, but it is always a bit troublesome. As you know, I don't like to deal with curses. It wastes a lot of time. Lin En frowned slightly. The candy he ate was not sweet, but sour. Luck is not good as always. There is no reason to refute it. Time is so precious to every wizard, even an old man like me who is about to die. Seeing Lin En trying to keep his face calm, Dumbledore smiled mischievously and changed the subject. Since this one doesn't work, are you interested in considering another teaching position? Another one? Lin En recalled the current situation of Hogwarts teachers and asked uncertainly, you are not talking about the care of magical creatures class, are you? I have a good relationship with my limbs and don't plan to say goodbye so early. Ha! Of course not, Professor Kettleben has found a suitable successor. Dumbledore laughed happily, we hope to hire another subject, ancient runes. Ah! Lin En seemed to know the old man in front of him for the first time. He looked kind but always had 10,000 calculations in his heart. Your research on ancient magic has a great influence in various countries, especially the first article, the application of runes and charms. Nico and the French Ministry of Magic acted quickly. So Beaux Batons got there first. Dumbledore did not hide his admiration, crossed his hands on the table, his deep eyes full of sincerity. The UK also passed the teaching bill this year, and ancient runes will be renamed magic runes and ancient magic and become compulsory. If you are willing, Professor Babel is very much looking forward to co-taking with you. Magic runes and ancient magic. Lin was a little surprised. Fudge didn't drag him down, it's really rare. Cornely is just a little bit exaggerated, but he is not a bad person. He also contributed a lot. Dumbledore said calmly. Maybe. Lin did not comment. Staring at the eyes that he was once particularly wary of, but now he can treat them calmly, his eyes are hidden with sharpness. Excuse me, I don't like your savior training plan, nor do I like what happened this year. He emphasized, I have always hated James Potter's gang that enjoys school bullying, but he died heroically after all, and the child is innocent, although there is a sleeping monster living in his head. You. Dumbledore's pupils shrank slightly, and for the first time he lost the calmness that was under control. But soon, he hid the shock. I now fully agree with the Sorting Hat's decision to put you in Hufflepuff. Dumbledore said solemnly after drinking the hot chocolate. Please believe me, I am not looking for a nanny for that child, but I hope he can have a good teacher and get on the right track in life, not just against Tom. He still has a long life ahead of him. You are not such a person, Professor Dumbledore. As far as I know, for the prediction of that crazy fortune-teller, you are willing to sacrifice anyone's life, including your own. This is why I am still sitting here. I respect you, but I don't support you. Lin's attitude was cold, and his sharp words pierced Dumbledore's mind. Lin, I have always been sorry for their affairs. The old man showed a rare disappointment. Loneliness and self-blame, but at that time, you were looking for the prodigal son to talk to the master of potions who was invaluable. Lin N's eyes flashed with unwillingness. They saved my life, this matter is far from over. But it has nothing to do with you, it's just that I'm not capable enough. Child, I understand your feelings. Dumbledore said bitterly, I have also lost very important friends. The two were silent at the same time, and the memory that was deliberately buried but finally revealed made people feel heavy. We can do something, it's not too late now. After a long pause, Dumbledore slowly said, the door of Hogwarts has always been open to you. You know, that person is back, but I'm too old. The earnest look touched Lin N's heart a little. Nearly 20 years ago, it was the tall figure of the old man who sheltered him from the wind and rain while he was still in Hogwarts. The grudges, the mess, can't be dismantled. After a long contemplation, he stood up and left, saying softly, I'm free next Wednesday, I'll go visit Professor Sprout. Of course. Pomona will be very happy. The disappointment on Dumbledore's face was swept away, replaced by undisguised joy. Hagrid has a bottle of good wine, you will like it. Looking at Lin's figure walking away quickly, the old man smiled with relief. Chapter 5 St. Mungo's. It was drizzling in London on Sunday, July 12. Holding a bunch of fresh violets, Lin, who returned from France, stood alone in front of the Qingjin department store, looking at the wooden sign of closed for renovation and the ugly and funny mannequin in front of the glass window, feeling a little depressed. Dumbledore played the emotional card made him quite unhappy. But the words had already been said, and regretting was not his style. He could only secretly regret that he was tricked by this old man. Smelling the unique fragrance of violets, he calmed down and said to the dummy, Hello, please open the door for me. After the voice with weak magic power fell, the dummy nodded slightly and waved its connected fingers. Lin was familiar with the road, striding forward like crossing the platform 9 3/4 when he was in school, and walked through the glass wall, and the world in front of him changed immediately. This is St. Mungo's, the largest comprehensive magical hospital in the UK and even in Europe. Although he is not a patient, the therapists here are no strangers to Lin. From the artifact accident department on the first floor to the spell injury department on the 5th floor, pedestrians coming and going greeted him enthusiastically. Some are his classmates, some are juniors in the academy, and many are Muggleborn. With their meticulous, studious, and diligent style, they are well qualified for the work of the magic hospital, and their influence is growing day by day. Looking at these old classmates, especially the many old friends who had received his help in bullying, Lynn responded one by one with a smile, and stopped to exchange a few words from time to time. It took a long time to reach the destination. Curse Injury Department, Room 49, Janice Hitch Ward. His old friends, Frank and Alice Longbottom, lived here. It has been nearly 11 years. Lynn, please come here often, and let Amanda and the others take so much trouble to take care of me. I really don't know how to thank you. Seeing Lynn skillfully replace the wilted bouquet in the vase with the violets he brought, Mrs. Augusta Longbottom hurried forward and pulled him to sit beside the bed, with a sigh in her words. Friends should support each other. Frank has said this many times, hasn't he? Lynn looked at the two old friends who were sitting on the bed with haggard expressions. If they hadn't helped me back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. He patted Mrs. Longbottom's old hand, looked at the timid Neville, and said with a smile, there is good news. I went to Russia and got an ancient magic book. Maybe it will be effective for Frank and others. Child, it's too chaotic and dangerous over there. Mrs. Longbottom was happy at first, but then she quickly became serious. She grabbed Lynn's hand with complaints and care. After more than 10 years of getting along, she almost watched Lynn grow up. Don't worry, I know what's going on. The magic I got from Poland last time was useful. I believe they will recover. Lynn was already used to the old man's nagging concern. He didn't feel annoyed, but felt a kind of warmth that was almost like family affection. But he didn't take it to heart and said confidently. In that upheaval that swept across half of the world and even plunged the Wizarding Society into turmoil, he had done what he did a week ago countless times without fail. His high strength is one aspect, and on the other hand, he always maintained restraint. The inheritance he chose was mostly medical, old-gabest but not very valued magic, which did not cause collective resistance from those magic families with a long heritage. Hungary, Poland, Lithuania, Bulgaria, one by one, the ancient but gradually weakening families were defeated by his gold and silver offensive and hidden threats. One after another, the ancient magic books and inheritances that had long been lost and could only be buried in the deepest part of the family treasury became his foundation. The wealth accumulated by the Lestrange family for thousands of years became their alternative redemption, the Road of Galleons. After fooling the old man with a few words and touching Neville's head lovingly, Lynn walked slowly to Frank, who had finally fallen asleep, raised his wand, and said in standard Old Russian, "In the name of Igor, verdant soul." The emerald green light poured out from the tip of the wand, turning into a slender light band that surrounded Frank and Alice's bodies. After 1,000 years, the wizard and his unfathomable magic hidden behind the scenes in King Igor's expedition and legendary stories reappeared in this mysterious and gradually fading world. Not only that, a small and exquisite rune letter also condensed in the air, emitting soft magical fluctuations. Linear at. In a trance, the sleeping Frank slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of rationality appeared in his eyes, which were always filled with pain due to the torture of the Cruciatus curse. Although it was fleeting, he couldn't even say Lynn's name. Alice on the side also instinctively grasped the candy wrapper in her hand, and the confusion in her eyes was filled with love. She glanced at her son. "Sorry, I think my strength may not be enough." After a while, Lynn sat heavily on the bed, breathing heavily. His eyes full of regret. At that moment, he had already felt the spirit of his friend. Soul, but eventually lost his way in the stormy waves of the spiritual world, and missed his friends who were waiting for rescue. The superposition of ancient Ross magic and rune gave him powerful power. But there is a price. The huge consumption and the risk of losing control at any time. Neville sat silently beside Alice, holding the candy wrapper that had been crumpled by his mother. Augusta took off the disguised severity and showed rare kindness. While stroking Neville's back, he looked at Lynn, whose forehead was already sweating, and said softly, "You don't need to apologize, Lynn, you have done a good job. At least we see hope, don't we? You have been supporting us, and also supporting Frank and Alice. I haven't done enough. Lin's face was solemn. Looking at Frank's haggard face and increasingly thin body, he unconsciously clenched his fists. Maybe trying a few more times will have better results. When Amanda comes later, I will talk to her. Do you think I'm a monster like you and Faye, Lin? Before she finished speaking, there was a squeak and Amanda, wearing a dark green robe, strode in and complained helplessly. Behave yourself, old classmate. I haven't mastered the spell you taught me last time yet. If I could learn so quickly, the headmaster of St. Mungo's should be handed over to me directly. Scratching his head awkwardly, Lin said, I believe you can be the headmaster in the future, Headmaster Sever. Don't talk nonsense to me. Rolling her eyes unhappily, Amanda walked to the bedside, opened Frank's eyelids and carefully checked, and was relieved after confirming that it was correct. I was unlucky in my last life. I had to stand guard for you, a messy guy, every time. That's a bit mean. Lin uncovered his chest. I'm sad, the kind that can't be cured by a meal. He was responded by the contemptuous eyes of his old classmates. Okay, no more jokes. The little tricks were useless, and Lin could only bow his hands and admit defeat, but this time I really need you to help me study, I can't come too often. As he said, he took out a handwritten booklet from his arms and handed it to his friend solemnly. This is my improved spell, which can be used in the treatment of mental trauma. You are a professional, I can only ask you for help. It's the same again, you always throw the problem to me. Okay, I'll try my best, but you have to take the time to teach me. Amanda, who was desperate, took the thin manual of only a dozen pages, as if she had taken over a mountain. Of course. Lin showed a satisfied smile, vaguely similar to Dumbledore yesterday, although he himself did not notice it. After sending away the old classmates who pretended to be angry, Lin looked at the time and sat next to Mrs. Longbottom. Madam, I want to ask your opinion on something. He considered his tone and wording, about Hogwarts. Dumbledore wants you to be a professor, and it's not defense against the dark arts, right? Mrs. Longbottom had expected it, and said without raising her head, don't hate him, he was powerless at that time, there were too many Death Eaters, you have worked hard, everyone is doing their best, Frank and others have this awareness. This strong and capable old lady can see everything clearly. Looking at her quick movements, Lin was thoughtful. Chapter 6 Return to Hogwarts. After the visit and treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital, it was Wednesday morning in a blink of an eye. The anchor of emotion. Neville should be the most suitable. Beside the desk, Lin murmured in deep thought as he studied the records and conjectures in Igor's medical magic notes word by word. On the panel in his mind, the progress bar of magic knowledge moved forward a little, verifying his conjecture. This is also one of the wonderful uses of the panel. Beside him, the discarded parchment piled up into a small mountain, and the breakfast was cold. Suddenly, the crisp sound of the alarm clock interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, it was already 9 o'clock, and there were still 30 minutes before the agreed time. After eating a few bites, Lin changed into the wizard robe that he hadn't worn for many days, picked up the old magic book was placed next to the wrist. A glimmer of light flashed, and the bracelet with a special traceless extension spell revealed a room-sized space inside. But when storing this inconspicuous old book, the situation was unexpectedly a bit difficult. It was far from being as light and convenient as storing and retrieving the wand. It was like squeezing at the door and took a lot of effort. Finally, it was put away. Tidying her hair in front of the mirror, Lin walked into the fireplace, picked up a handful of fluo powder, and said loudly, Hogwarts. The green flame rose. Hogwarts, the vice-principal's office. Professor McGonagall, who worked non-stop during the holidays, was sorting out the transfiguration test papers and summarizing the results. From her serious expression, it is not difficult to see that although she won the College Cup after many years, the results of the Little Lions are really not optimistic. The polarization is becoming more and more obvious. Not far away, Professor Sprout, with mud on his hat, was chatting with Dumbledore. Sprout, who was open-minded, just told a joke, which made the old man chuckle and made McGonagall frown. Boom! Just when she wanted to remind her two old colleagues to pay attention to their manners, the fireplace lit up with a green fire, and the young wizard walked out with a plain smile. Professor Sprout, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, good morning, long time no see. He looked around, and after many years, he revisited the old place, and nothing seemed to have changed. Lynn, I heard about what happened in Russia. It's not peaceful there. You are an honest child. You must be careful in everything and can't make any mistakes. Seeing his favorite student again after several months, Sprout's mood was even more sunny. His short and fat body quickly stepped forward and gave Lynn a big hug. Good morning, Eric, welcome back. McGonagall, who had a lot of complaints about the comment honest child, didn't want to reject his old friend's interest, so he greeted him politely. She was still thinking about her grades, frowning. But soon, her mood changed from gloomy to sunny. I haven't been back to Hogwarts for a long time. This is a small gift. Teachers must accept it. The bracelet lit up again, and two exquisite gift boxes fell into Lynn's hands. What is this? The ribbon on the gift box automatically loosened, revealing its true appearance. The magic power lingering in the dense patterns made the experienced Transfiguration Authority open his eyes wide. Professor McGonagall, this magic gold coin was found in the Kishan ruins deep in the Hindu Kush mountains. It has ancient transfiguration on it. It would be a waste to leave it here. A master like you is more suitable to study it. Lynn's humble words and praise were just right, making it difficult for McGonagall to refuse. You have a great talent for transfiguration. Don't be modest, Lynn. We can study together if we have a chance. McGonagall's smile seemed very useful, and even the test paper on the table was not so unpleasant. I have heard about your story. It's amazing. We are all proud of you. Sprout was much calmer. Looking at the top Lady Angelica specimen that Lynn had specially found, she, who knew her beloved disciple's ability well, just happily put away the gift and looked at Dumbledore ostentatiously, ignoring the old man's embarrassed and awkward expression. As the Dean of Hufflepuff for many years, although she usually doesn't fight or compete, she is more direct than anyone else in protecting her shortcomings. On the contrary, Dumbledore, who had nothing in his hands, was at a loss. He was also a master of transfiguration and was eager to learn. Professor Dumbledore is one of the strongest wizards and researchers in the world. I can't think of what you need, so I can only bring my greetings. With an undisguised little revenge, Lynn said seriously. As he spoke, he did not forget to reach out and tease the dozing phoenix, handing it an expensive herb. The abundant magic in the herb made it very useful, allowing Lynn to rub its head, and cooperated with a comfortable expression. Okay. Professor Albus Dumbledore suffered a huge mental injury and was devastated. He was happy again when he saw the Honeyduke's gift box that Lynn took out from the bracelet. 4 people sat opposite each other at the coffee table in the reception room. Hagrid still likes strong liquor so much, but this brandy tastes really good, worthy of being the water of life. Just a sip, Lynn praised it. Although it was morning, his interest in tasting wine was not weak at all. This was a hobby for many years. Hagrid will be very happy to hear it, but it's a pity that he is not in school now. Now only Madame Hooch can accompany him to drink. Dumbledore politely tasted it. He prefers sweet drinks to wine. The implication is obvious. Sprout also said, Bathseda complains to me about the pressure every day, and wants you to share it. She didn't intend to persuade her, but she was also looking forward to it. Eric, you are a wizard with a promising future. The conditions at Hogwarts are not very generous to you. McGonagall said, but I look forward to you passing on your talents to students. There is no one more suitable for this course than you. And on the road of exploring the mysteries of magic, we may be able to communicate and inspire each other, right?" Dumbledore smiled and blinked. "Not like a centenarian, he looks like a young man full of vitality. But from the perspective of insight into people's hearts, he does have the sharpness and depth that spans centuries. I will consider accepting this teaching position." Without much hesitation, Lin En made a decision before coming. Not to mention Dumbledore's request, from a utilitarian point of view, teaching at Hogwarts is also a good choice. 11 years of accumulation needs to be settled, which also has a positive effect on taking that crucial step. Hogwarts' massive collection of books may be helpful. But he did not agree directly, but changed the subject in Dumbledore's delighted eyes. "I have a few requests." Dumbledore listened attentively. Lin raised the first finger. "First, I want to organize a professor club on my own. This is the sacred right of professors." Dumbledore did not hesitate. Then came the second finger. "Secondly, I want to break the pattern of 2x2 combinations of the college and conduct the Beauxbatons grade class." McGregor nodded. "As long as Professor Babel agrees, the venue and time are not a problem." Finally, the third finger. "Finally, I will not participate in your plan based on the prophecy. And I will act according to my principles. I do not rule out contacting people you value. The first two are just incidental, and the last point is the key." Lin En's tone is firm, and there is no intention of negotiation. "I thought you would make more demanding requests." Dumbledore stood up without hesitation and stretched out his big hand. "I welcome you on behalf of Hogwarts, Professor Eric." The two hands clasped, one full of traces of years, and the other with the vitality of youth. On Professor McGonagall's desk, the pile of test papers swayed slightly. A breeze carrying warmth and moisture blew in from the window. Soon after the holiday began, Hogwarts welcomed the first new professor of the year. Chapter 7: The Prophecy of the Burrow. Tisk, the teaching level of Hogwarts is as worrying as ever. Looking at the transcript spread out on the table, Lin understood the subtle look of Professor McGonagall when they parted. It has been several days since he came back from Hogwarts. In a responsible manner, Lin stayed up all night and finally got a basic understanding of the students in the 6 grades of the school. The scale of Hogwarts and the Wizarding Society is not as small as I knew in my previous life. It doesn't even reach the bottom line of generational change. The scale of 200 to 300 students each year covers most of the British wizarding population. Some will go to other schools, such as Beauxbatons or Durmstrang, which recruit students from all over Europe. There are even many wizards who adopt the traditional apprenticeship model, although it is not conducive to finding a livelihood. But overall, for the British Wizarding Society with a scale of tens of thousands of people, this education model is sufficient. Let's get back to the topic and talk about the teaching of Hogwarts. In short, it is polarization. There are outstanding students with bright futures in every grade. But more people waste their time in courses with seriously insufficient teaching standardization. Especially defense against the dark arts, which has been cursed for decades. As for ancient runes, or new subjects, runes and ancient magic courses, which were once elective courses, it is unbearable to watch. From language electives to assist in reading ancient documents to comprehensive compulsory courses combining theory and practice, this year's students will surely have an unforgettable experience. Although this may not be a concept that symbolizes positive emotions. Percy Weasley, Doris Foley, Boyce Springhall, Hermione Granger. One by one, the names turned into black circles on the parchment. Some of them were recognized as top students, and some were not so well known. Well, Cedric Diggory, a promising future. Finally, a handsome face appeared in front of Lin, which made his face slightly relieved. With a wave of his hand, a notebook with no decorations but Stargazer written on the cover fell on the table. He picked up the feather pen, turned to the last page, and wrote line after line of text. Surprisingly, the ink marks disappeared as soon as they fell, and the paper was still as smooth as new. Lin En wrote step by step until more than a dozen names were written one by one and then disappeared. Woo! With a light cry of joy, Lin En seemed to have completed some great project, and spread his arms to enjoy the sunshine. The rest can be handled by Faye. It's vacation time. It's time to treat yourself. Should I eat steak or stewed lamb? Or, open another bottle of good wine? Aha! How could I forget? I forgot to give this bottle of wine to Hagrid. How about I drink it myself? Although Russians are not good at anything, their wine is pretty good. Maybe this is the talent of people from cold places. Sometimes brisk, sometimes excited, Lin En shuttled back and forth in the spacious room, which was very different from his gentle appearance in front of others. Except for the closest good friends, others would be shocked to see him like this. The kind of broken filter. The calendar on the wall turned over page by page, symbolizing the passage of time. This is a small sense of ritual in Lin En's life, and it is also a respect for Muggle society and life, just like the house he lives in. A few days ago in the afternoon, the same owl came with the employment letter approved by the school board. After a hearty meal, he left with the list of textbooks for the new school year prepared by Lin En. The matter came to a perfect end. Although seeing his name, some school directors might not be in a good mood, but this obviously did not affect him. After organizing a long-lost party and telling the news to friends who were still in the UK, an idea that had been temporarily shelved was put on the agenda again. It was almost the end of July, and even in the UK, the weather was a little hot. Early in the morning, after sending Neville's birthday present, he left home leisurely, found an empty alley, and activated the apparition. Although flow powder was more convenient, he still liked the long-distance apparition and apparition. The reason was simple: taking the opportunity to rush on the road to accumulate some precious proficiency. No matter how small the mosquito leg is, it is meat, not to mention that the spell of apparition needs to be accumulated over time, even for a top player like him. Since getting the proficiency panel, the spells he valued have been unable to be improved for many years. Restricted by the level of magic knowledge, many magics that he didn't care much about have also been deliberately strengthened by him, including apparition. It's better to say that this is his 10 years of accumulation and foundation. The distance from Birmingham to Devon is about the same as London. But for those who visit friends, it's just a stone's throw away. The clock goes back a little. Surrey is close to London. Privet Drive is particularly quiet at night. In the dark room, exhausted and hungry, Harry lay on the bed, sleeping unsteadily and having nightmares. Suddenly, the iron bars outside the window that Uncle Vernon had someone install vibrated violently, and the clacking sound woke him up. "Don't bother me. Stop. I want to sleep." He opened his eyes dazedly, and through the moonlight pouring through the window, he saw the familiar figure. Red hair, long nose, and freckles on his face that can be seen at night. Ron Weasley, a knight of the 20th century, is riding a steel horse to rescue his poor friend in the moonlight. Although the real knights may be his two brothers who are responsible for driving. "Step on the gas, Fred. Boy, don't try to escape. See you next summer." At the critical moment, the Weasley family's magic car rushed to the moon and rescued the trapped Harry. Faced with Uncle Vernon's hoarse roar, Harry shouted loudly and laughed from ear to ear. After a month of painful summer vacation life, he breathed the air of freedom again. Hedwig flapped her wings and flew high, gliding beside them like a ghost, happily spreading her wings. In the car, the four people leaned back on the chairs, laughing breathlessly. Even for Fred and George, the masters of mischief, the experience tonight was exciting enough to make them forget the storm they might encounter when they returned home. After a brief excitement, Harry was entangled by the anxious Ron and told him everything. From Dobby's appearance, to his warning, to the pudding that was smashed to pieces and the imprisonment of Uncle Vernon, it was all true and without any exaggeration, but it still made the other three people fall into a long silence. For these young children, this story is indeed a bit scary and suspicious. But relying on the four of them alone, without the real brain Miss Granger to advise, it is obviously impossible to find the key to the problem. At most, they can only point the finger at the omnipotent scapegoat, the Malfoy family. After a common hatred and condemnation, the matter was turned over. The old Muggle car sped in the night sky until the red clouds appeared on the eastern horizon. The village of Audiobook Catchpole was not far away. Looking down from the air, a crooked building, not sure if it was a house, stood in a corner of the village, with 4 or 5 chimneys on top. Perhaps, this house was really built by magic? Harry muttered in his heart, but he didn't think it was ugly, but felt a bit of warmth. The car landed next to the dilapidated garage, and a corner of the red sun peeked out between the trees. It was dawn. Chapter 8 Professor Eric's Home Visit. This is my home, right in the village. Not very good, right? Ron said. No, it's great. Thinking of Privet Drive, Harry responded happily and sincerely. That's good. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Have you heard? This year, we're going to add a course, Ancient Runes, and it's become a compulsory course. I think it was mentioned at Easter, right? In Harry's memory, the campus life of Hogwarts was already very far away. Besides, compared with the magnificent Sorcerer's Stone adventure, the changes in the class schedule are not within the scope of this little lion's attention. Mrs. Babbling's class is very boring, with all kinds of literature. Maybe you will need our skipping candy. George walked forward and winked at Harry while directing the car to stop. For Harry's sake, little Ronnie, I will give you a discount. Fred also tiptoed over, took over the conversation tacitly, pointed to the door of the burrow, and lowered his voice. Now we quietly go upstairs until Mum calls us for breakfast, then Ron runs downstairs and shouts, Mom, look who's here. She won't notice us using the car. Understand? Harry and Ron nodded like chicks pecking at rice, followed the twins closely, and slipped into the house in what they thought was a stealth. Harry, come with me. Ron whispered, I'll sleep in. Bang! Before he finished speaking, he bumped into George's back. Feeling the vague murderous aura, he turned his head and stood there like his brother, his body shaking slightly unconsciously. Harry dared to guarantee that this was the first time he saw Ron's face turn so green. Behind him, the chickens and ducks in the yard fled in all directions, and Harry was surprised to see the kind-looking fat woman turned into a saber-toothed tiger with a bloody mouth, although he had only seen it in books. Ah! Fred said. Oh my God! George said. We are done. Ron made an objective conclusion. When the sun rose completely from the horizon, the sleepy Weasley brothers walked into the garden with the excited Harry. If I find another goblin when I check, you will see. The roar was still in his ears, and the 3 brothers yawned and complained, but they did not dare to slow down at all. The goblin screamed and struggled, but it was in vain. It was easily thrown 20 feet away and landed in the field outside the hedge. I don't know what the ancient runes are doing. I am British and I am not an archaeologist. It's really inexplicable. Working swiftly, Ron talked about the previous topic again, with a lively expression. Runes. Ron, I can't pretend not to hear this. If you say it in school, I will deduct points from Gryffindor. Harry was about to agree when a pleasant male voice sounded from beside him. He turned his head and a pair of clear ember eyes appeared in his sight with a faint smile. Uncle Eric. You came so early today. Ron had already thrown away the goblin that was in the way before Harry could express his confusion. He flew forward and prepared to give a hug without caring about being covered in dirt. Then he was stopped. The soft magic blocked his dirty little hands a dozen centimeters away from Lynn. Wash your hands at least. I just changed my clothes. Hey, wait a minute. Ron scratched his head carelessly, and then he remembered something belatedly. His eyes widened. What did you just say about deductions? Fred and George, who didn't hear Lin's greeting clearly, also came over. "Yes, it's what you think." Lin poked Ron's forehead with his hand. "You should call me Professor Eric from September. Unfortunately, I am the professor you mentioned who does archaeology for no apparent reason, although it has been renamed Runes and Ancient Magic." "Ah!" The high-pitched exclamation mixed with excitement and disbelief echoed over the burrow. Harry's little face was full of great confusion. Now he didn't know who the man in front of him was who he met for the first time. "It seems to be a new professor at Hogwarts?" Looking at Lin's neat muggle outfit, which was rare among wizards, he tilted his head. "I can't believe that muggles actually have such magical things. Your vision is as good as ever." In the kitchen and living room of the burrow, Arthur Weasley, who had just been slumped, seemed to be fully wound up, with a rosy face, and he praised Lin endlessly. In his hand was a rare item that Lin had just obtained from Finland not long ago. The first 2G network mobile phone in human history. Cough cough cough. Fred coughed violently and winked. "Hey!" Following his son's gaze, Mr. Weasley saw the dark clouds on his wife's face and said quickly, "Hey! It was wrong for you to drive this car out to pick up Harry privately, children. You must learn from it. This at least shows that the transformation was successful and the safety is guaranteed. Just pay attention next time." Lin also spoke at the right time, calming Mrs. Weasley's anger in a gentle voice. Molly couldn't say anything in front of the guests, so she could only snort and walk into the kitchen to fiddle with the new kitchen utensils that Lin brought. The gifts that Lin brought every time she visited happened to be the things that she and her husband liked, and this time was no exception. "I knew that Uncle Eric would be able to settle it." Ron leaned on the sofa happily and whispered to Harry. "Who is this Mr. Eric?" Harry asked, looking at Lin and Arthur who were chatting and laughing. "He is an old friend of my parents. He often comes to our house and brings us a lot of delicious food and fun things every time. He is a very powerful person." Ron tried to exhaust the few words in his mind. Fred teased, "In my mother's eyes, he is probably the most powerful wizard besides Lockhart, a super versatile person. But he is worse than Lockhart's. He admires him from the bottom of her heart." George also added with a smirk, reminding Harry of the book that Mrs. Weasley had pulled out not long ago. It seemed to be called Gilderoy Lockhart Teaches You How to Get Rid of Household Pests or something like that. He was indeed a handsome man, even from a male perspective. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Lin, who was chatting and laughing with Mr. Weasley, and secretly compared them. It seemed, or Professor Eric looked better. Especially those eyes, which seemed to smile whenever they saw anyone, making people feel close to him unconsciously. "Let's go." Ron pulled Harry's sleeve and whispered, "Don't let Mom come to her senses, or we'll be scolded again, and Uncle Eric won't be able to save us then." "Oh. Okay." Harry got up obediently and prepared to go upstairs with Ron, but before he was halfway there, Professor Eric's eyes shifted from Mr. Weasley to him. To be precise, they shifted to the Weasleys and him who were rushing up to escape. "Don't leave in a hurry, I'm here to make a home visit to you before school starts." Lin looked so gentle, but Harry felt an inexplicable strange feeling. Just like meeting those strict teachers in school when he still lived in Privet Drive. Fortunately, just when he was trembling in his heart, Percy came down from upstairs. "Senior Eric. You are here. I have almost practiced the spell you taught me last time, but I am still a little confused." As soon as he saw Lin, he showed a surprised expression. "Good morning, Percy." Lin's eyes were more appreciative. "I think we can discuss it later. Of course, there is plenty of time after returning to Hogwarts. You don't mind joining my club?" "Eh? You mean, the Professor Club of Hogwarts?" Percy, who always followed the rules, rushed into the living room, and didn't even notice his brother who squeezed past him. Lin stood up. "Yes, I will be your professor of runes and ancient magic." I remember you got an O in ancient runes, so I think you will join my advanced class, right? Of course. I am honored. In Mrs. Weasley's doting eyes, her most proud son seemed flattered. Chapter 9 Harry's New World. Harry can guarantee that he has never seen a better home than the Burrow. The bright orange in Ron's room posters of the Chudley Artillery can be seen everywhere. Fred and George, who always come to joke with him. Ginny, who blushes and runs away when she sees him, is as delicate as a doll. Even the ghouls who always knock on the pipes make him happy. This is a world of difference from life in Privet Drive. At the dinner table in the evening, looking at the magic books piled on the sofa, Harry's mood was not affected at all. Even though he didn't like reading very much, especially the ancient runic textbooks known for being boring. Magic Illustrated Collection. Ancient Magic Runes Simple Introduction. Magic Runes Dictionary. Magic Pronunciation Table. The words that used to make him feel overwhelmed just by seeing the title of the book seemed to become vivid under the influence of a good mood, especially the heavy textbook with Lynn Eric's name on it, which was placed at the top. Transformation of Magic Runes Modern Application of Ancient Magic. Different from the old-fashioned classic textbooks, this book is very lively in appearance. The jumping unknown symbols are like soft feathers, stirring his heart and making him want to open it directly. But looking at Lynn, who was discussing a spell that sounded profound with Percy, he felt that it was not polite, so he could only suppress his expectations and fight hard with the roasted chicken legs, eating with Ron with his mouth full of oil. Ginny was seen from the corner of his eye. Perhaps because of nervousness, she accidentally dropped her cuffs on the plate, stained with butter, and her pretty little face was red all the way to the roots of her hair. Fortunately, only he noticed it, and it was very cute. Giving the little girl an encouraging smile, he turned his head and looked at Lynn, who naturally became the center of the table. When Euphemia gave me this phone, I had a feeling that Muggle society was about to undergo another dramatic change. After answering Percy's confusion, Lynn took out a phone that was exactly the same as the gift and said solemnly. Mrs. Weasley didn't trust Muggle technology, which was the norm for pure-blood wizards. But her husband believed it. What is the meaning of this network you mentioned? Oh yes, the Internet. Arthur, who looked at the phone carefully and regarded it as a treasure, was full of desire to explore. Speed, the speed of information exchange. Lynn said firmly, you know, I have many Muggle friends who are doing similar work. Now it's just text and sound, but with the development of technology, there will be images, videos, and even more massive information. This will be faster and more detailed than Owls and Petronuses. Just like the phone, Professor Eric. Harry found an opportunity to speak, and he suddenly realized that his experience in Muggle society was not useless to the wizarding world. That's right, Harry. Lynn nodded approvingly. Wizards represent supernatural individuals, while Muggles represent secular groups. Although this is not absolute, if wizards stick to their old ways, one will win while the other will lose. Arthur, I hope you can help me study Muggle information technology, especially its magic, if conditions permit. It will be very useful. Harry looked at Mr. Weasley, who looked excited, and thought about something. He seemed to have something in his head, but it was vague. Perhaps only Hermione could understand this profound thing, he thought. Later, he rarely had the opportunity to speak, just listening attentively. Occasionally there were Fred and George's jokes, and Mrs. Weasley's half-blaming and half-loving criticism. Rune. Ancient magic. These two words that had never appeared before aroused his curiosity more and more strongly, and even Ron, who was dozing off beside him, leaned on his shoulder but failed to attract his attention. He had more expectations for the new semester. Night fell on the courtyard, and the goblins that were chased away in the morning had slipped back into the cave, making a humming sound. Molly, this is the best meal I've had recently, thank you for the hospitality. Your cooking skills are still so good, you are more than enough to be the chef in any restaurant. At the gate of the courtyard, looking at the Weasley family who were seeing him off, Lynn deliberately touched her belly to express her gratitude and praise to the enthusiastic hostess. "You are always so good at talking." Molly smiled brightly, and she was very happy. Arthur was also proud of it. "Next time, invite Euphemia as well. Our family hasn't seen her for a long time." "Okay, I will bring the invitation," Lynn said with a smile. "She is going to Beauxbatons now to take over my teaching position." "That's really good news." Arthur patted Lynn's shoulder hard. "Congratulate her for us." "Don't worry." Lynn walked to the creaking wooden door and waved gently. "See you next time." In addition, little ones, remember to preview before school starts. This is a new course. Before leaving, the dedicated Professor Eric pointed at the few little ones who suddenly looked heavy-faced and laughed happily. Then, he turned into a residual image and disappeared in the night sky of Devonshire. "Did you hear that?" Molly put her hands on her hips, showing the power of the head of the family. "Everyone's textbooks are in the room. There is still a month before school starts. You can't fall behind in your studies. Do you understand?" With an order, the Weasleys' happy summer vacation came to an end early. Only Percy showed a look of "it should be like this," which made Fred and George complain in their hearts, hiding from their mother and third brother. "Fred! George! What are you mumbling about?" The mother's roar proved that it was difficult for a son to hide something. The twins shook their heads frantically, not daring to get angry in front of their angry mother. They just moved towards Harry calmly, trying to hide their tall bodies behind the still small Harry. Of course, this was in vain. But for Harry's sake, Mrs. Weasley decided to show mercy. She just glared at the two of them, muttered something like "these textbooks are not cheap," and hurried back home to clean up the bedroom vacated for Harry. It is never easy to manage such a big family. Mr. Weasley understood his wife's hardship the most. He hugged his two sons who were still a little unconvinced and went home with laughter. Harry followed silently and felt at home for the first time. Compared to the days at Privet Drive, this place was simply too happy to imagine. It was like a brand new warm world, and life was instantly colorful. The space of the burrow looked narrow, but if you squeezed, you could always find a new room. After sending Ron away, who still wanted to play wizard chess, Harry sat alone in the small but warm room, nervously and expectantly opened the textbook. It was a gift from Professor Eric to himself and the Weasley children. A thick stack of textbooks and reference books for the new course he had not yet touched. Thinking of the new vocabulary and new concepts he heard today, he took out the top one lightly and opened the cover. "Magic is mysterious. Gift to Harry Potter, may you always have the courage to explore the unknown. Lynn Eric." The beautiful cursive characters came into his eyes, as if with some kind of magic, making him unconsciously raise his head and look at the starry sky outside the window. The moonlight is bright, and the starlight is dim. With the help of the light, he continued to flip back. It was like opening the door to a new world and tentatively extending a little toe inside. He, Harry Potter, was a brave boy exploring the unknown. That night, the lights were turned off very late. Chapter 10: Lynn's Nemesis. After visiting the burrow, Lynn had a short period of leisure. Before school started, he didn't have many social activities. Every day, he either prepared lessons with ease, adjusted his experience in Beauxbatons a little, and prepared to deal with the students with distinctive personalities in Hogwarts, or wandered around the city and observed the cultural traces of various regions. Besides diligent magic research, this was one of his ways to cultivate his sentiments. In terms of cultural diversity and openness, Birmingham is the best in the UK and even in Europe. This is also the main reason why Lynn settled here. He is undoubtedly an open-minded wizard. His identity in his previous life made him never think that there is any qualitative difference between Muggles and wizards. Both sides just have different abilities and live in two societies, that's all. The days passed quickly, and the parchment rolls were stacked even faster. The magic handed down from the time of King Igor gradually gathered into the experience bar of magic knowledge in his mind, pushing the progress that had been moving forward at a snail's pace for a long time. In a blink of an eye, August 12th, an ordinary Wednesday, arrived as scheduled. After staying up most of the night before and conceiving a new magic path of rune magic, Lin En, exhausted, slept soundly. He didn't wake up until noon. Around 10 o'clock, the sunlight outside the window finally shone on the bed, slightly dazzling, and also pulled him out of his wonderful dream. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he wanted to pull up the quilt and sleep for a while, but suddenly he found something in front of him. The tip of his nose twitched slightly, and a familiar fragrance came in. It was the faint scent of shampoo. The blurred vision gradually became clear. The first thing that caught his eye was the dazzling golden long hair like a waterfall, and a pair of beautiful and lazy brown eyes like a cat. The upturned tail of the eye was soft and thorny, charming and alert. Euphemia Fox. The most familiar name in the world appeared in front of him. You must not wake up yet. Lin En closed his eyes decisively, and lifted his hands holding the corner of the quilt upwards. But it was useless to escape. Before he could cover his ears and steal the bell, the slender and powerful jade hand had already pinched his wrist. Am I scary? The calm words were like a stone dropped into a lake, stirring up waves. Lin En's heart was filled with alarm bells. Of course not. It's a surprise. He sat up suddenly. Good morning, Faye, what's the matter with you coming to my house so early? Thinking of what he had done, he felt a little insecure in front of his old friend. He called out a nickname that only his closest friends would use, and his smile was a little stiff. I don't see any surprise. Besides, are you sure you should say good morning now? Euphemia just glanced at him lightly and sat back, gently raised her feet, and her delicate high heels swung gently and rhythmically. Is it so late already? Subconsciously, he glanced at the wall clock, and reason returned to his mind. He quickly turned over and got out of bed, waved his wand, and there was a jingle in the kitchen. After a while, 2 cups of warm milk flew into the bedroom and landed on the desk. Sorry, Faye, I suddenly had an inspiration last night and slept too late. He explained hurriedly, and suddenly froze. Why is the draft paper gone? I didn't clean it up yesterday. Because I cleaned it up you threw it everywhere, it was really embarrassing. Euphemia took a sip of milk. It seems that someone has completely forgotten how to throw all the difficult things to me and pretend that nothing happened. Sure enough. This guy is here to settle accounts with me. Lin En was shocked and his brain was working fast. Ding! A small light bulb lit up above his head, and he found a perfect reason in a hurry. There are several reserve members of the Stargazers among these people. You must be more familiar with them than me. You know, I have never been good at dealing with this kind of thing. I still have to leave it to the omnipotent Fae to feel at ease. The amber eyes were full of sincerity. However, Miss Fox, who had been with him for nearly 20 years, was not so easy to fool. You just do whatever you want, and you're ridiculously lazy. Seeing through Lin's little thoughts, Euphemia threw a booklet with disdain. What you want, I won't do it again. Lin opened it and saw that the name on that day had become detailed information. From family background, personality traits to the types of magic he is good at. It was analyzed in detail. Now I know what I want. Thank you, Faye. I know you are the most reliable one. Lin happily put away the booklet and praised her without hesitation, but only received a cute roll of the eyes. Tell me, why did you suddenly decide to go back? You didn't discuss it with us, and the plan needs to be adjusted. The gentle Euphemia drank the milk, lifted her chin lightly, and looked at Lin steadily, her bright eyes reflecting his shadow. Since he was still in school, every time he was stared at by such eyes, Lin felt creepy. The reason is simple. He is not good at dealing with trivial matters and always throws all such things to this most reliable friend. It has been like this for more than 10 years. This also makes him always short of breath when facing Euphemia. Just like Dumbledore did not dare to appear in front of McGonagall at the beginning of the school year. Okay, it's Dumbledore, and Frank and Alice's son. Lynn raised his hands in surrender. Rather than watching him push children into the fire pit one by one, I think maybe I can do something. Besides, I can't take the thing in Great Hangleton, and neither can you. You must find a suitable person to go. This old man may be good. Anyway, he is over 100 years old, so he is not dead young. Excuse. Euphemia put her white fingers on Lynn's head, and her tone was light and brisk. Just as I thought, you are still the same. You are more mean than anyone else, but you are reluctant to give up anything when you do things. Greedy guy. Don't be so blunt. It hurts friendship. Lynn sighed helplessly. He had no way to deal with his old friend. It was like this in school, and it seemed that it didn't change after graduation. Thinking back to the past, he was a powerful second-year student and swept the academy in his third year, but he was repeatedly defeated in front of this sharp Ravenclaw, as if he had encountered his nemesis, and even gradually became a joke among his friends. I'm just stating the facts. The smile that was not easy to detect flashed away, and Euphemia waved her wand lightly, and several clothes flew out of the closet, forming a set of casual clothes, neatly floating beside Lin En. It's time to go. Go. Lin En looked confused. Where to? Click. What on earth are you remembering? The heel of her shoe landed heavily on the ground, and Euphemia's eyebrows were raised. Didn't we agree to go to Diagon Alley today? Buy teaching aids and maintain wands. Do you think I came here just to get angry with you? Ah. Sorry, I've been confused during this period. Lin En slapped his forehead, apologized and hurried into the bathroom. Wait for me a few minutes. The fleeing looked very embarrassing, but it made Euphemia laugh. She had seen this scene in the Hogwarts library 17 years ago. Many years have passed, her face has changed, but the scene is the same. Another long-distance apparition. Do you like to show off your magic so much? At the entrance, looking at Lin En, who was tidy and had a meticulous hairstyle, Euphemia sighed. Lin En smiled and said, it's always good to exercise. It's a few 100 kilometers. I'm not that accurate. Euphemia rolled her eyes. It's okay. I'll take you. Lin En said as a matter of course, be careful. Before she finished speaking, the rotation of space enveloped her. Before she opened her eyes, the noisy noise had already rushed to her ears. The delicate eyelashes trembled slightly, and the leaky cauldron, which was doing a booming business, came into view. Tom, 2 glasses of fire whiskey, we'll have them at noon, help me prepare them. Pulling Euphemia, who had not yet recovered from the squeeze of space, Lin En called the boss loudly, strode to the wall, tapped a few times, and stepped into it. Chapter 11 Malfoy, who was unlucky. The school opening date was approaching, and families who were rushing to buy supplies for the new semester flocked in. This bustling wizard commercial street ushered in the most lively stage. Even on weekdays, there are still a lot of people here, and vendors of all sizes are busy. Especially the dazzling array of snacks, headed by Florin Fusco Ice Cream Shop, which makes a lot of money. In front of delicious food, not only children, but also adults may not be immune. For example, Euphemia licked the ice cream with a blank expression. This girl with a cold temperament and rarely speaking in front of outsiders has an unusual love for ice cream, especially the combination of yogurt, blueberry, and matcha. This is exactly Mr. Fusco's proud work. As soon as she entered Diagon Alley, Euphemia's mood became sunny. Tell me, are there any outstanding students in Beauxbatons? Except for that Miss Vila. Beauxbatons is different from Hogwarts. Madame Maxime has strict management, the average level of students is very high, and the total number of students is much more than Hogwarts. As for the more outstanding ones, as they talked and laughed, the two disappeared in the crowd. Just as Lynn and Euphemia were strolling leisurely, there was another scene across the street. In the dirty and chaotic nocturne alley, the boy hid in a dark cabinet and looked outside through the gap. In the strange shop, he saw Malfoy and his son. In order to maintain his luxurious life and upper-class status and prevent the Ministry of Magic from raiding, the wealthy man had to come to Borgin and Burke's to sell his family collections and a batch of dark magic items in exchange for a bag of heavy gold galleons. Just as he talked with Borgin, the failure of the Wizard War made the bloodline increasingly declining in this era. Although Dumbledore, who held a reformist stance, did not completely liquidate, he even stopped people who tried to do so many times. But the trend has been established and cannot be reversed, unless... After Lucius left, Harry tried to observe outside with his broken glasses. Until Borgin returned to the back room, he quietly slipped out, bypassed the Hand of Glory, and left this dangerous dark magic shop. But his danger was not over yet. Borgin and Burke's is only the largest store in this dark magic street, not the only one. Several ragged dark wizards whispered to him. A gloomy old witch appeared in front of him. The atmosphere was creepy. "Harry! What are you doing here?" Just when he was in danger of being entangled by the old witch, a loud voice pulled him out of the suffocation that almost drowned him. Hagrid, the burly half-blood giant of Hogwarts and the gamekeeper, strode towards him, and his strong spirit and dark eyes made the dark wizards flee in panic. After the fall of the Dark Lord, they were already rats crossing the street, and could not see the sun at all. But for Harry, it was too early to contact these dangerous scum. He was still very immature, but fortunately, he was never alone. After a small episode, he successfully met with the Weasley and Granger families and continued today's shopping. Although the process was not pleasant, especially after seeing the Weasley family's financial difficulties. He was a little embarrassed by his kind character, but his limited experience made him not know what to say or do. He could only take out his wallet when he was free with Ron and Hermione, buy the most luxurious ice cream for his friends, and listen to their stories. What was lovable was that his character was completely unlike his father's, at least not like him before he turned over a new leaf. Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography signing event. Tisk. It was almost noon. Outside Flourish and Blotz, looking at the giant photo of Lockhart, Euphemia snorted with disdain. The two people who were 1 year older than Lockhart had a very bad impression of this man, especially Euphemia, who was also from Ravenclaw. He is just a clown who is good at self-marketing. Lynn's evaluation was sharp. "Let's go, we still need to buy some alchemical supplies. The ones I left at Beau's Batons are a bit old. Do you need me to help you fix them?" "Okay." Euphemia turned and left without hesitation, and did not forget to look at Lynn, adding, "It's just that you are free." Hair brushed Lynn's face, which was a little itchy. But he just looked at the corner of the street and gently pulled Euphemia. "Look over there, there is an old acquaintance." His eyes were obviously not friendly. Lucius was in a bad mood today. The family deficit was increasing day by day, making the Malfoy family, who had already paid most of their wealth to avoid prison, even worse. Nowadays, Arthur Weasley and his meaningless Office for the Prohibition of Abuse of Muggle Artifacts also conduct surprise inspections every now and then, which makes him extremely anxious, and he can only sell off his dark magic items. Add to that his son, who is wandering around the flying broom shop and is not making him worry at all, and the worries of the middle-aged man are concentrated on this gloomy and annoying guy. With a gloomy face and a gloomy temperament, even if he doesn't speak, it's like he has a "stranger keep out" sign on his chest. But just when he was sulking, a sarcastic voice came from the alley. "Lucius, I haven't seen you for a few years, you are really going backwards." Lynn and Euphemia walked side by side, standing on the slope in front of Lucius, looking down from above. "Eric, and Fox, what do you want to do?" Lucius instinctively took several steps back, pretending to be tough, but his arms were shaking slightly. What do you want to do? Good question. Lin En only took 2 or 3 steps forward, and the vague murderous aura entangled Lucius. You know it well, don't you? The Wizengamot has already found me not guilty. I am under the imperious curse. Do you want to attack an innocent person like me? Dumbledore approves of this verdict. Lucius stumbled back, and his pretended toughness disappeared. In order to save his life, he even brought up Dumbledore, whom he hated the most. He was really afraid that this madman in front of him would attack him. November stained red by blood, and there were blood-stained figures that did not distinguish between enemies and friends. Those scenes, those figures standing side by side with Lin En, are still the source of his nightmares that wake him up countless times in the middle of the night. As for resistance, he never had such a naive and stupid idea. Strongly holding on to his last dignity, he pursed his lips hard and leaned against the corner. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, but he didn't collapse to the ground. Lin didn't do it after all. After witnessing Lucius's ugly appearance, he put away his momentum and took out a white glove. One after another, the white glove slapped his cheek, which did not cause much damage, but was extremely insulting. The only reason you didn't go to Azkaban is that you are too incompetent, Lucius. You are so incompetent that even Dumbledore doesn't bother to pay attention to you. Lin threw the glove and Lucius's dignity into the dust, and then slowly stepped on it. Lucius's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to show any displeasure. Have you seen my letter of appointment, Mr. Director? Lin En smiled contemptuously. You can't do anything, it's sad, but it doesn't matter, we still have a long time to get along. Appreciating Lucius's wonderful expression, Lin En felt much better and left slowly, leaving Lucius sitting on the wall, sweating profusely, as if he had escaped death. At this time, he didn't know that soon, for that self-proclaimed brilliant plan, he would be greeted by Arthur's fists and feet. If Lin En destroyed his soul, then Arthur would trample on his body. For him, today is the most unlucky day in the past few years. There's no need to be angry with such a person. At the alley, Euphemia said with concern. Of course I'm not angry, I just want to provoke him. People will have flaws if they are not calm, especially a guy like Lucius who has a brain the size of an almond. Lin said calmly, besides, if we don't scare him, he and Fudge will be in collusion and it will be disgusting. That makes sense. Euphemia nodded. Let's go, we're almost there. 30 to 50 meters away, a small and shabby shop stood on the corner. The golden sign has lost its gilding, leaving only a dark depression, and the handwriting can be vaguely seen. Ollivander, making excellent wands since 382 BC. Chapter 12. Wands are the lifeblood of wizards. Every year at the beginning of the school year, Mr. Ollivander is extremely busy. From the floor to the ceiling, the small shop is filled with carefully made wands, each of which is a fine product. In addition to new students and wizards who accidentally break their wands, this inconspicuous shop also welcomes many customers who come to London from all over the world every day just to buy a wand. Mr. Garrick Ollivander is worthy of his title as the most outstanding wand maker of the time. The discount on new wands agreed with Hogwarts has made the old man's reputation reach a new peak. The cost of a wand is definitely not just a few galleons. Even with the funding from Hogwarts, the old man has made huge concessions. For most people, the first wand bought at Ollivander's wand shop is basically a lifelong companion. This intense relationship gives him a special and lofty status in the entire wizarding world. No matter where he goes, he will receive special respect and courtesy. Waiting quietly outside the door, watching the little wizards who came into the store to buy wands walk out happily accompanied by their families, Lin En's mood became brighter and brighter. Perhaps because he rarely had such tranquility and peace when he was studying, he was particularly envious. The Wizard War was cruel, and it was the same for everyone who experienced that era, and the time that passed could not be repeated. Come in, sir, it's your turn. Buy or repair? An old but vigorous voice brought his thoughts back. A quiet blonde girl was walking down the steps accompanied by her father. When they crossed, she turned her head inadvertently and met Lin's eyes. Silver eyes naturally brought an ethereal temperament, and the slightly protruding eyeballs made her seem to always reveal a bit of surprise. Lin recognized her, but just passed by. Entering the store, he greeted politely, "Hello, Mr. Ollivander, my friend and I would like to ask you to inspect and maintain our wands for us." "Thank you." As he said, he carefully placed the wand on the counter. "Is it Mr. Eric and Miss Fox? We haven't seen each other for several years." Compared with Luna, Mr. Ollivander's silver eyes have more traces of time, but they are still faintly shining in the dim little house. He recognized the two at a glance and showed a happy expression. "Yes, Mr. Ollivander, about 4 years ago. Last time I serviced the wand, and it's always been in good condition." Lin nodded politely, complimenting the other party's superb skills appropriately. "It's my job." Mr. Ollivander put on his glasses with a smile, packed up his things, and picked up Lin's wand. 14 inches, hawthorn wood, phoenix feathers. This is an extremely proud and picky, but also extremely powerful wand, with an ancient configuration. But I remember that you fell in love with each other at first sight. It's a great fate. Just by taking a look, he told the wand information like a treasure. Every wand inside and outside the store is like an extension of his body, deeply imprinted in the soul. It turns out that it is really excellent, right? The old man showed a bit of playfulness and said with a smile, "The wand and the wizard chose each other, fought together, shined, and punished evil. This is a story that cannot be better. I just did what I could, and I don't deserve such praise from you." Lin En showed just the right amount of fear and waved his hands repeatedly. In front of the respected elders, he was always humble and polite. "I think any praise is not too much for the first-class Knight Merlin medal. Your feat in the distance is worth remembering. It is my honor to keep your wand in good condition." As the old man said, he took out a box of weathered tools and checked them carefully. He was meticulous when he entered the working state and did not miss any details. Lin En and Euphemia are also models of caring for wands. Soon, the inspection and maintenance of the 2 wands were declared completed. When they were held in their palms again, a warm current spread throughout their bodies, and clusters of small sparks appeared at the tip of the wand. "I think they must be looking forward to doing something big now," Mr. Ollivander said proudly. "The wand is the lifeblood of wizards, and even our other life. I believe they will accompany you to do greater things. Remember your teachings." "Thank you very much, Mr. Ollivander," the two of them said in unison. Put the maintenance fee of 10 galleons on the counter, expressed their gratitude respectfully, and turned to leave. While the 3 of them were chatting and maintaining their wands, several young wizards who couldn't wait had already lined up outside the door. Perhaps in a few minutes, or perhaps a little longer, they will also get a partner who is entrusted with their lives, a wand that suits them best. For wizards, at least European wizards, the wand is an extension of life, not just a tool for casting spells. As Ollivander said, it is the lifeblood of wizards. On the way back, Lin En was in high spirits, gently swinging his brand new wand. He could feel that his old friend was cheering and jumping for joy, and even he was infected by this emotion. It has been 18 years since they first fought side by side in 1974. They are blood-related and are the most tacit combination. Even if the Dark Lord comes again, as long as he has the wand in his hand, Lin En has the confidence to let go, cough, and get out of here. Excessive confidence is not self-confidence and courage, but stupidity and recklessness. It is important for people to know themselves. Now he is still a little far from that level, and he can't fight for the short term. "Hey, Lin En, look over there." Just when Lin En was daydreaming, Euphemia gently poked his waist and pointed to the noisy crowd in front. Following her fingertips, Lin En saw the one that made him bear it. A scene that is too handsome to be restrained. In the lobby of Flourish and Blots, Mr. Weasley, who was slightly bald, was like an unshakable god of war, riding on Lucius Malfoy and punching him hard, making him black and blue. Even from a distance, you can vaguely see the splashing blood, which is very miserable. Hagrid, who was supposed to be here to stop the fight, was nowhere to be found. Others were watching the excitement, and there were even many people hiding in the crowd cheering loudly. Now it seems that his little butterfly just flapped its wings lightly, and brought an unexpected little surprise. "Let's go and have a drink." Lynn, in a good mood, strode forward. Euphemia asked, "Don't you want to go over and take a look?" "No need, that idiot is no match for Arthur." Lynn shook his head. "Do you want to take advantage of the chaos to trample him?" "I do have this idea, but not to trample him. Maybe I can take advantage of the chaos to test my new spell. As the saying goes, a red plum is red, a black plum is black." Beside Lynn, the cold-tempered Euphemia seemed to have learned bad things imperceptibly. "Ah!" Thinking of the evil spells developed by the genius Miss Fox, Lynn quickly pulled her back, and walked through the crowd without stopping for a moment, heading towards the leaky cauldron. At the same time, he secretly warned himself that he should not provoke this old friend. Otherwise, not to mention the physical pain, he might have to go to St. Mungo's to accept the ridicule of his classmates, a double blow to his body and mind. It's chilling to think about it. The world is dangerous, but the fire whiskey in the leaky cauldron warms people's hearts. Amid the cheers of Fred and George and the one-sided firepower output of Ron and Harry against Draco during the chaos, the two returned with a full load. This is true both spiritually and materially. Chapter 13 Professor Eric's First Task. The second half of the summer vacation always goes faster than the first half. This is true not only for students but also for teachers. This is even more true if there is a compatible research partner to communicate and discuss. Lynn felt that he had only made some new teaching aids and studied a few classics with Euphemia. More than half a month passed quickly, and the school started in a blink of an eye. During this period, he only went out once, which was to visit Frank and Alice at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. According to Amanda, they recovered well. Although they still had little rationality, they seemed to be able to vaguely recognize Neville. For lonely children, this is a great comfort. Although he did not witness it, Lynn was still quite moved. September 1st, the day of official employment. Compared with Lockhart, the new professor of defense against the dark arts, who was notorious in his early years and has only been a little quiet in recent years, Lynn seems very low-key. Most students only know about the course adjustment, but don't know there is such a new professor. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the spotless bedroom, Lynn carried a box, put on a simple black wizard robe, and stood in front of the mirror to check his clothes. Just like when he taught at Beau's Batons, he was not like Snape, who had no home after leaving school. Even if he had to work and live in school on weekdays, he was still prepared to take a break on weekends and holidays. "Next time I have a chance, I should learn that cleaning spell from Faye. It must be very useful." Mumbling to himself, he walked to the fireplace, full of interest, grabbed a handful of Flua powder and threw it down. Hogwarts. The green flame lit up, and the Birmingham mansion was empty again. Hogwarts, Vice Principal's office. Professor McGonagall, who had been busy with the opening of the school and the division of the houses for almost a week, was extremely worried, and the documents on her desk were piled up like a mountain. Now she must have a lot in common with Euphemia, who went to France. Boom! Just as she frowned and wrote furiously, the fireplace lit up, and Lynn walked out with a smile on her face. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall, is there anything I can help you with? In addition, can't Hogwarts really open up temporary permissions for apparition and disapparition? I still don't like the Floo network." Professor Eric had some opinions about missing a practice opportunity. Obviously not. Professor McGonagall had a stern face, was unyielding, and didn't want to joke. She picked up a pile of parchment from the table and put it directly into Lin En's arms. "This is your task, do it well, Professor Eric." After that, she sat down again and continued the protracted war with the endless official business. "I think, although it's a bit much, I'm happy to serve you, Vice Principal." Picking up the top form and taking a quick look, Lin bowed politely and walked away. When he walked away, McGonagall, who was working at the desk, raised her head and felt relieved. At least he looks more reliable than Severus. But soon, her good mood was washed away by new affairs, leaving only a few complaints from time to time. "Dumbledore is really a hands-off boss, he runs away when something happens." It is not difficult to feel from the sporadic words that even if they get along well most of the time, the dedicated vice principal will have some complaints about the principal during the busiest days. In the specially renovated professor's living room and office, several small brooms were busy sweeping the little floating dust in the closet. Several sets of clothes brought from home floated in the air, corresponding to the wooden hangers and hung in the closet, neatly arranged. Watching the small suitcase slowly open, heavy magic books flew out one after another, filling up several bookcases and shelves, and the desk was also piled up. The empty room was immediately filled. After more than 10 minutes, the boring stacking of books came to an end. Seeing that there was not much left in the box, Lin En leaned down, carefully took out a silver iron box, and put it under the bed. It's quite heavy." Satisfiedly standing up, he had time to walk to the desk, pick up the task list distributed by Professor McGonagall, and check it carefully. "Oh? The first task is to check the kitchen. Sure enough, she still knows us very well. Let me see. I wonder if my dear juniors have updated the recipes in the past 10 years. He picked up the parchment with great interest, waved his wand, and the open suitcase closed immediately, and ran to the corner to stand obediently. Lin En walked briskly, passing through the door of the Hufflepuff common room without stopping, and went straight to the painting of a bowl of fruit. After many years, he was still familiar with every corner of the castle. This was easy to understand. After all, every inch of land here was soaked with his sweat, as well as the tears and blood of some people. Even the portraits along the way had many exclamations, and they were deeply impressed by this living devil who had not been seen for more than 10 years. 10 years, oh no, 11 years, little guys. As the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Standing among a group of dejected house elves, Lin En was heartbroken. Although he knew that the canteen of this castle had inherited the glorious tradition of Britain, it had always adhered to 4 characteristics. Unlike human taste, desperate ingredients, monotonous techniques, and genius seasoning creativity. But he didn't expect that after he left school, the tiny progress he had made would disappear with the passage of time. Didn't there have been any students who could cook to help you improve the recipes in these 11 years? Looking at the glaring boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, potato salad and potato soup on the menu, he felt that the dozens or hundreds of house elves around him were like a pile of moving potatoes. "Professor! Professor! I'm sorry." A house elf who looked quite old and whose Hogwarts tea towel couldn't even clearly see the emblem came forward tremblingly, his face full of pain, and the elves around him also lowered their heads, feeling extremely lost. "No, no, no, you don't have to be like this. I'm just a little surprised why the dishes I taught back then have also been lost." Realizing that his reaction was somewhat excessive, Lin En scratched his head awkwardly, sat down on a small stool, pulled a few elves over, and softened his attitude. "We can't cook 5 kinds of potatoes for one meal, or the kids will think Hogwarts is like a potato farm. We can slowly improve our skills, but at least the menu has to look like that." Surrounded by a group of flattered house elves, Professor Eric's first task began. In a short while, the huge kitchen began to work in full swing. To change Hogwarts, start by reshaping the kitchen. This is the last stubbornness of a Hufflepuff. It is also a professor defending his sacred rights. Chapter 14 Severus Snape. So, is this the reason why you stayed in the kitchen for half a day, Professor Eric? In the Vice President's office, Professor McGonagall's face was terribly gloomy, even more frightening than the howling wind outside the window. Even the Hufflepuff King of Hell, who made a big fuss at Hogwarts more than a decade ago, felt a little suppressed by his blood when facing this majestic Vice President. "Ma'am, please listen to me, listen to my explanation." Lin En smiled awkwardly and came forward, took out the menu that he had revised several times, and handed it forward like a treasure. "Students have finally taken a day's train from London, so they should enjoy some real food, right? Letting them eat potatoes every day, I don't think it's the way of hospitality in Hogwarts." Real food referring to the fact that 5 dishes of potatoes were finally reduced to 2. That's the truth. Professor McGonagall took the menu and scanned it up and down. Although she was still angry, her expression was a little softer. "But you don't have to toss so much time, right? I know that when you were studying, you often asked the house elves in the kitchen to cook for you. Now you are a teacher after all, can't you be a little more like a professor? If the canteen of Hogwarts is half as good as Beauxbatons, of course it's okay." Lin En thought to himself. But he would never say that in front of Professor McGonagall. Unless he wants to become the professor with the shortest teaching time in the history of Hogwarts, being kicked out before teaching a single class. Faced with Professor McGonagall's rebuke and advice, he can only relieve his student days, be a good and obedient student in front of the teachers, admit his mistakes sincerely, and never. No, he is a professor now, so he doesn't need to change. I'll dare to do it again next time. So after a lot of advice that went in one ear and out the other, Professor McGonagall had no choice but to, being able to silently add some burden to myself, I casually sent Lin En to the hall and asked him to cooperate with Hagrid and Madame Hooch to prepare for tonight's banquet. In her words, it can be regarded as making the best use of people and things. Anyway, Lin En is best at this besides dueling. Let alone what Professor McGonagall is feeling at the moment, Lin En himself is happy to be free. Although the plan to transform the Hogwarts kitchen now seems to be a long-term task, at least he has been spared the fate of looking at piles of potatoes on the dining table and suffering, and maybe he can have a drink with 2 drinking buddies. With such a mood, Lin En walked into the hall with brisk steps. Just when he was about to make the weather in the magic sky clearer, he suddenly stopped and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. In the middle of the hall, stood a person he didn't like very much. "Lin Eric," Snape called out Lin's full name word by word, expressionlessly, his voice was sinister and frightening. "I didn't expect Dumbledore to find you. His vision is getting worse every year. Is that how you see me, Senior Snape? It seems that you graduated too early and we didn't have enough communication." Faced with the provocation, Lin added a very sarcastic emphasis to the word senior. Under the gaze of Hagrid and Madame Hooch, he stepped forward and met Snape's eyes. "Your Death Eater friends will definitely agree, if the Dementors haven't eaten their brains yet." He was taller than Snape, and his amber eyes looked down slightly with undisguised sarcasm. "You? What, did I touch your sore spot?" Snape's anger seemed to burn through the dome of the auditorium, and Lin did not give in. The empty hall was tense, and even the candles on the table were extinguished. Although the two did not draw their wands, they had several rounds of silent confrontations in a short moment. Lin knew Snape's identity and situation very well, but this did not prevent him from being sarcastic. The reason was simple: he was a friend of Frank and Alice Longbottom. "Lin, Severus, you. Lin. Why don't you come to my place for some tea?" "Severus, Minerva asked you to come over, she has something to ask you." The senior Madame Hooch saw that the situation was at risk of getting out of control, and was about to step forward, but was suddenly interrupted halfway through her words. The door of the hall suddenly opened, and a short and capable figure walked in quickly, with a shrill voice but a very cheerful tone. As Snape and Lin's teacher when they were studying at Hogwarts, Flitwick easily resolved the tense atmosphere as soon as he appeared on the scene. "Got it." Snape, who had suffered a loss, had a gloomy face, snorted coldly, and walked away. "I'm sorry, Professor Flitwick, for causing trouble to you and everyone." When Snape left, Lin's expression gradually eased, and he said apologetically, "I understand you, Lin, some things should not be forgotten. But let's continue working. How about letting me appreciate your wonderful performance in the N.E.W.Ts exam?" Professor Flitwick, who was full of emotion, floated in the air and considerately changed the topic. Lin followed suit and showed a sincere smile. "Of course, Professor, please give me some advice." As he spoke, the magic wand appeared in his palm, the phoenix feather wand core conveyed the joyful emotions, and the majestic magic power almost rushed out from the tip of the wand. Amid Professor Flitwick's excited admiration, Lin waved the magic wand and lit the extinguished candle. Then, the magic dome covered with dark clouds jumped with bright starlight. In an instant, the clouds dissipated, and the clear night sky appeared above the heads of several people. The bright full moon was hidden in the corner, contrasting with the starry sky, like a starry sky that was more beautiful and pure than the reality. In the blink of an eye, the huge auditorium was covered with a light gauze dress, which was magnificent. "This is really too wonderful." Hagrid looked up blankly, looking at the starry sky as if he was there, and sighed sincerely. "As long as you like it." "Hagrid, Madam Hooch, are you interested in having a drink at the dinner? I brought back a lot of good wine from Russia, waiting to share with everyone." Lin took out a bottle of old liquor like a magic trick, and smiled and invited. This was a temptation that two people of the same descent could not refuse. Even Flitwick was somewhat tempted, and he gestured with his right thumb and index finger, and whispered, "I can come a little bit." Without Snape, the hall was filled with laughter until Professor McGonagall, who was in a hurry, strode over. "Oh! The dome is pretty good today, and it finally saved me some trouble." Looking up, Professor McGonagall praised softly, and then raised her voice to greet the few people whose minds had drifted to the wine table. "Hurry up and make the final inspection, the special train is coming soon." In the whole Hogwarts, except for the house elves in the kitchen, perhaps only the diligent Professor McGonagall was still working hard. It was sad. Chapter 15 Opening Ceremony. Under Professor McGonagall's personal management, the ceremony preparations were finally completed when the sky was dark. Thousands of candles emitted light and heat in the air of the hall and on the tables, reflecting the starry sky on the dome. The little wizards lined up in a line and walked in one after another, exclaiming in surprise. Then there was the sound of tables and chairs colliding. With the joint efforts of the little wizards who had been away from school for many days, the tidy auditorium was instantly renovated. It became a messy vegetable market. The professors have arrived first, including Dumbledore, who has been missing recently, and Gilderoy Lockhart, the topic figure who has occupied the front page of the Daily Prophet for half a month. Lockhart, wearing an eye-catching aqua-green robe, pulled Professor Flitwick and Professor Bubbage, and boasted about his legendary story in a loud voice. Even McGonagall, who was maintaining order, frowned repeatedly. At both ends of the professor's seat, Snape and Lin sat down respectively. They also heard Lockhart's boasting and looked contemptuous. "He is so noisy. I remember that he was not so exaggerated when I was in school." Professor Sprout sat next to Lin, trying to maintain the dignity of the dean. She didn't write her attitude on her face like Lin, but she also complained in a low voice. She has taught at Hogwarts for many years and is a powerful wizard who is no less powerful than McGonagall and Flitwick. She can easily see Lockhart's true weight without saying anything at a glance. "You're right, Professor." Lin agreed softly, his eyes sweeping across the long table that was almost full. Familiar faces came into view. Percy, Cedric, Penelope, Fred, George, even Draco. But it seemed like something was missing. During his lazy search, he suddenly widened his eyes and found something. The only one left in the trio was Hermione. And the other two disappeared without a trace. Trying hard to find the broken memories, Lynn pondered, but couldn't remember the reason. Many years have passed, and he only remembers the things related to Horcruxes this year. Lucius was beaten by Arthur, and then stuffed the diary of the noseless old man into Ginny's book, completing an unimagined plan, sending ahead thousands of miles away, and can be called Dumbledore's number 1 foreign aid. In addition, there is only Dobby the elf? Oh, Dobby! The remaining fragments of memory played a role. Lynn slapped his thigh and shouted. "What's wrong, Lynn? What's Dobby?" The voice was not loud, and Sprout could not hear it clearly. "No, nothing, Professor." Lynn shook his head quickly. "Harry Potter and Ron Weasley don't seem to be here, is there something wrong?" He looked around the hall. McGonagall had disappeared, and so had Snape. Lynn was about to get up, but saw Dumbledore's deep gaze. As one of the protagonists of the upcoming introduction of new professors, he obviously couldn't just leave, so he could only sit down with regret, secretly sighing that he had missed an opportunity to upset Snape. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sight. Looking in the direction, it was indeed Neville. The chubby little face was full of restraint and tension, and with a hint of expectation. Lynn smiled and raised his glass, greeting him from a distance, and instantly made his ruddy face bloom with a bright smile. "Neville has a high talent for herbology, but it's a pity that he was not assigned to our college," Sprout whispered. Lynn put down his glass, looked at the cheerful Neville, and said thoughtfully, "Gryffindor is not bad, he is brave and kind, and will achieve something. Frank and Alice will see it too." While speaking, he did not notice that Harry and Ron, who were tiptoeing outside the gap in the auditorium door, were looking here. Behind them, a gloomy figure had quietly stood up without knowing when, and heard the malicious slander of the two clearly. Maybe, the cold voice made the two little ones who thought they were secretive feel depressed. "He was not fired, but was waiting for you to tell me why you didn't take the school bus." The black venomous snake spewed venom and was drowned in the cheers in the auditorium. All colleges are welcoming newcomers. From the length of the division, this year is lucky, and there is no such embarrassment as Lynn. Groups of freshmen quickly belonged to their own, chattering non-stop. Dumbledore also stood up at the right time, looking at the audience with a smile, his wise eyes full of joy. "Welcome everyone. Welcome to Hogwarts to start a new school year." The deep voice echoed in the hall, and the students who were talking immediately stopped the topic and looked at the headmaster. "Before the banquet begins this year, please allow me to introduce two new professors to everyone." First, he raised his arm and stretched it to Lockhart, who deliberately sat in the middle. "Defense against the Dark Arts, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart." Lockhart stood up when he heard the voice. Although he couldn't speak, he didn't miss any opportunity to show his iconic smile to the students in the audience, the smile that won the Most Charming Smile award and could be called the friend of middle-aged and elderly women. Wizards with profound magic may know what kind of stuff he is, but students are obviously not among them, especially when this professor looks talented and handsome. Cheers rang out, and as soon as he appeared, the professor won a large number of fans. Even Dumbledore had to press his hands together to calm the noise. "Very good," he said, smiling as the discussion came and went. "As for our other professor, he is in charge of the new course, Runes and Ancient Magic, Professor Lynn Eric." Hearing his name, Lynn stood up, bowed calmly, and sat down. From his dress to his movements, he was very low-key. The crowded hall suddenly fell into a situation of ice and fire. Screams that were suppressed and restrained rose and fell at the long table of Slytherin. Cheers that were higher than the other wave continued inside and outside the Hufflepuff camp. Without the company of her friends, Hermione, who was sitting at a corner of the long table, looked around in confusion. She had never seen the two colleges like this. Especially Slytherin, who always looked down on others and looked down on everyone except the headmaster and Snape, was as honest as a group of trembling quails at this moment. She didn't have much time to think. After a moment of silence and surprise, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw also broke out into a more heated discussion. The whole hall was like a frying pan. From the senior Hufflepuffs, to the juniors, to the freshmen who had just sat down, Lynn's name seemed like a very iconic totem, echoing over the hall. "Senior, what is Professor Eric like?" Hermione, who was full of curiosity, quickly pulled Percy, who was not far away, and tried to control the volume and asked as clearly as possible. The joy on Percy's face was something she rarely saw. The last time seemed to be the day when Gryffindor won the College Cup, after hearing Ron's extra points. "Professor Eric." Boom! Percy was about to speak excitedly, but was completely swallowed up by the deafening explosion. The two looked in the direction of the sound, and the bright starry sky on the dome suddenly turned into a golden ocean, and then every hanging lamp, every thick beam, and the gold and black intertwined flags and logos turned the entire auditorium into the color of Hufflepuff. The initiator of all this was sitting in his professor's chair at this moment, responding to his admirers with a gentle smile. Next to him was Professor Sprout, who was smiling and full of pride in his every move. Professor Dumbledore, who was sitting in the main seat, seemed to be happy to see this happen. He raised his glass with a smile and gently clinked it with Lockhart, who was looking livid next to him. Hermione's doubts and curiosity became even stronger. Chapter 16, Reputation. Slytherin's silence may be the best decoration and footnote to the Sea of Joy. Even because of this, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw did not feel offended, but enjoyed it. Many young wizards who did not know what was going on were confused, but soon, a senior or senior with an unfathomable face would come forward and tell them the campus legend in their eyes in a few words. "I don't think I need to explain too much, Hermione," Percy said. "As you can see, he is the best student in Hufflepuff in 100 years. You may have heard about his deeds in the History of Magic class. Hint, the Wizard War." Wizard War. Hermione's brain, which was comparable to that of a library, was working rapidly, and her beautiful eyes were gradually filled with shock. "He is the bloody Eric who killed 34 Death Eaters in a month? But wasn't he just?" "Yes, this happened a month after that man's downfall, not long after he graduated, and many of the people who died that month were." He pursed his lips in the direction of Slytherin, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. "From this point of view, he is no different from his brothers and sisters. So they are afraid of Professor Eric." Hermione looked at the handsome new professor in disbelief, muttering, "I can't imagine. I can't see it at all." "Relax, Professor Eric is a very nice person, often visiting my house, he just never shows mercy to the Death Eaters." Seeing Hermione's concerns, Percy explained with a smile, as if he had returned to the scene when he first met Lynn. That was nearly 10 years ago. At that time, he and Charlie were also trembling with fear, and were laughed at by their eldest brother Bill. Thinking of this, he added, "You will understand after getting along for a long time. He appreciates smart and hard-working students like you. It won't be long before you will receive an invitation from his club. Maybe I will do it for you." Club. Hermione, a second-year student, has not been exposed to these. "Yes, the Stargazer Club." Percy's smile was 3 parts reserved and 7 parts proud. After that, he turned and looked at Dumbledore. "It's time to end. Please be quiet, everyone." The calm voice of the old man spread to every corner of the hall, driven by magic. Whether it was fear, gloating or ecstasy, all kinds of emotions gradually calmed down under active or passive adjustments. With a light wave of the old wand, the hall full of Hufflepuff decorations instantly returned to its original state. The flags and emblems of the 4 major colleges reappeared in their original positions, and the bright starry sky reappeared. Silently and faster, Lin was also a little surprised, staring at Dumbledore's back. He knew very well that this was not the power of the old wand, but just a small test of the greatest white wizard. He was so impressive when he performed it casually, as if the years had not left any trace on him. It seems that he must go to the next level. Lin En frowned slightly and looked at the proficiency panel that only he could see, and looked at the experience bar of magic knowledge that he had estimated to have gone through most of it, but every step forward was not easy. Time is the biggest gap between him and the great wizards before him, even though his diligence and understanding are already the best, and he has the supernatural power to turn all his efforts into rewards. But isn't every wizard who can reach the top a hero in his lifetime? At least at this moment, there is still a long distance waiting for him to cross. Maybe it will take a year or two, or maybe it will never end. Pressure and motivation rise at the same time, growing together. It seems that everyone recognizes the two new professors. I believe you will have a fulfilling year. As if he hadn't noticed, Dumbledore smiled kindly, stretched his arms, and said cheerful words, "Then, children, eat." As soon as the voice fell, the steaming delicious meals appeared on the 4 long tables at the same time, and many little wizards who were tired of eating all kinds of potatoes exclaimed in surprise. Although the cooking method is still the same, at least today's dinner has some new dishes and the taste is slightly improved. The rice smells tempting. Even the little wizards who grew up listening to Lin En's fierce reputation can't suppress the gluttony in their stomachs, and they all use knives and forks to eat heartily. In the professor's seat, Lin En, who has been busy since the morning, also has an appetite. Listening to the secret signals of Hagrid and Madame Hooch not far away, he smiled and picked up the bottle of wine at hand. The weight in his hand made him feel unusual. A closer look revealed that the bottle of wine that was supposed to be full was missing a part without anyone noticing. He raised his head suddenly and met those blue eyes. Dumbledore raised his glass with a smile and saluted in the direction of Lin, which was filled with the old wine he had taken from him. After a sip, his old face became more rosy, his wrinkles were stretched out, and his laughter became louder. "This old man, how can he drink wine like old Nico?" Lin muttered with a smile, shook his head, waved his wand, and the wine in the bottle immediately flew out with a rich aroma and fell into the glasses of Hagrid and Madame Hooch, who had been waiting for a long time. Of course, he did not forget Professor Flitwick, and a little wine fell accurately into a small wine cup made of a napkin, which was just right for his alcohol intake, not too much or too little. So everyone raised their glasses. And the lively dinner party began. "Just do your best, and leave the rest to us. We will study hard until we turn into dirt." At the end of the dinner, as usual, there was the school song segment. The Weasleys sang their favorite melody of Funeral March, adding a different meaning to the already disjointed school song. Unlike previous years, this time, in addition to Dumbledore, there were also a few mischievous guys who accompanied them in the fun. For example, their good brother Lee Jordan. Another example, Lin, who echoed Dumbledore in the professor's chair and used magic to add rhythm to the lyrics that turned into golden ribbons. Seeing Fred and George laughing all day, he also had a little more playfulness in his mind, showing a different side of himself in front of the teachers and students. Professor Sprout sighed. Professor McGonagall, who hurried back, doubted life. Snape's already gloomy and pale face had a bit more blue, in sharp contrast to Professor Flitwick, who was drunk and giggling next to him, and it was comparable to Lockhart, who had not spoken much since the banquet began. Among all the people, Dumbledore was the one who laughed the happiest and applauded the loudest. If Harry and Ron, who had a car accident, were not taken into account, this dinner should be the most perfect in recent years. Lin thought so too. Until he saw the woman with messy hair and crazy behavior when he left the hall. Chapter 17 Prophecy. Sybil Trelawney, a prophet with a not-so-normal brain circuit. Although she looked like a crazy woman with some mental problems, she did inherit some of the predictive abilities of her ancestor Cassandra and made great achievements in the field of death prediction. Many people regarded her as a fortune-teller who pretended to be a ghost, such as McGonagall. This idea was not unreasonable. Most of the time, she was the fortune teller who observed and played tricks before entering Hogwarts, designing different ways of death for everyone. But unfortunately, in Lin's broken memory, this woman who smelled of sherry and had a bad drinking habit had a place. What was even more unfortunate was that as soon as they met, this woman made a prediction for him. Just like the summer 12 years ago. Death surrounds you, and the souls that should have died play with the feelings of the god of death. Disasters from the stars bring new misfortunes and death. Until Lin returned to the room, Trelawney's voice still echoed in his ears. In those eyes that were hazy and blurred due to severe alcohol dependence, he felt the message of danger. This woman does have the ability to see the future through the fog, even if it is far inferior to her ancestors. Lin did not believe in prophecies, let alone fate, and sneered at Dumbledore's blind faith, but he believed in intelligence. Sitting at the desk, he picked up the quill and wrote down Trelawney's prophecy on the old notebook on the back of the prophecy 12 years ago. Words formed sentences one by one. Names also emerged in his mind. The first one was himself, then Euphemia, and then, starting with Amanda, familiar figures flashed in his mind. The soul that should have passed away. He was not sure. He didn't know what kind of existence he was in history, nor did he know why the brilliant Euphemia didn't leave any writing. There were also those friends, classmates, and juniors who were not as talented as Euphemia, but also had their own way in various industries. The star track of fate was deflected every day, just like the brilliant starry sky above, never stagnant. The wine he drank at the dinner also rose slightly, making him feel a little nameless irritable, and the feather pen fell on the paper unconsciously, and the ink gradually spread. When he reacted, the ink stain had turned into an ink ball, covering the word death. Lin frowned, and saw the photo placed deep in the desk from the corner of his eye. It was a group photo before his graduation. More than a dozen people were squeezed together, and he and Euphemia were in the middle. Although they had experienced a lot at that time, in that summer when they were about to leave school, everyone's smile was purer than today, and still had a student spirit. The disaster of the starry sky? The old liar who is deliberately making a mystery. Looking at the photo, his mood suddenly became brighter. He leaned on the back of the leather chair and whispered to himself, "I am not Dumbledore. There is no future that cannot be changed." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the silver-white metal box carefully placed under the bed in the dim light. The corners of his mouth raised, and a sarcastic arc was drawn. "Rather than pinning hope on the illusory unknown, I prefer to hold it in my hand and let it stop where I let it stop." The wand was held in his palm without knowing when, and the warm magic made him refreshed. Looking at the prophecy in the book again, the subtle irritability and fear were almost gone. At the same time, a light sleepiness gradually rose. The Russian's strong liquor has a strong after-effect. After a while, a breeze with a weak magic blew and extinguished the lights. Only the sound of even breathing remained in the room. On the desk, the notebook with slightly yellowed paper was lifted by the wind just now, revealing the front page. The ink stain on the back also covered a word, which was vaguely visible. The next day, Lin did not see Trelawney. She knew very well that her talent and ability were far inferior to most of her colleagues. Her inferiority complex and the tortuous first half of her life put a great burden on her. For most of the year, she lived in her small and stuffy office in the North Tower. Even the 3 meals a day were delivered by the house elves together with the sherry she bought. Therefore, even though Molly's howler letter caused a sensation, Lin did not find this elusive colleague. He did not care much about it. He just ate bacon slowly while discussing the treatment plan for the Whomping Willow with Sprout with great interest. During his 7 years at school, although his focus was on charms and transfiguration, which had the best practical effects, defense against the dark arts remained the same. He never gave up herbology. Although talent did not favor him, knowledge was fair to everyone. 7 consecutive years of excellence were proof of this. This was also an important support for his long friendship with Professor Sprout. Even in front of the authority of herbology, Lin's ink was nothing, but his witty remarks still made his teacher happy. On the long table, the waves of the shouting letter gradually subsided, but Ron's face was still as red as a monkey's ass. "I'm so stupid, really." He looked at the professor's seat with all his dignity lost, complaining to himself, "Why did I forget to ask Uncle Eric for help?" Uncle Eric. Hermione closed the Traveling with Vampires covered with circles and marks, doubting it. "Yes, it's Professor Eric now." Ron said unhappily, "If we ask him for help, maybe Mom won't be so angry. He always speaks well." "I'm sorry, Ron." Harry pushed the bowl of porridge away guiltily. The food seemed to be stuck in his chest and he couldn't swallow it. "It's all my fault. I hope you can learn a lesson." You, Professor McGonagall." Hermione sighed and was about to give a long lecture, but suddenly fell silent. Professor McGonagall had walked behind them and was distributing this year's course schedule. "Good morning, Miss Granger." The Vice President probably didn't sleep well last night and looked a little haggard. "Here is your schedule. The first week is special. Don't make the mistake." Model student Hermione immediately studied it carefully and said in a lost voice, "In the first week, all grades and all colleges will take the magic runes and ancient magic classes in the hall together." "Yes, Professor Eric thinks he needs to introduce everyone together and change the registration method for his and Professor Babel's advanced classes." Professor McGonagall's tone fluctuated a little more, and she glanced at Harry and Ron who were shrinking their heads. "There will be several professors auditing, and I hope you can bring honor to the college, at least don't smear it." The first half of the sentence was for Hermione, and the second half was obviously for the two who had caused trouble before the start of school. After that, she walked quickly towards the other Gryffindors who gathered together, saying loudly, "Hurry up and get the schedule, then go to class, don't be late." 7th grade. Harry thought of the knowledge he had learned in the past month, and his heart was a little more expectant. But when he looked up, he found that Lynn had left and the professor's seat was empty. "Let's go, Harry. The first class is herbology." Ron's call came from behind, and he had been dragged by Hermione for several steps. Harry hurriedly looked at the schedule and got up with a cookie in his mouth. "Here I come." With the vague shout, he trotted to catch up with his two friends and started his second school year. Chapter 18 Lynn's First Lesson. As a former elective, the teaching pressure of rune and ancient magic is not great, especially with two professors working together. As early as July, Lynn and Professor Babel agreed on the division of labor. Large class teaching, regardless of college, 1 half-day class per week. Compared with subjects such as transfiguration and charms, the density is not high. Due to the revision of the school system, the courses of grades 1 to 3 are equivalent to starting at the same time. The first year requires a different teaching rhythm, and the progress can only be pulled forward in the second year. During this period, the focus should be on differentiated theoretical learning, supplemented by interesting practical experience. These 3 grades adopt a structure of 2 weeks of theoretical classes and 1 week of practical classes, focusing on strengthening the foundation and cultivating interest. 4th and 5th graders adopt a 1-week practical class and 1-week theory class alternating mode, and organize special tutoring for 5th graders every month. Professor Barbling holds a theoretical intensive class every week to tutor theoretical knowledge for O.W.Ls candidates who have not taken ancient runes before. The advanced classes for 6th and 7th graders focus on application, with 2 weeks of practice and 1 week of theory, and organize special tutoring for 7th graders every month. Compared to Beau's Batons, which has tens of thousands of students, even if there are fewer professors responsible for auxiliary teaching, Lynn's pressure is still greatly reduced. Just like today, Harry's trio and Neville have to take a class of herbology in the greenhouse, then a transfiguration class, and defense against the dark arts in the afternoon, while he can run to the library of Hogwarts and use his professor's authority to sweep the restricted book area and dig deep into the knowledge resources of Hogwarts. But then again, it was no different when he was studying. Not to mention Professor Sprout's signature without asking for reasons. The perfect body spell alone is enough for him to come and go freely. It's just that there may be an old man secretly following him. But different identities, completely different experiences. Standing upright in the deepest part of the forbidden book area, opening the book, forgotten ancient magic and spells that he had already memorized, which had brought him a lot of magic knowledge experience points more than 10 years ago and helped him take a huge step forward in theoretical level 4, subtle emotions spread. In the blink of an eye, he has also come from that still immature but ambitious age to today, and has walked a long way on this road that was still hazy at that time. Now he is in the prime of his life. Not only physically, but also curious about magic, passionate about knowledge, and silently putting the book back on the dusty bookshelf, Lin found a seat by the window, took out a roll of parchment, and thought about interesting magic problems while preparing for class. By the way, he wrote a letter and planned to find time to send it out. The school's owls are not wasted. Time on campus always passes without leaving a trace. It was Friday in a flash, and Lockhart and his Cornish elf had become famous, and it was hard to say whether it was good or bad. But for Harry, this boastful narcissist was intolerable. The same was true for Ron. When they saw Lockhart, they would rather go around and avoid him. Ron's troubles did not end there. Finally, Friday came, and his wand, which was barely taped together, went wrong again and flew out of his hand during the morning spells class. Coincidentally, this hard wooden stick flew more accurately than the quaffle thrown by Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson, and hit Professor Flitwick's forehead. The emerald green swelling instantly swelled up and jumped. Just like Flitwick's frown. At noon, the two who returned to the room couldn't sleep and sat cross-legged on the bed. This week has been so miserable that I almost suspected that I was in hell, being poked in the ass with a fork and pushed into a frying pan. Ron lamented his misfortune, and then suddenly became happy. Well now, Uncle Eric's class is in the afternoon. I've wanted to learn a few tricks for a long time, but unfortunately he only teaches Percy, Charlie, and Bill. Harry asked, "Rune magic? I feel it's very complicated." "There are other ancient magics, but he said that we need to lay the foundation first." Ron shook his head and played with his broken wand. Percy just got in touch with it, after getting 12 certificates. 12? Harry was shocked, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm really looking forward to the afternoon. I can avoid seeing the idiot Lockhart and the old venomous snake Snape, so lucky." Ron laughed, lying on his back on the soft bed, arms raised high. "Uncle Eric." "No, long live Professor Eric." Harry then remembered the schedule: first a potions class, then defense against the dark arts, both of which made him hate it. He already had a good first impression of Lynn, and he immediately liked the professor more, even though the class hadn't started yet. Neville was also woken up and happily joined the discussion. After what happened in the summer, this introverted child finally made friends with the two. Then it was Dean and Seamus. Amid the chatter, there were denunciations of Snape and ridicule of Lockhart. Even Neville dared to express his joy of not having to take the potions class. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Great Hall. Lynn arrived earlier than scheduled. During the lunch break, he and Professor Barber made minor adjustments to the auditorium with permission. 4 staircase areas were set up according to the colleges to make efficient use of space and ensure that everyone could see him. Otherwise, if more than 2,000 young wizards from 7 grades were to gather for classes, they would have to go to the Quidditch field. Several suitcases were casually placed in the corners, with their inner shells open, revealing the color of the metal. "Lynn, is this an alchemy tool?" Professor Barber was a little curious. As a magic expert, she also liked those strange little gadgets, such as alchemy. "I learned it in France." Lynn nodded. "Beauxbatons has been using it for several years, and the effect is good." "Then I'll wait and see." Professor Barber said, "Today's scene is quite big, it's up to you." Squeak! As they spoke, the door to the auditorium opened, and McGonagall and Flitwick came in one after another. One was serious, the other was excited. After a while, students also poured into the auditorium and filled it up. The one at the front was Percy. He and Penelope arrived first and took a good seat. Behind them were Harry and the other two who had set out early. The hard-working Hermione was a little surprised by the rare enthusiasm of her friends. But when she saw Lynn, she immediately concentrated on preparing for class and had no time to pay attention to her two friends. The little wizards of the whole school gathered together, which was a grand scene comparable to a banquet and a Quidditch match. Good afternoon, dear professors and students from all colleges. Walking to the podium that served as a temporary podium, Lynn picked up the wand and tapped it lightly at his lips. The glimmer of magic flashed and disappeared. His voice immediately became loud. Even the students sitting at the back could hear it clearly, and it didn't seem noisy. Everyone felt it was just right. This was an advanced technique of magic control, and also a small improvement. The first class of Rune and Ancient Magic began. Chapter 19 What is Magic? When Lin En spoke, the huge auditorium fell silent. Regardless of grade or college, all eyes focused on him, with mixed emotions. This may be the first time you have come into contact with this kind of classroom model. Under the light, Lin En's simple black robe also became conspicuous, but I believe this is a good way to enhance understanding. The magnetic voice seemed to ring directly in the ears of every student, making them instinctively focus. Hermione held the textbook and stared at it, trying to find information in the amber eyes. She had already read all the reference books for this course and had a lot of questions. Lin En also felt this eager gaze, and smiled and slowly spoke. Some people must know me, and some people must not be familiar with me. I am Lin En Eric, Professor of Rune and Ancient Magic, responsible for the practical courses in the next year. The magic slide projector turned in response, projecting his name in the air. There are two ways to translate magic words, one is ancient runes, and the other is rune symbols, which represent the source of text and magic respectively. Rune magic is a kind of ancient magic. After the magic was lost, the rune symbols that lost their magic power have been passed down as text to this day and are used to record ancient documents. Magic is always iterating. Some have been passed down to this day, and some have been lost in history. Some such as runes have returned and seen the light of day again. Looking at the students with different expressions, Lin En made an opening speech in a gentle tone until everyone started thinking before waving his wand. The letters in the air broke, integrated, and reborn, turning into a new line of text. This was his first question in class. So I want to ask everyone, what is magic? Whether it is ancient or modern, the magic we master is specific, but I want to ask everyone a question, what do you think the whole of magic is? First there was silence, and then a few hands were raised sparsely. Slytherin, second row, fourth from the left, please introduce yourself first. Lin pointed to the one who raised his hand the fastest. Andrew Traverse, Professor. Magic is power, the basis for wizards to survive and maintain order. The stern-faced young man stood up and gave a stiff but firm answer. He was the 7th-year prefect of Slytherin. Standard answer, is Torquil Traverse your elder? Lin asked with a smile. Andrew showed a happy face and said reservedly, he is my great-grandfather. You are well suited to the Ministry of Magic because of your family background. Slytherin adds 5 points. Lin nodded, looked around, and called out to Gryffindor, Fred. Magic is a way of life, Professor. Just like Quidditch and fireworks, and skipping candy. The two brothers sang in unison, with a tacit understanding. Interesting answer. A deceased Muggle thinker would agree. 5 points for Gryffindor. Also, raise your hand next time you speak, George. Lin smiled brightly and encouraged, any other ideas? I'm looking forward to it. More and more hands were raised, and even Hermione, who didn't like open questions, hesitated to raise her hand. But Lin didn't mention Gryffindor and Slytherin again. Hufflepuff 5th row, voice. Sir, I think magic is a medium. We use it to feel the world, just like hands, feet, and eyes. Boyce Springhall is an outgoing young man, Hufflepuff's prefect, and he is in his 5th year this year. As soon as he finished speaking, several friends around him applauded, half encouraging and half cheering. I like this answer, Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Lin praised. Anyone else? The last one. I hope everyone will think carefully, not only the score, this is very important for your wizarding path. The enthusiasm of the little wizards is very high, even Slytherin is enthusiastic. Lin looked around. Cedric, Percy, Penelope, and a girl named Doris from Slytherin. His eyes swept over the potential stocks he was interested in. Turning around, he saw Harry, and their eyes met in the air. Thinking of the message he left on impulse, Lin smiled and blinked, raised his hand and said, "Last row of Ravenclaw, 5th from the left." "Hello, Professor, I'm Luna, Luna Lovegood." In the melodious choir-like tone, the petite girl slowly stood up. She was the girl Lin met in Diagon Alley that day, with her silver eyes that made a deep impression. "Very good, Miss Lovegood, what is your answer?" "Magic is our soul, which cannot be described specifically. It is the most peculiar thing in the world." Luna looked dazed, her voice was ethereal, and her carrot earrings were still shaking while she spoke. She looked a little crazy, but she said something that was totally unlike her age. "Very Ravenclaw." She didn't care about the discussions around her, but just looked at Lin steadily, and then said, "We are all part of the universe, and magic is the most special thing about us." This answer was beyond Lin's expectations. He didn't think that an 11-year-old girl could give such insights, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. "Very good, Luna." After looking at the expressionless McGonagall and Flitwick, he gently raised his wand and used the magic thread to outline the girl's face in the air. Shua! With a light sound, the unique pattern shrank rapidly. In the suitcase in the corner, a silver-white metal ball floated into the air, absorbed the pattern, and turned into a shallow mark. "Ravenclaw plus 20 points, your answer reminds me of a good friend." Lin bowed slightly, and light blue magic flowed out from the top of the wand, turning into a narrow ribbon, holding the ball and falling into Luna's hands. "This is the reward you deserve, accept it." "Thank you, Professor." Luna was still the same, slowly tying the metal ball to the necklace on her chest, together with the bottle corks. This result was unexpected, and there was a lot of whispering. "Everyone." Lin En raised his voice slightly, "Everyone can and should have their own definition of magic, and each of them has their own opinions. But please remember that the understanding of magic is your own path. I hope you can stick to it and walk your own path well. Now please allow me to tell you my opinion." After completing its mission, the blue ribbon did not dissipate, but turned into a light spot, slowly rising into the sky, activating the dome, and letting the starry sky of the dinner party return again. Magic is a kind of power and a way of life. We use it as a medium to explore the soul. The answers given by the 4 students have their own emphases and reasons. Lin En's magic wand danced and engraved several answers in the air. Then, the words began to move, collided with each other, and collapsed into a black dot, but it had the magic to attract attention. Perhaps only 1 or 2 seconds, or perhaps a long time, the black dot began to expand and split, turning into a line of delicate words. "Magic is mystery." Just as Harry expected, just as seen on the title page. "This is my answer." Seeing the confusion of the students, Lin En smiled and said, "You may be surprised, what is mystery? It seems difficult to understand. This difficulty to understand is one of the most important tasks of our class today." Feeling the brainstorming of the crowd, Lin En felt that his teaching purpose had been achieved, and his tone was brisk, full of confidence and determination. "Mystery is the essence of the world, which can be perceived but not explained," just like the starry sky above our heads, deep and charming. The deeper we explore, the more we will feel the mystery. It comes from knowledge, and even more from the ignorance born from knowledge. This cycle becomes the source of our power. With a faint smile on his lips, Lin En said an affirmative statement. Chapter 20 Lin En's view of magic. Professor, do you mean that we don't understand magic, even if we master it? Hermione suddenly raised her hand under the stage, and the question had already come out first. That's right, Miss Granger. Lin said, the spell is the external form of magic, or the shell of magic, and the essence of magic. Even the greatest wizards may not be able to touch it, just like the core. McGonagall and Flitwick both nodded. Even masters like them who have deeply cultivated a certain field are like apprentices in front of the truly mysterious essence of magic. The more you know, the more you will realize your ignorance. Don't think that mystery is a terrifying thing, although the unknown does bring fear. Seeing the question Hermione wanted to ask, Lin gave the answer in advance. Humanity has taken the first step in development because of its curiosity about mystery. Wizards and muggles are the same. This is our ambition, and ambition has never been a derogatory word, because desire is an important source of motivation. The Slytherins, who were a little restrained, straightened their backs, and the other colleges were also thoughtful. In the Slytherin seat, the tall girl raised her hand and asked with Lin's approval, Professor, you said that magic is mysterious, so where does it come from and how does it become magic? Miss Foley asked the key. Lin pressed the magic slide projector approvingly, and the picture changed again with the sound of turning gears. A straight road. The first half was covered with mud, and the second half was under the starry sky. The little wizards made puzzled sounds. This is my explanation. Lin moved, slowly paced in front of the 4 colleges, and told the story. There are 2 kinds of mystery, one buried in the past and the other hidden in the future. The former needs to be discovered, and the latter depends on creation. Magic is mysterious. And the development of human beings is to deconstruct the mystery in front of them. Some mysteries fade away with time, buried in the soil ahead, waiting to be discovered. Some will be passed down, or deconstructed, like many magics today, or still veiled, like the starry sky above our heads. When you think you understand the mystery, you will find more mysteries appearing in front of you. Some people choose to face it, some choose to escape and retreat, so history sometimes moves forward, sometimes stagnates or regresses. Speaking of this, you may understand why I came to Hogwarts to teach you such a course. Learning runes and various ancient magics is one of the ways to explore the mystery and the unknown. It is not the only one, but it can help us find the treasures lost in the long river of time, those ancient mysteries. In the process of discovery and improvement, we will move towards creation if someone is willing to insight and explore. Just like, looking up at the starry sky and searching in the deep universe. Muggles have already gone beyond the planet we live on. If the magic world remains complacent and arrogant, it will only decline. So we need to open our eyes, face, and deconstruct the mystery, and welcome and even create new mysteries. He said it sincerely and earnestly, not shying away from the fact that many of the audience were children of Death Eaters, and even had blood feuds with him. This is both a broad mind and self-confidence. Since he came to Hogwarts, he wouldn't care. McGonagall and Flitwick were also somewhat moved. Although they had different views on magic from Lin, they could understand. They have been teaching and educating people in Hogwarts for decades, and it is precisely because they hope to pass on this pursuit. Compared to the power given by blood, they value ideas more and believe in the value of knowledge more. First time the students who heard this argument had different reactions. Some people disdained the argument of muggles and wizards. Some people raised their heads curiously and looked at the dome. Some people simply opened the textbook for the first time and examined this boring course that was originally comparable to the history of magic. There are many such examples. Lin was not in a hurry. He waited until most students looked at him before smiling and speaking. I see many kinds of ideas in your eyes. This is normal. Everyone will have different understandings, but I hope you will think more and not stick to the answer, but look for it. After the voice fell, the magic wand was raised lightly, and the slide projector was turned off. Today is just the first class. The theoretical content ends here. You may like the following content more. A dozen silver-white spherical flying objects rose from the corner and hovered behind Lynn. Demonstration of ancient magic. The bright light instantly filled the hall and lit up everyone's eyes. Outside the hall, Dumbledore used his superb illusion technique to hide in the air, and his long beard hanging down to his waist trembled slightly. The blue eyes lost focus, and he was immersed in memories, just passing by. Looking through the gaps in the crowd, looking at Lynn who showed his thoughts and talents without hesitation, he seemed to see an old friend. Lynn's figure slowly overlapped with that of Gellert Grindelwald when he was young, but they were very different. Equally talented, equally proud, and full of high-spirited confidence and publicity in every move. But they were two completely different sides, walking in the opposite direction. He now understood the meaningful look in his old friend Nicholas Flamel's eyes when he was discussing with him a few years ago. It was not known whether it was regret or longing, but complex emotions were entangled in his blue eyes that had been weathered by the years. In the end, he said nothing, did nothing, but turned and left without making any sound, disappearing at the end of the corridor. At the same time, in the Pyrenees, Beauxbatons School of Magic. The first ancient magic class for the 5th-year students had just begun. Dressed in a silver-blue wizard robe, Euphemia stood calmly on the podium. "I, Euphemia Fox, your new professor." There was no emotion on her face, and she exuded a cold temperament. "Professor Eric, you told me your situation before leaving your job. He thinks very highly of you and thinks you are all potential talents. I will judge with my eyes. Lynn loves you very much and likes to encourage teaching, but I am different. Ancient magic is pure and dangerous, and I won't be as meticulous as him. I am very strict, and may even seem very strict to you. I hope you are prepared. We're in class now. The first lesson is about the properties and magic power of rune Canaz, the fire rune. Look carefully. A simple but magical thin line with a strange rhythm streaked through the air. With a bang sound, raging fire ignited out of thin air, leaping around, bright and hot, more agile and lively than the fire spell. It's like having life. I never thought that Professor Fox, who looked like an iceberg, was good at fire magic, which was famous for his enthusiasm. The firelight dyed everyone's faces red, and also lit up the hungry thirst for knowledge. Fleur and Euphemia, who were sitting in the front row, looked at each other, with fire in their eyes. Chapter 21 Rune Magic. Maybe you are curious, what is the difference between ancient magic and modern magic? The interest of the little wizards gradually reached its peak. Lynn smiled and stretched his arms, and the targets stacked in the corner fell neatly behind him to form a row. This is modern magic. Lynn raised the wand calmly, the flames are blazing. A huge fireball flew out from the tip of the staff and stopped in midair. Modern magic uses the wand as a medium to cast magic through spiritual guidance. If you are not skilled, you need corresponding gestures and spells, just like what I just did. With a flick of the wand, the fireball exploded, and flying sparks fell right in front of the stands. Ancient magic is different. First of all, its media is more diverse. Lynn raised his left hand that was not holding the wand and gently drew a simple symbol in the air, which was light red. This is the rune alphabet that most upperclassmen recognize. Canaz, the rune of fire. Before he finished speaking, a giant flame python brought unprecedented light and heat. The tide of magic surged in all directions, and in an instant, the auditorium turned red. It does not require a wand, it only requires the caster to bear the consumption of this magic path. After explaining softly, Lin held his hands empty, and the fire snake was annihilated, eliminating the invisible form. Even after you master alchemy, it can still be like this. Lin smiled and took out a silver medal from his pocket and threw it into the air. The same letters were engraved on it. With a tap of the wand, the smaller fire snake came out again. The faces were lifelike, and the rolling heat made the students in the front row sweat on their foreheads. The little red face was filled with excitement and anticipation, and there was a chorus of applause and excited cheers. "This is so cool, Professor, we want to learn it." Ron jumped high and had a loud voice. "Maybe in the future." Lin En dispersed the flames and took back the metal plate. It was still cold to the touch. "This is a profound magic that you can't master yet. However, you can get started faster by using runes. This will be a lesson part of practice." "Oh!" Ron drooped his head, and Hermione next to him burst into laughter. "This is an interesting magic, right?" Lin asked, and naturally received a positive answer. "But we cannot ignore the other side of it," he said seriously. "Modern magic is instrumental and systematic, which is the result of thousands of years of development, so it is soft and controllable. But rune and many ancient magics are not like this." "What's the difference, Professor?" Doris Foley asked loudly. "Ancient magic represents the pursuit of power. It is powerful, direct, and dangerous." Lin En looked very serious. "For example, modern magic is a machine with a safety valve. Ancient magic generally does not have it. Its power depends on its use. The person is willing and sometimes able to exert the magic power. Therefore, if you do not have enough magic power but force it, or if you lose control, the consequences will be disastrous, and many people will die." Hearing this, some of the little wizards let out horrified whispers, while the others also became solemn. This is exactly what Lin wants to achieve. "Don't worry too much," he changed the topic. "If you take it step by step and stay focused during the learning process, your safety will be guaranteed." As he spoke, he casually took out another metal sign. This time it's a symbol similar to the letter N. "Issa, rune of ice." The plain voice activated the magic power, and silver light shot out. In an instant, the auditorium, which had been warm under the flames just now, was covered in ice. From the wall to the hanging lamp, to the floor under your feet and the long table in the corner. Except for the terraces and Lin's feet, the entire auditorium turned into a giant ice sculpture. The duet of ice and fire. But surprisingly, even though they were in the ice cave, the little wizards didn't feel cold at all, as if all the coldness was blocked out. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. It is difficult for ordinary spells to have such an effect. Even a master of spells like Professor Flitwick has to spend a lot of effort. But for rune magic, this is far from the end. Shi Shiran stood in the middle, Lin En said flatly. There was only a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. The familiar smile gave McGonagall a bad premonition. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the treacherous words coming from Lin En's mouth. "To give you an example that may be of interest to you, have you ever seen Hogwarts turned into an ice sculpture?" "Is it really possible?" the twins said in unison. "Professor, just learn this." A group of little lions who liked to watch the fun also stood up in surprise and shouted. "This is much more exciting than any magic fireworks." Professor McGonagall's cheeks twitched slightly, and her eyes were colder than the ice covering the hall. "You are not listening to the class properly again." Lin sighed with a funny and helpless expression. "I just said that this depends on magic power. Let alone Hogwarts, freezing the potion classroom is enough for you to lie down at Madame Pomfrey's place for a few days. In other words, can the potion classroom really be frozen?" Fred was not discouraged, but eager to try. His brothers were the same. And Neville was overjoyed. "I didn't say that." Lin secretly applauded, but denied it seriously. "I just told you not to be too ambitious. The decline of ancient magic is not without reason. Mastering rune magic requires both hard work and understanding, but more importantly, protection. In addition to rune, other ancient magics also have their own dangers. I will explain them specifically when I have the chance. Looking at rune, you think you can easily master it. This is a dangerous idea. If anyone has such a rash idea, I advise you to give up as soon as possible, so as not to regret it. Looking at the students who were discussing enthusiastically again, Lin En emphasized his tone. His words had some effect. The young wizards calmed down, but the excitement and expectations on their faces did not decrease but increased. In front of new things, everyone thinks that they are the one who is both talented and hard-working. In the stands, looking at the ice so close, Harry yearned. He recalled the scene when he fought with Quirrell in the summer. If I mastered this magic at that time, if I was as strong as Professor Eric, would I be able to? He began to daydream and was full of expectations for the next year's courses. Ahem! Lin En knew their thoughts very well. He cleared his throat and turned the ice back into pure magic power and returned it to the rune. I understand your feelings, but I want to remind you that this is a course, and it is a required course. After deliberately pausing for a few seconds, he changed his tone and pulled the students back to reality from their reverie of powerful magic. Since it is a course, there must be an exam, and my requirements are very strict. With a gentle smile, he said the devilish words in the children's eyes, even O.W.Ls and N.E.W.Ts must refer to the standards I set, which must be much higher than what you have seen before. He accurately grasped the students' lifeline scores. Most of the eager little wizards immediately turned into frostbitten eggplants, and a few academic masters were even more excited, wishing they could roll up their sleeves and do a big job now to let the professor see their level. In the world of all living things, Lin En said loudly, so, in the next link, I will tell you my standards for magic and my expectations of you. Magic is never an ethereal existence, it has its own scale. The target standing behind him soared into the air, quickly enlarged, and shone slightly under the light. It was the luster of metal, and with the color of magic, it was far from being as ordinary as it looked. Chapter 22 Magic also has different levels. Magic can be said to be endless. No one can master it all in his short life, including the alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who is more than 600 years old. Lin En said half-jokingly under the gaze of the little wizards. So, he raised his voice slightly, in a limited life, learning must have a focus. The same magic can be learned by different people at different speeds, and the use of it is even more different. I think this difference can be quantified. Lin En said, according to the degree of the wizard's most sophisticated magic, his level can be preliminarily measured, and the level of magic can also be roughly divided. This is a very complicated task. Have you completed the division of magic levels? Professor Flitwick stood up excitedly and asked with interest. It's just a crude prototype, Professor Flitwick. Lin smiled and shook his head, it's far from being formed, but it's still appropriate to use it here. After that, he raised his head and pointed the wand at a target. The flames are blazing. A fist-sized fireball flew out of the wand and hit the bull's-eye squarely, but there was no trace. A striking one appeared on the sign above the target. This is the first level of magic, beginner. Lin looked around. The common magic you learned in the lower grades, if you don't have special training, will be at this level for quite a while. It can be used, but it can only be used, and it may fail. At this stage, you need to learn more runes and read literature. The wizards below the third grade began to whisper, and some even cast spells quietly at the sky to compare with each other. It was also proved that although their small fireballs were different, their sizes fluctuated around the sample given by Lin En. Harry did not learn to cast spells like his friends, but he also practiced it in his mind several times, and it was almost the same. The fire spell was an everyday spell that he had learned but rarely used. Thinking of the few spells he was good at, he stared at Lin En and waited for explanation. From beginner to master, it requires standardized movements, accurate spell pronunciation, and sufficient mobilization of magic power. The wand that had just been put down was raised again, aiming at another target, after practicing more, this spell will become less awkward and the effect will be improved. Flames are blazing. The fireball grew from a fist to the size of a football, and the speed was much faster. It exploded at the center of the bull's eye with a bang. This time, a faint black mark was left, which soon disappeared, and the number on the sign changed to 2. This is the second level, Mastery. Most O.W.LS candidates are good at spells at this level. If they are lucky enough to catch up with the test questions, they will get a good score, right, Professor Flitwick? Lin lowered his head and asked Flitwick. That's right, Lin. Flitwick said, precise control, just right. Compared with a master of spells like you, I'm still far behind. Lin said modestly, waved his hand and drew a circle in the air with his wand, and continued to explain with a little flattery. From mastering to proficient, some methods are needed, such as casting speed and magic use. If you choose Professor Flitwick's advanced class, you will learn these. From this stage, you can get in touch with rune magic on runes. As he said, another fire spell shot into the air and landed on the target. This time it was no longer a fireball, but a thick stream of fire, which continuously burned the target of unknown material. It took a while for it to gradually extinguish, leaving a large area of gray-black scorch marks. The 3 targets were placed side by side, with a sharp contrast. Is this level 3? Cedric was a little surprised. His fire spell was at this level, which was already one of the better spells. Lin was also paying attention to the biggest potential stock of Hufflepuff, and said encouragingly, when we can show the state that a spell should theoretically reach, it means that you can already use it proficiently, N.E.W.T level. If anyone can do this before the 4th grade, they will have a bright future. I will be happy to teach you some advanced skills. Here, he looked around meaningfully, by the way, if anyone's disarming spell, stunning spell or other dueling magic is at this level, then congratulations, you can apply for a striker, and if you are lucky, you may even be able to participate in aura training. Hearing this, many young wizards in the audience brightened up, especially Andrew Traverse. He has always wanted to work in the law enforcement department or the aura office to inherit the family legacy. But Lin's next words poured cold water on him. He said in a deep voice, participating in training is just the beginning. To become a qualified auror, this level is not enough. You need to have at least 1 or 2 combat magics to reach a higher level. He thought of the 2 Russian aurors he easily defeated. These 2 people also had their own strengths, but they just didn't have time to display them. Andrew hurriedly asked, what level is it, Professor? Efforts plus skills, sometimes a little inspiration, Mr. Traverse. Lin En smiled and looked at it. His hands moved without slowing down. It was another fire spell. It looked the same as the last time, but it was also very different. The raging fire was raging in the air. At first, there was nothing special about it. When it accumulated to a certain extent, it seemed to have life and began to move flexibly. Under Lin En's control, it flew past everyone's eyes, and the closest distance was only a dozen centimeters, which attracted screams. But after panicking, the little wizards who came to their senses found that there was no scorching heat, only a little warmth. Even the heat of the flame was controlled just right. Then, there was a bang, and the fire snake flying around the field hit the target heavily. Caw! The slight sound was keenly captured by several little wizards with sharp ears. After careful observation, they saw a very inconspicuous crack on the target that was slowly healing, and a striking 4 on the sign. With this level, you can say that you are good at this spell and are a little expert. Lin En's explanation came at the right time, with a little bit of teasing. This is not only the accumulation of quantitative changes, but also the addition of your own understanding. An excellent wizard should control rather than cast magic. This is the first step. Control, magic. Percy murmured, this is what he has practiced hard for a summer but has never understood. Yes, Percy, and Andrew, you have to control your own magic, and then carve out the details to make it more proficient, until it carries your own mark. Not only hard practice, but also understanding. Lin En pointed to his chest and head meaningfully, and did not hesitate to give some advice. At this point, wandless casting and spellless casting are a natural result, and even some difficult magic can be learned, such as advanced spells such as advanced transformation spells and ultimate armor spells. If you want to use rune magic without runes, this is the basis for entry, and I hope someone can achieve it. In his persuasion, he constantly aroused the students' interest and expectations. There is only the 4th level of Auror? This is just the basics? What will be higher? A 7th-year Ravenclaw was confused. He asked many people's questions. It's too early for you to go to higher levels, but maybe we will get to know some in the advanced class? If someone has mastered the 4th level magic, it will be fine. Lin threw out a bait that was hard to refuse. In an instant, students who scored above E in the ancient runes in the O.W.Ls exam burst into warm cheers, while those who failed to meet the standard were dejected. Some were happy and some were sad. In this section open to the whole school and the class with students, the sense of disparity was fully reflected. I think, you don't have to worry so much. I didn't tell you the admission standards this year. Waiting for the emotions to ferment, Lin En deliberately dragged out the tail tone and teased. Before he finished speaking, a series of expectant eyes gathered, including some excellent students from lower grades. The effect of this open class was better than he had expected. Chapter 23 Alchemical Tools Floating Cannon. If you want to get in touch with higher level magic or learn more profound runes, there are 2 ways in my class. Raising 2 fingers, Lin En's voice became more and more tempting. The first is naturally to get an E or above in O.W.Ls. This is what Professor Babel and I agree on. It is a reward for little wizards who study hard. Even if their magic level is not high, I will do my best to teach them. This is my promise. As for the second, Lin slowed down his tone, waved his wand, and the target fell to the ground. First, prove your level. 4 eye-catching numbers are still on the sign, and more targets are blank. Lin tapped lightly, and all the targets returned to their original state. Don't think it can only measure power. You can try other spells. If you master 3 3rd level or higher spells, you can apply to me to join the advanced class, and then write a reading report in the field of magic. We will make a comprehensive judgment. These targets are placed in the magic classroom. Don't worry about damage. If someone can really destroy it, they can be promoted directly. Lower graders who meet the standards and get a letter of recommendation from the dean can audit. What about the 7th grade, Professor? Boyce asked with a smile. Do you want to take an aging potion or skip a grade? Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey must be very interested in discussing this topic with you. Glancing at him with a sly smile, Lin turned her head and said loudly, 7th-year students are very lucky. Professor McGonagall has discussed with me and Professor Babel about relaxing the registration standards for N.E.W.Ts, and we also think this is feasible. So, if you meet my other previous requirements for the advanced class, submit an ancient magic paper with no restrictions on direction within this week in combination with all course books. We will make a judgment based on the paper and magic level. But the number of places is limited. Before he finished speaking, the sound of flipping books rang out. Many 7th-year students present may be so interested in magic textbooks and dictionaries for the first time. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see the potential of this subject and its role in future career choices and personal growth. Don't rush to read the book, there is plenty of time. Lin En was very satisfied with the effect, and raised his voice slightly, didn't I say the presentation was over? As soon as this was said, there was an uproar in the audience. They thought this was all the course, but they didn't expect there was something else. A full sense of expectation immediately filled their hearts. Even Mag and Flitwick were a little surprised. They looked at the clock on the wall and secretly guessed Lin En's intention. Only Luna looked down at the metal ball on her chest, thinking. Lin didn't intend to keep it a secret, and said straightforwardly. I said that rune magic is very difficult, even the best students have to make great efforts. Many people may not be able to use magic without runes until graduation. He put the reality in front of everyone without hesitation. But then, he changed the subject and said briskly, so, in order to let you learn the practical significance of this magic as soon as possible, I will provide a new prop in class. Before he finished speaking, the magic wand was suspended in front of him and lightly lifted up. The metal ball floating beside Lin En began to hover slowly. It was then that the little wizards noticed that each metal ball was similar to Luna's reward. At the same time, the floor of the auditorium began to rise, turning into a dozen neatly arranged platforms, each about 1 meter high. The target also fell on it accordingly. The sphere hovering in the air began to accelerate and fly in all directions. The black round hole was aimed at the target on the platform. Swoosh! The uniform silver light shot out and hit the bull's eye. Frost spread, and numbers appeared on the display screen. Half of them were 1 and half of them were 2. The little wizards were agitated, but the performance of the sphere was not over yet. In a flash, the metal ball flew again at high speed, but the hole was still aiming at the target it had hit before. A surging heat wave suddenly hit. This time it was the rune of fire. The ice surface that had just frozen melted immediately, and hot steam came out. The numbers also changed accordingly, and the power was exactly the opposite of the previous one. The precise power change and mobile shooting attracted cheers, but that was not the end. After the attack, the balls with residual heat began to dive and landed steadily on the platforms they attacked without making any sound. In the surprised eyes, Lin En stepped forward, randomly selected one, and tapped the magic wand. A shocking scene appeared. The silver metal began to dissolve, and it almost turned into liquid in just a moment. It was difficult to distinguish its original appearance, but it was as agile as life. What shape do you want to see? How about a robot? Lin En tapped it lightly with interest. Heavy armor, tough lines, and a head. It's not big, but it looks very stylish. After a few breaths, a robot about 20 centimeters tall came into view. Irresistible shouts came from all around, mainly from Gryffindor. Handsome robots are always the favorites of many boys who love adventure. Sometimes wizards are no exception. If you don't like it, you can change it, for example, a rabbit. Lin didn't intend to favor one over the other. The glimmer of magic was hazy, and the steel tough guy that had just taken shape turned back into a ball and began to transform again. Soon, a lifelike rabbit squatted on the platform. Compared to the robot with a tough temperament, the little rabbit was obviously a cute root, not only with delicate features, but also with fine hair. At this time, the little witches were delighted. They stood up from their seats, tried to look forward, stared at the small and exquisite metal rabbit, and marveled. Although such small objects are common in the Transfiguration class, they are obviously very different. The product of Transfiguration will never be able to release rune magic. This is an alchemy creation. I designed it when I was studying with a senior. We named it Automatic Repairing Floating Gun. But its form is not unique. As long as you master Transfiguration, you can move it as you like. However, some shapes will affect mobility and stability. The sphere soared into the air and flew towards them in the eager eyes of the little wizards, constantly changing its appearance. There is a weakened rune inside. It is not powerful and easy to operate. Lin En took back the magic wand neatly and explained with a smile, but I hope everyone remembers that although it can be transformed into interesting forms, it is not a toy or teaching aid, although it is indeed more fun. He said it calmly, but the audience was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. The whole auditorium was boiling instantly. Although this alchemy prop carrying the magical rune magic is not powerful, it is infinitely attractive to the little wizards. The plasticity allows it to be branded with the owner's mark at any time, becoming a unique existence. Many young wizards of Muggle origin have realized the true identity of some of the images, the cartoon characters and super robots that are popular in the Muggle world. The hall was boiling in an instant as they whispered. If the dean hadn't been there, Lin En would have suspected that he would be robbed based on the appearance of the little lions. Even with McGonagall in charge, it wouldn't be much better. And the shouts were getting louder and louder. At least there shouldn't be a big problem with learning enthusiasm. Thinking of this, Lin En quickly took them away from the wolf-like little wizards, looked at Professor Babel who was laughing happily in the corner, and spoke loudly. Don't be impatient, there will be opportunities to experience it in the practical class, and if your performance is good enough, it's not impossible to reward it to you, just like Miss Lovegood. In addition, I will continue to improve the design in the future, and carry more rune magic, and if you exceed my expectations, maybe you will see a more powerful style. Lin En threw out the bait again, giving an attractive hope. My explanation ends here. Now, please let Professor Barbling introduce the theoretical course. The performance of the theoretical course and Professor Barbling's comments are important references. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Half jokingly and half seriously, Lin En raised his wand, pointed at several famous troublemakers, and walked to Professor Barbling's side, making an invitation gesture. A few minutes later, Professor Barbling received a warm courtesy that she had never received as an elective course professor before. Chapter 24 Dumbledore's Test and Heart-to-Heart, please read it. Lin underestimated the influence of these exquisite alchemical props on young wizards. Although they didn't know what the floating cannon was, they could see the magical and interesting transformation, and saw the amazing spell volley. No matter what Lin En thought, they all thought that this was a super doll that could transform. The heated discussion continued until dinner, and there was almost no other topic at the 4 long tables. At the professor's seat, Lin En sat with McGonagall and Flitwick, and the 2 professors were in a good mood. It had only been a week since the start of the school, and the 2 former teachers had a glimpse of Lin's magic level. This student who had been away from school for many years was no longer just a powerful mana player, but had grown into a true all-rounder. At the Gryffindor long table, the trio sat together, but their states were very different. Hermione never forgot to hold the textbooks full of annotations while eating, and had no intention of participating in the topic at all. Ron and Harry, while waving their knives and forks, imagined the various uses of this ever-changing prop. Although they had not yet started. From teaching Malfoy a lesson to burning Snape's robes, they even thought of putting together a complete set and learning a wonderful and exciting game of real wizard chess using transfiguration and spells. The kind that can spit fire and ice. The 2 little guys became more and more excited as they talked, and they didn't notice that the food was almost cold. Their excitement quickly infected the people around them, and the little lions gathered more and more, finally alarming Hermione. Scratching her fluffy hair in anger, Hermione glared at the people who were making trouble and said rudely, "If you just dream and don't take action, you will definitely not get it in the end." Oh. Ron wanted to refute, but he swallowed the words back, as if a basin of cold water was poured on his head. Thinking of his illiterate academic performance, the roasted lamb chops in his mouth tasted like chewing wax. Harry was not hit hard, and his heart was still surging. He drank pumpkin porridge and thought secretly. Today's class made him more interested in ancient magic, and he even had the urge to study with Hermione, although it soon dissipated. Compared to theory, he was still good at understanding in practice. Thinking that there was only one practical class in 3 weeks, he was a little impatient and looked at the professor's seat. He saw Lockhart and Snape with livid faces, and felt secretly happy. He saw Professor Sprout, who was exhausted, and she strode to Professor Eric and joined the chat with a smile. He dared to guarantee that he could count the number of times Professor McGonagall laughed so happily with one hand. Professor Dumbledore also arrived early and walked directly to Professor Eric. I don't know what he said, but everyone around him seemed very happy. Professor Eric is really popular. He thought so and poked a piece of tender roast beef into his mouth. Hogwarts's barbecue skills have improved recently. Feeling the tender taste, he felt better, and he didn't even notice Dumbledore and Lynn leaving together. A few minutes later, in the principal's office. As soon as he entered the door, Lynn took the wine from the cabinet and poured it for himself without hesitation, which made the former principal's eyes widen. He had asked Hagrid long ago that the bottle of unfinished wine must be here. Sitting down and drinking, Lynn praised his reasoning ability. Dumbledore had a complicated expression. How did you find it? The induction between wine tasters and good wine. Lynn said nonsense seriously. Dumbledore was silent. He suddenly remembered that no wizard had faced him with such an attitude for many years since he defeated Grindelwald. There was a faint sense of fear and distance, as well as the teacher-student relationship, and the kind of equal communication attitude that he liked but rarely had the opportunity to have. This state makes people miss it. Principal, you specially asked me to come here. Is there something you must talk about alone? Or are you just bored and want to stare at me? Just when Dumbledore was daydreaming, Lynn had put down the empty wine glass and asked in surprise. Sorry, I was distracted. It's easy to be distracted when you get older. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, sighing, we haven't sat here together for many years, right? Since I almost burned the portrait of Headmaster Black. Lynn said lightly, it's still so misty here. Didn't you just read someone's memory? I just used the pensieve. Dumbledore admitted frankly, I read a part of my own memory. At my age, some memories should be cleared in time to avoid trouble. You are not old. Lynn said, especially when casting spells, your style is still the same as before. After all, the magic power of wizards will only increase with time, but the decline of the body and soul is inevitable. When it comes to dueling, I am no longer as good as I was 20 years ago. You are still young and will understand it in the future. It was like a casual chat between friends, and like an elder imparting life experience. The old man's eyes were calm and his true intentions could not be seen. Are you interested in taking a look together? That memory. He made an invitation that surprised Lynn. But Lynn just shook his head. I don't like to pry into other people's past. You can be more direct. We don't need too much preparation. Is that so? Dumbledore seemed very regretful. Then I'll get straight to the point. What do you think of Gellert? I know you went to Ermengarde 3 years ago, and he admired you very much. A tricky question. I know very well that your love and hatred spanned nearly 100 years. You go there once a month now, right? Lynn was a little surprised at first, and then he smiled mischievously, with amusement and teasing in his eyes. But looking at Dumbledore's calm appearance, he still gave his answer in a serious tone. Gellert Grindelwald, he is a talented leader, the most outstanding master of dark magic in the contemporary era, and a fanatical wizard supremacist. If I were to summarize it, he is an idealistic madman. An idealistic madman, very insightful. Have you seen what he looked like when he was young? Dumbledore's eyes were full of emotion. Without waiting for Lynn to reply, he said to himself, at that time, he conquered the old wand and established the witch party. It was a turbulent era. Wizards across Europe either worshipped him as a god or regarded him as a demon. You should know his plan. Of course, to be precise, it was your previous plan. Lynn nodded. Principal, you believe in the order of wizards and respect love and fate. This is your biggest difference. I am different from both of you. I value human dignity and free development more, regardless of wizards and muggles. To paraphrase what you often say, this is the greater interest in my eyes. He no longer used honorifics, but looked at him frankly and said without hesitation. He glanced at Dumbledore's desk with his peripheral vision. His books were placed on it. It looked like he had just turned over not long ago, and there were traces of annotations. I understand what you mean, Lynn. And I don't disagree with your point of view, but it's hard for me to accept such new things at my age. Dumbledore put the old wand on the table. The dark green elderberry has a gorgeous shape and exudes infinite attraction. It is the symbol of fate, death, and power. Breath. You seem to have no interest in the Deathly Hallows. Why? I'm curious. The blue eyes were particularly deep, like a vast ocean, full of wisdom. Getteler, Tom, and I have all been anxious since we were young and full of vigor. There are few people around us now, and there is no end to the road ahead. Do you still remember yourself when you just graduated? Dumbledore's eyes showed exploration and scrutiny. This was his most important question tonight. Of course I remember, Headmaster, and I miss you very much. Lynn said calmly, but I won't be anxious. Because I know the path of my predecessors, and I believe I can make it through. I always thought you were as good as Tom. Dumbledore was stunned, and stretched out his hand to straighten his half-moon glasses. Now it seems that Horace is more accurate. He always sees people accurately. With the greatest white wizard as a reference, and blocking that person, I can be organized. Lynn said sincerely, if not, it would be hard for me to imagine what I would do, but there is no if in history. This is not a compliment, but a fact. Even if he disagrees with many of Dumbledore's practices and therefore has grudges and fears, he always respects his headmaster in stopping Voldemort. Dumbledore smiled with relief, which may be his most sincere moment tonight. Thank you for your recognition, Lynn. This is the happiest thing I have heard in recent years. He pushed the elder wand forward. Only with enough wisdom and courage can you control death. I am old, and you are still young. Do you want to experience it? I am not determined, Headmaster, don't tempt me with it. Lynn refused half-jokingly, but there was no sign of intention in his eyes. Didn't you defeat Grindelwald with the Elder Wand? He pulled out his hawthorn wand. Compared to the god of death, I trust my old friend more. Red sparks burst from the tip of the wand, which was the phoenix feathers demonstrating. Even in front of the Deathly Hallows, its pride did not diminish at all. On the wall, the former headmasters were shocked. They had never seen anyone who treated the most powerful Deathly Hallows lightly and rejected each other. Forget Dumbledore, he had already seen through the essence of death and touched the pinnacle of wizards. Lynn, who was at an ambitious age, was also like this, which made them feel incredible. But the two ignored their meaning and just smiled at each other. It is more important to the principal now, and I am still young. Lynn's eyes were full of ridicule. Ha! Indeed, if you want to deal with Tom, it will take a little more effort without it. I am old. Dumbledore's white beard trembled because of his uncontrollable smile. It was difficult for him to describe his mood. He thought about testing this young man who he had admired and could not see through for many years, because he knew that the other party had hidden many plans. But when they really communicated, he seemed to have forgotten his original intention and unconsciously revealed his true feelings. He was pleasantly surprised to find that although the two had different positions, there was no fundamental contradiction. This was enough for him. Chapter 25 Broken Wand and Patroness. Steak turned into chocolate, which is great. This old man will have diabetes sooner or later. Coming out of the principal's office and returning to his own lounge, Lynn looked at the chocolate frog that Dumbledore stuffed into him, thought about the steak that was not finished on the table, and shrugged. But after touching his half-full stomach and thinking about the guests who would come soon, he gave up the idea of asking the house elf to cook for him and unpacked the chocolate frog that looked like a calorie bomb. Pa! A card fell out of the unpacked paper box. Albus Dumbledore. Current headmaster of Hogwarts. Recognized as the greatest wizard of our time. Lynn rolled his eyes and turned the picture card to the front. Dumbledore's face was facing Lynn, and his crooked long nose was very conspicuous when he smiled. The narcissistic old man definitely did it on purpose. He grinned and stuffed the picture card into the drawer. He bit off the head of the chocolate frog viciously. The chocolate was a bit sweet, even a bit greasy, but it was okay when you were hungry, with a faint milky flavor. After eating a chocolate frog, the rebellious stomach was calmed down. He took a bottle of almost non-alcoholic butter beer from the cabinet, crossed his legs, and sipped while reading a book. Looking at the wall clock from time to time. It has been quite a while since the paper airplane was sent out, so it should be about time. Ron, this kid won't be so procrastinating, right? It shouldn't be so. Chuckling to himself, he took another big sip of the butter beer at hand. The taste of toffee mixed with a faint smell of alcohol spread in his mouth, making him feel comfortable after talking to Dumbledore until his mouth was dry and he only drank a few sips of brandy. Except for the excessive sugar and calories, everything is fine. Dong dong dong. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. With a wave of the wand, the bottle disappeared, and Lin En greeted him loudly. Speaking of the devil appeared outside the door, and it was Ron who rushed in without stopping after hearing the news. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't wait to ask, "Uncle Eric, what do you want to talk to me about?" The loud voice frightened Mrs. Norris, who was walking in the corridor, and she trembled all over and ran away. "Come and sit down." Lin closed the door. "Molly sent me a letter asking me to discipline you for her. I'm free after class today. Tell me, what happened?" "Audn't?" Ron cried, "Mom has already sent me a yelling letter." Lin was angry and amused. "You know you've got into trouble, right? Arthur will have to take the blame for you. Lucius Malfoy is watching him all day long. What should we do?" Hearing Lucius' name, Ron also realized the seriousness and asked anxiously, "He won't do anything to Dad, right? This is an adult matter, you don't have to think too much. What you have to do now is to learn a lesson. When you encounter such a thing in the future, use your brain first and think about what to do reasonably. Do you understand?" Lin had a stern face and bent his finger to give Ron a crisp head bang. Ouch! Ron covered his forehead, which had already turned red. "I know, Uncle Eric. That's good, the discipline ends here." Lin smiled again and teased, "Percy will keep an eye on you anyway. You won't have many good days this year." "Percy again," Ron wailed exaggeratedly. "It's time for him to take care of you and Harry, so that you guys don't make trouble." Lin said, "Okay, take out the things." "Things? What?" Ron stopped howling immediately, his face full of confusion. "Wand, are you really going to use magic tape for a year?" Lin looked helplessly, wondering if Ron, who was so strong, had exchanged his brains for it. "Ah? Oh!" Ron suddenly realized, and quickly took out the twisted wand, and asked eagerly, "Can it really be fixed?" "If it's Mr. Ollivander, it can definitely be fixed, but I..." Lin deliberately dragged out the tail tone, admiring Ron's tangled expression, and nodded after a while. "Give it a try." He untied the tape casually, pointed his wand over, and gently touched the broken end with the tip of the wand, restore it to its original state. The soft glimmer wrapped the entire wand, and the almost broken wand moved slowly under the effect of magic. Snap! The broken wooden structure was reconnected, and the broken gaps and sawdust were refilled. Even the unicorn hair that had been sticking out from the end due to its age was firmly hidden in the new ash wood. Ron vaguely felt that this wand was in better condition than when he got it from Charlie, although this configuration of the wand is not suitable for giving away. And it is difficult to exert its power in the hands of the new owner. This will not change with the repair. "Oh my God! Uncle Eric, you are so awesome!" Ron's face flushed red, almost as red as his fiery red hair. "I can't let you call me uncle for so many years in vain." Lin threw the repaired wand over. "Be careful in the future, don't be so reckless. I'll tell Molly later that although you and Charlie are brothers, you can't use someone else's wand. It's still not convenient to use, you can't save money here. I knew you were the best to me. Mom will definitely listen to you." Long live Uncle Eric! With the wand in hand, Ron jumped 3 feet high in excitement and almost hit the chair and fell. Don't give me that, Lin En deliberately frowned and pointed at the textbooks on the bookshelf. Now the wand is fine, but I will check it during class. If you don't satisfy me then, do you know the consequences? Ah! I'll try my best, the poor student was wailing. That's good enough, go back and remember to use this wand well. Lin En's eyes were meaningful. Although he didn't have much impression of most trivial matters, he always felt that this wand would bring about very interesting developments. After seeing off the joyful Ron, whose voice could be heard from a distance, Lin En sat back at the desk and looked at the photos in the frame. Looking at the smiling faces that were still youthful at the time, Lin En was in a very bright mood. I don't know how Faye is doing in Beaux Batons. Leaning back on the chair, his mind had drifted thousands of kilometers away. Dumbledore, that old man, is going to say something meaningful to me, hey. Just as he was talking to himself, a white light came out from the wall. It was a condensed patronus. A chubby rabbit. It stopped in front of Lin. The cute little face was facing Lin, and Euphemia's cold voice came out from it. Nicholas Flamel wants to see you tomorrow. He said he doesn't have much time. He went back to Beaux Batons, and Pernell is here too. What? Lin stood up suddenly and was about to ask, but the patronus that had completed its mission had disappeared. Chapter 26 Nicholas Flamel. September 5th, Saturday. Early in the morning, before it was completely light, Lin had woken up, packed up, and stood in his room with a complicated expression, looking at a closet by the wall. Alloho open. With a flick of the wand, the locked cabinet door opened gently, revealing rows of reagent bottles. Lin took a complicated look, took out a few exquisite long-mouthed glass bottles without hesitation, stuffed them into the bracelet, locked the cabinet again, and walked out without looking back. The direction was the Vice President's office. Beaux Batons School of Magic, reception room. The teacher who was supposed to be on duty here pushed open the door and walked to his seat with sleepy eyes, ready to catch up on some sleep. As soon as he sat down, the fire lit up in the fireplace, followed by a figure rushing out. Linear. Lin? Are you back? The sudden change dispelled the professor's sleepiness and made him feel surprised. Good morning, Seal, I'm here to find someone. Lin said quickly, receptionist, right, Professor Fox. After that, he disappeared in the corridor. A rune symbol could still be vaguely seen. Wait, what's going on? Before Professor Seal had time to ask clearly, he could no longer find his figure, so he could only pick up the quill and write down his name in a daze. Even in Beaux Batons, which is strictly managed, people would sleep longer on weekends, and there were not many students who got up early in the corridor. Having been here for 3 years, Lin En, who knew every route well, walked very fast. Along the way, sporadic students recognized him from time to time and greeted him happily. He just smiled and nodded in response, and then shuttled on the stairs in 2 steps. It took no more than 5 minutes from walking out of the fireplace to standing in front of the door of Euphemia's living room, which originally belonged to him. Without waiting to knock on the door, Euphemia, who was dressed neatly, walked out as if she had predicted the future. Faye, how is Nico now? I brought all the elixirs, enough to last for a while. Lin En asked anxiously as soon as they met. He came yesterday afternoon, but didn't say much. The 2 of them are now in that underground private house. It seems that everything should be fine. Don't worry, follow me. Euphemia patted Lin En's arm gently, comforted her, and walked towards the stairs. After walking down the corridor for a long time, Lin En and Euphemia finally went deep into the castle and stood in front of a room with simple and exquisite decoration. Even the principal and professors of the school usually come here very rarely. This is Nicholas Flamel's private territory. In fact, not only the room in the basement, but also the castle of the school and most of the manor, as well as the famous magic fountain, were designed and built by Nicholas Flamel. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is half of the owner here. It is precisely because of this relationship that he came out again a few years ago after living in seclusion for many years. In exchange for teaching Lin and Euphemia alchemy, he was allowed to teach for 3 years and assist Madame Maxime in establishing the ancient magic discipline system. However, although it is called an exchange, Lin also gained unprecedented knowledge and insights from the living fossil of the magic world. After years of getting along, the two have formed a deep friendship. Take a deep breath, Lin raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 soft sounds echoed in the quiet corridor. The waiting process was somewhat tormenting. Thinking that the old man behind the door would soon die, Lin felt particularly heavy-hearted. Although he was mentally prepared when he heard the news that the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, knowing and facing are 2 different concepts. After a long silence, the door slowly opened, and a silver-white metal arm appeared in front of the two, followed by a simple and bright slender body. The one who opened the door was the large alchemy doll they had developed 2 years ago. Although it could only perform simple actions and was regarded as a failure by Lin, Nicole loved it very much and kept it as a housekeeping assistant. Looking past this cute little guy, Lin saw Nicole Flamel walking tremblingly. The pale face with silver hair, beige nightgown, and thin body that seemed to fall apart at any time were no different from when they parted half a year ago. You've come at the right time, Lin. Faye, Père Nel has just made some pancakes, let's have breakfast together. The old man greeted them with a smile, as if it was just an ordinary morning and 2 students came to eat for free. What pancakes are you eating, old man? Lin rushed past the doll. I told you not to destroy it, but you insisted on listening to Dumbledore's nonsense. Don't be impatient, Lin. Nico smiled and looked very happy. You know, an old man like me who is so weak can't keep it. Come and have breakfast. As he said that, he walked slowly to the dining table, where Père Nel, his partner for 6 centuries, sat at the table with a kind smile, and her blue eyes, which had been through the vicissitudes of life but were still clear, were smiling. The French pancakes she made by hand, paired with cream and fresh strawberries, looked very tempting. Judging from the amount, they were prepared for the arrival of the 2 early. Even the vegetable salad and milk were ready. Euphemia pulled Lin and walked over first. She sat down next to the old woman affectionately and said with a smile, Good morning, Père Nel. Sorry to bother you. The breakfast tasted good, but Lin had no appetite. Nico talked and laughed easily, and he just agreed stiffly, absent-mindedly. After finally getting through breakfast, Euphemia considerately helped to clean up, and Lin went into his private library with Nico. Seeing Nico tidying up the bookshelf in an orderly manner as if he had pressed the slow-motion button, he couldn't help but take the book from the old man and put it on the desk beside him. Aren't you afraid of death? You told me so 4 years ago. Why don't you look so indifferent now? And you asked me to come over. What do you want me to do for you? Why don't you tell me now? I'm so anxious. Relax, Lin, you're not impatient. Nico smiled, and his silver hair turned slightly yellow under the light. I want to hear your feelings about Hogwarts. Are you getting along well with Albus? If you don't consider his hard-to-guess words and deeds, it's okay. Lin tried to calm down and took out the glass bottle. We didn't drink these elixirs. You can use them. At least they can last for a few months. Oh? You didn't drink them? Nicole Flamel was surprised. The sooner you drink this thing, the better. The first few bottles are also the most effective. I just drank them late. Too late, so you are already disabled at the age of 400. Don't you want to experience what it's like to be young at the age of 200? It's wonderful. Phi and I don't think we need such a long lifespan. Lin said, at least not now. That's a pity. Nico took the glass bottle, and the priceless treasure disappeared with a flash of silver light. I don't think immortality is a curse. How happy it is to see the world continue to develop and learn more magic and knowledge. Lin En nodded, so you too can enjoy it for a few more months. No hurry, Nico walked to the bookshelf happily, like an old naughty boy who succeeded. I told you a long time ago that you shouldn't be so impatient, my student. The withered hands raised high and pulled out an ordinary magic book. The bookshelf began to tremble and separated to both sides. Behind this library, which can be called the most mysterious room in Beaux Batons, there are other unknown secrets. This. Looking at everything in front of him, Lin En was stunned and speechless for a long time. Chapter 27 The New Definition of Death. You stinky old man! In which life did you make these things? Are you kidding me? The angry roar echoed for a long time, and Lin En's face turned slightly red, and his facial features were twisted together, half of which was overjoyed, and half of which was embarrassed by the teasing. There was a room that could be called a warehouse in front of him. From the ground to the ceiling, countless long-mouthed glass bottles were neatly arranged on wooden shelves, and the air was extremely dry, obviously specially treated. Even if we consider that the hundreds of years of life extension effect brought by taking the elixir twice will be sharply reduced from the third time, and each time will last for several months, the elixir in this room is still enough to send all the wizards who are still alive to the grave. Oh, Nicholas Flamel picked his ears with a smile, very happy. Didn't I tell you? I left some elixir that is enough to take care of everything. Take care of everything, you mean to send me away too, right? Lin En's expression was particularly wonderful, and he rolled his eyes at the old man. He gradually accepted the reality. But soon, he said angrily, then you told me that you will die soon. You mean you can live for more than 100 years? For my lifespan. It is like this. Nicholas Flamel said slowly, if I didn't say that, you wouldn't come from Hogwarts so soon, right? Of course. I still have to deal with the Ministry of Magic. I am not just teaching at Hogwarts. There are many things waiting for me to do. Lin En sighed. So, Nico said matter-of-factly, this is the only way for a lonely old man like me to meet his best student. You and Faye are both too busy on weekdays. How many times have we met this year? Okay, you win, cunning old man. Lin En stretched out his hand to the old man, so, return the elixir I gave you and waste my feelings. That's not okay. This is your gift to me. Nicholas Flamel smiled cunningly, but, when you leave, you can take a few bottles from here. From the experience of those who have been there, when you reach a certain age and race against death, you will realize its weight. Dumbledore probably won't agree with your idea. He has always felt that death is a greater adventure. Lin En shrugged and replied subconsciously. That's just because he thinks life is hard. Nicholas Flamel hummed a little song happily, which was a passage from a recently compiled opera. He walked out of the storage room with his hands behind his back and inserted the magic notebook that seemed to date back to the Middle Ages. The boom sound rang again, and the priceless treasure that would drive almost everyone crazy was sealed in the house. Sitting at the desk leisurely, old Nico looked at Lin En with a smile. Since I'm here, I'll check your progress in alchemy. Have you been slacking off in the past few months? Well, there's no other arrangement today anyway. As you wish, teacher. Lin En couldn't resist his old child's gaze, so he sat next to him and said in a soft tone. That's right, I tell you, Albus is a suspicious little guy, and he can't tolerate others out of his control. You don't have to take him too seriously. By the way, you should stay in Beaux Batons. Don't you feel annoyed when you see him? Anyway, I don't want to be with him. Oh? This is your new design. This time the talisman depiction technique is interesting. Considering the strength of alchemy, we can do it in this place. Nico Flamel seemed very interested, and his hands and feet became much more agile. The chattering voice continued in the study for a long time. Outside the house, Euphemia and Pernell were still washing the dishes. They said they were cleaning together, but Pernell just stood aside with a smile, watching Euphemia wave her wand and clean the stacked plates and knives. "Faye, your little spell is really interesting and practical." Seeing Euphemia's agile movements, the knowledgeable Pernell also praised. "It's just that I'm used to living alone, so it's more convenient." Euphemia looked normal. "You scared Lin this time?" "Even I haven't seen him so flustered for several years. Nico likes to make such jokes." Pernell shook her head helplessly. "Lin and you are both sentimental children. Nico has always felt that it is a great fortune to meet you in the last years of his life, not only because someone will inherit his mantle." Nodding, Euphemia asked, "You are not going to leave Beaux Batons this time, right? I heard from the principal yesterday that you plan to resume your duties as a school director. I'll help you. Nico also wants to do something now." Pernell's eyes were full of loving care. "What do you mean?" Euphemia slightly widened her eyes, and her lips subconsciously opened into a cute O shape, and she didn't even notice that the water in the pool was about to overflow. "If this is the case, these plastic metals will need to carry permanent deformation and more runes at the same time, and strength is a problem. There is no room for adjustment in the existing metal ratio, and there may be room for paint, as well as formations." In the study, Nicole Flamel and Lin were almost completely hidden by the books, and only faint discussions and clinking sounds could be heard. "If you ask for the Elder Wand, maybe we can try another idea." Nicole was a little regretful. "Otherwise, we have to wait until you take that step before we can experiment. It's more useful to keep it in Dumbledore's hands. You don't want me to have a hearty duel with that old venomous snake now, do you? Then you don't have to use up the elixir in the warehouse. You can go to the deep mountains and forests to collect my body tomorrow." Lin said half-jokingly. "Well, that's true." Nicole Flamel muttered, "Time passes so slowly, why haven't you reached 30 yet? I can't respond to this. If possible, I hope time passes slower." Lin grinned, "Tall people should bear more responsibilities." "That makes sense, although I think you have something to say." The old man looked at Lin meaningfully, and stood up tremblingly. "Let's go, at my age, discussing for a whole morning is already beyond my level. I always remember that about 500 years ago, an alchemist studied. Let's eat first, and then I will go to investigate. Then thank you for your help." Lin smiled and nodded as he got what he wanted. "You kid." The old man laughed and asked casually, "When is the next gathering of your stargazers?" "I'll go and see." "Hey!" Lin was stunned, and then scratched his head embarrassedly. "I thought. Do you think you can hide it from me by keeping a low profile? I'm not old enough." Glancing at Lin, Nicholas Flamel patted the dust on his nightgown. "In the past 3 years alone, there have been several children joining Beaux Batons, right? Including the students in school, to be exact, there are 11. Lin nodded slightly. "If you can come, everyone will be very happy, on Halloween. Then I have to prepare some candy for you." Nicholas Flamel smiled with curved eyebrows and the wrinkles on his forehead were stretched out. "Although I am old, I should be more than enough to be your consultant. If you are tired, give me a hand." The door opened and the aroma of food came faintly. Chapter 28 Conflict Caused by Mudblood. It was afternoon when Lin returned to Hogwarts. As soon as he walked out of the fireplace, he heard Professor McGonagall's angry roar. "How dare he!" McGonagall was furious and pointed at Snape. "Severus, is this the student you taught?" Snape's face was also livid, as if he was thinking of a memory that he never wanted to recall. Faced with McGonagall's accusation, he said nothing, but just glared at the Slytherin Quidditch team hiding behind him. But it was obvious that this team sponsored by the Malfoy family did not think that their players had done anything wrong, or in other words, they faithfully played the role of taking money to do things. Even if they dared not speak in front of McGonagall, they still secretly glared at the angry Gryffindor Quidditch team. The leader, Marcus Flint, was muttering obscenities silently. It's so lively, what happened, Professor McGonagall? Walking out of the fireplace as if no one was around, Lin's arrival made many people present change their faces, and he pretended to walk to the side of Gryffindor and asked softly. It's none of your business, Eric. Snape said coldly, I will discipline my students myself. I didn't ask you, Snape. Lin glanced at him coldly, then looked at Professor McGonagall who was shaking with anger, and asked, Fred George. Draco Malfoy said that word to Hermione, Professor. Fred said through gritted teeth. He glared at Flint angrily. If he hadn't stopped them earlier, the two brothers would have definitely taught Malfoy a lesson. George also glared and said, then Ron used the slug curse on Malfoy, but the spell got out of control and hit both of them at the same time. Is that so? Lin said in a flat tone, with no emotion. Did Draco say something wrong? She is just a stinky. The simple-minded but strong Slytherin captain was angered by Fred and George's gazes, and said viciously without caring about the presence of the professor. But before he could finish his words, he was completely enveloped by the bone-chilling cold, even though the dean was standing next to him. At some point, the slender wand was already in Lin's hand, and the good mood of the whole afternoon was gone. Marcus Flint, if you say the rest of the sentence, I guarantee that your stupid parents and grandfather can't save you. I guarantee it with my name. He didn't yell or speak harshly, his expression was as calm as ever, and there was even a little smile on his face, but Flint felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Flint, get out of here, and be detained from tonight until Christmas. Snape looked at Flint with a cold expression, and made a judgment before McGonagall exploded, and stood in front of them, separating the silent students from Lin. Under his cover, Marcus Flint collapsed on his teammates and was carried out of the office. The wailing of fear could be heard from a long distance. Until the students walked away, Snape fixed his eyes on Lin's face. Eric, this is Hogwarts. I don't need you to teach me how to discipline students. If it was 10 years ago, you know what would happen. Lin responded to him coldly, then looked at McGonagall, his face gradually relaxed. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I'm a little excited. Be careful next time, Lin. McGonagall pushed his glasses, and didn't even mean to pursue the matter, and said lightly, you are a professor. Okay, don't worry. Lin bowed politely and looked at several Gryffindors. Where is Ron? Infirmary. Several little lions looked at each other. They were busy fighting and didn't pay any attention. Only Arya had a vague impression and raised her hand timidly. Professor, they seem to be in the Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest. It seems that they went to find Hagrid. Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Professor McGonagall, let me take my leave first. I am not responsible for deducting points or confinement, but I think we should not encourage this kind of evil trend. As he said, he glanced at Snape with a meaningful look. Professor McGonagall nodded gratefully. Thank you for your trouble, Lin. You all go back first, the professors will handle this matter. At the same time, Hagrid's hut. Uncle Eric is right. Wow, it's right. Ron held a dirty copper basin and spit out a shiny big slug from his mouth. Charlie's wand is just not vomit, it's just not suitable for me. You at least hurt Malfoy as well. You did a good job. Hagrid praised, stretched out his big hand and gently patted Ron's back to induce vomiting, and handed him a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Rinse your mouth with it, you will feel better. Fang, a fierce-looking but timid hound, also came forward, took a look and quietly slipped away, running to Harry's side. Is there no way to remove the curse? Harry scratched Fang's ear. It's difficult. Hermione was worried. This is a complicated spell, and it's difficult to cast. I'm afraid to remove the spell. I'm afraid I need to find Madame Pomfrey. Lin's serious voice came from outside the door. Professor Eric. The two hurriedly got up. Lin, you're here. Let's see what to do. Hagrid showed joy. Ron saw his savior, holding the big basin and stammering, "Help! You are obedient. I told you to use it properly, and you used it in the right place." Lin said helplessly, "This is not just a matter of removing the curse. You need to take medicine. Come with me." As he said that, he did not take out his wand. With a wave of his hand, Ron floated up, and the pain on his face was slightly relieved in the dim light. "Hagrid, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'll take them there first." He walked out the door and touched Ron's head. "Although it's reckless, it's very manly." Gryffindor plus 10 points. Didn't tell Professor McGonagall. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he quietly broke his promise and played a little trick. After all, it's adding points instead of deducting points. Along the way, Harry and Hermione followed Lin closely, and Ron's feet were slightly off the ground, looking inconspicuous. "Professor," Harry asked breathlessly, "what does mudblood mean?" "It's a derogatory term for wizards of Muggle origin." Lin looked at him and Hermione and said softly, "Some pure-blood idiots like to deceive themselves like this. If you hear someone say this word in the future, you can just curse it and tell me. I will take care of it if there is any trouble." "Professor Eric, you too?" Hermione asked timidly. "I can't be sure, but it's likely." Lin said gently, "Bloodline is a stupid concept, Miss Granger. You are the best student in the 2nd grade, there is no doubt about it, and you don't need to pay attention to any noise." Hermione's face turned red, nodded vigorously, and hurried to follow. She suddenly thought of something. "Professor Eric, 11 years ago, did you really eliminate more than 30 Death Eaters in a month?" "I don't think you are. Because I am very happy every day when facing excellent little wizards," Lin said with a smile. "In addition, I need to correct one thing, I still have many comrades fighting side by side at that time." He looked at the trio and sighed a little. The power of one person is very limited, but having friends is different. It is a happy thing to have someone to support you behind you. School hospital. Looking at his weak son, Lucius, who had just received the news, looked livid. "These pure-blood traitors again. I must teach them a lesson." He didn't realize Snape's mood beside him, and gritted his teeth and said, "Not only this Ronald, but also his stupid father. I promise." "What do you promise, Lucius? Don't want those dirty black magic items at home? Or do you think Azkaban is more suitable for you?" He had just said half of his harsh words when his eyes met with Lin, who came from the end of the corridor. And the Gryffindor trio behind him. Harry was stunned in place. He dared to guarantee that he had never seen such a complex and wonderful expression on Lucius Malfoy's gloomy face. Snape was also stunned. He had seen a similar scene not long ago. Not to say it was exactly the same, but it was exactly the same. Chapter 29: The Disappeared Professor. That night, Harry could not forget the scene of the day until he returned to the dormitory and lay on his soft bed. The arrogant Malfoy family left in disgrace like defeated soldiers. Even the hateful Snape said nothing and left directly. He just glanced at him before leaving, with a complicated look, not like the old venomous snake at all. What made him feel even more fortunate was that although the conflict, perhaps the largest in scale this year, broke out, Gryffindor seemed to have taken advantage of it. Malfoy was deducted 50 points from Slytherin for using vicious insulting language to classmates and was also locked up for a full month. Ron, who cast the evil curse, was just lifted up high and gently put down. On top of the original confinement, he was chased, and after 2 weeks of extra time, the score didn't deduct much, just 20 points, which was not a big deal, and Professor Eric quietly added 10 points. It was originally a very unpleasant day, but it seemed to become smoother after meeting Professor Eric, except for the thought of writing a letter to Lockhart, which made him feel sick. Harry thought to himself. He jumped out of bed and sat at the desk, looking at Ron, who had just come back from cleaning the trophy display room for the castle's caretaker Filch and was shaking his head with exhaustion. He suddenly thought of the strange voice he heard from Lockhart. "Come, come, let me tear you apart, kill you." It was a creepy, vicious, and cold voice. Just thinking about it, a smell of detergent and brightener spread around him, and Ron came over. "What are you in a daze? Are you disgusted by Lockhart? I also think that writing this kind of thing is too terrible, more painful than cleaning the trophy." Ron looked unbearable. "Ah, that's it." Harry paused and nodded. "I wrote for 4 hours. It was so painful." He didn't plan to tell his good friend about this weird thing, at least not today. Ron was already uncomfortable enough. Thinking of this, he changed the subject. "Ron, I think Lucius Malfoy seems to be very afraid of Professor Eric. Is there any grudge between them? Death Eaters are afraid of Uncle Eric, and I suspect Snape is the same." Ron raised his head proudly, and even his sore arm seemed to be fine. His loud voice attracted Neville, Dean, and Seamus, who were originally preparing to sleep. Except for Neville, Dean, and Seamus were curious. Although they had heard a lot of opinions in the past few days, those seniors only tasted a little bit. And there were also great differences between them, which made them itchy. Under the attention of the stars, Ron felt secretly happy, and simply turned his chair around and told the stories he heard from his eldest and second brothers with exaggeration. From fighting against the pure-blood wizards who were in the limelight in school, to the entanglement with the Dark Lord for half a year and multiple escapes, to the month after the Dark Lord's fall, he talked with great joy. When he was excited, he also stammered about the past 10 years, which amazed several young wizards, especially Harry, who missed the opening dinner. Harry didn't expect that Professor Eric, who was gentle and had a beautiful smile, had so many amazing deeds before coming to Hogwarts. He immediately knew why Lucius Malfoy was afraid, and also understood where Hufflepuff's support for him came from. He ran back to his box in 2 steps, took out the photos of his parents that Hagrid had collected for him this summer, and looked at them carefully. Indistinctly, he seemed to understand what his parents had experienced in those years. If he could find Professor Eric, would what happened tonight be then? Harry had a new idea. Ron was still talking at the desk, from Lin's deeds to his battle of wits with Filch and the trophy display room tonight. He seemed to have wiped a few dirty trophies and plates there, as well as some medals such as Special Contribution Award. Dean and Seamus also echoed him, their sleepiness dissipated, and they chattered non-stop. Only Neville was a little silent, sitting on Harry's bed closest to the desk, holding the memory ball in his hand, wondering what he was thinking. The next morning, just after breakfast, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione to the door of Lin's office. During the meal, he had told his 2 good friends about the voice he heard in Lockhart's office, but just as he was confused, Ron and Hermione couldn't figure it out. With a good impression of Professor Eric, the 3 of them hit it off, and since they didn't see him in the professor's seat, they went straight to the office. Knock, knock, knock. "Professor Eric, are you there?" Harry walked forward, knocked on the door, and asked tentatively. But there was no response for a long time. After several attempts, a portrait on the wall not far away was also awakened by them. It rubbed its eyes and said, "Professor Eric went out early this morning. Stop making trouble. I finally have a weekend. Let me sleep more." After that, the person in the painting lay down under the tree and fell asleep again. "Did Professor Eric leave early this morning?" Hermione blinked. "Did he go to the library?" "Only you would hang out in the library on weekends, Hermione. Maybe Uncle Eric went home? His house is very big," Ron said in a sullen voice, and then he was unsurprisingly rolled his eyes. But seeing that he was doing something for the sake of justice, the generous Hermione decided not to argue with him. "Ron has a point, but maybe we can look for him, starting from the library. Since Professor Eric is such a powerful wizard, maybe he really likes reading." Harry had an idea and trotted away with his 2 friends. They searched every corner of the castle for the whole morning, but found nothing. At lunch, Lynn still didn't show up. They could only make a judgment that Professor Eric seemed to be missing today. The three little lions were looking for their own business in school, and Lynn was naturally unaware of it. He left Hogwarts early in the morning and neither disappeared nor did he return to his home in Birmingham to spend a leisurely day, as Ron said, although he did have this idea. He is now outside a hidden manor on the outskirts of Swansea in eastern Wales. Looking at the neatly arranged fruit trees and clusters of flowers in the yard, he walked slowly to the door, tapped his wand lightly on a black metal sign, and said loudly, "Hello, I am Lynn Eric, and I am here to visit as agreed." Soon, a tall and thin elderly witch came out of the manor, raised her wand from a distance, opened the door, and said in a loud and cheerful voice, "Welcome to my home, Lynn, come in. It's been a long time since I saw you, Minister Millicent, sorry to bother you." Lynn politely bowed and walked towards the witch, revealing the sign at the gate of the yard. Barnold. This is the home of the former Minister of Magic, Millicent Barnold. Chapter 30 Allies and Oaths. Please sit down, tea or coffee. In the warm living room, the retired Mrs. Barnold seemed to have become an enthusiastic old lady. "I went to see Amanda for a physical examination a few days ago, and she asked me to quit drinking." "What a pity, ma'am. Coffee is fine." Lynn said with regret, "We still have to listen to Amanda's doctor's advice." "I think so too. Less sugar and more milk, right?" Barnold said with a smile. After a while, the steaming coffee was placed on the coffee table. Sitting in the main seat, Barnold looked at the polite Lynn, guessed his intention, and asked, "Do you need my help? Just tell me. I can't hide it from you." Lynn smiled and nodded. The Ministry of Magic has indeed had some slightly tricky things. Barnold put down the coffee cup and said leisurely, "Arthur's matter is not difficult to handle. Malfoy and others are just flies. Although he has been retired for 2 years, the minister who defeated the Dark Lord during his term still has an influence that cannot be ignored with his great prestige and strong skills. Some news has reached Fudge's ears before it reaches her desk. This is also inseparable from Lynn's support. Although he has travelled around the world for several years for various reasons, this does not affect his presence at all. A strong minister, coupled with a powerful and fierce wizard who is active in the dark, this combination is invincible. Many pure-blood families have no power to resist and can only continue to cede power and interests. Until Cornelius Fudge came to power. This greedy new minister was not only Dumbledore's puppet, but also the culprit for the spread of corruption. After only 2 years in office, many Death Eater families changed their names and reappeared. After holding power for a long time, his ambition also expanded rapidly. He was no longer satisfied with relying on Dumbledore, but sought the support of pure-blood families to seize more power and wealth. All this was seen by those who were interested. Hearing Barnold's statement, Lynn smiled and said, "It's not a good thing for a clown to jump higher and higher. Fence-sitters like Umbridge and Bagman are also ready to move." These two people were also Barnold's subordinates, and they jumped to Fudge's side 2 years ago. Their names gradually made the smile on the old man's face disappear, leaving only basic self-restraint. "It's really inappropriate." She knew what Lynn meant, and said thoughtfully, "What does Dumbledore think?" As always, his attention is still on that person. Lynn meant something. Barnold frowned. As a minister who once defeated the Dark Lord, if he came back, her life's hard work would be lost. Lynn strikes while the iron is hot. To root out the problem, the power of the Ministry of Magic is still the most important, at least it can't fall into the hands of others. "Are you sure? Or Dumbledore?" After pondering for a long time, the old woman who had been up and down in the officialdom for decades lowered her posture and asked proactively. "Not now, it's worth a try in a few years." Lynn said bluntly, "As for Dumbledore, he has his own plan. The details are unclear. But it is certain that it revolves around the Savior." "A few years?" Barnold raised his head. "I see, they won't live so comfortably." I still think you are suitable for Ravenclaw, Lin En. She raised her arm. I think we need a vow. I always believe that you will be the future Dumbledore. Your trust is my honor, ma'am. But I am very satisfied with my college, always. Lin En raised her hand and shook hands with Barnold tightly. Outside the living room, Minister Barnold's husband, Abel Barnold, walked in, as if he had expected it. With an unbreakable oath, Lin returned satisfied. He gained an ally, a former Minister of Magic who was unwilling to ruin his reputation and give up power and influence. She was also a powerful witch who rushed to the front in the most dangerous times. At least in the next few years, the Ministry of Magic should be different from the mud in memory. And all he needed to pay was to promise something he would do anyway. This was a good business with no investment and huge profits, and it was of great help to his current plan. Thinking that his old friend would soon be out of trouble and continue to study Muggle information technology and its magic, Lin was in a good mood and disappeared in the Welsh sky in an instant. In the villa, the Barnold couple stood side by side in front of the window. As a pure-blood family that was not prosperous but had a long history, they firmly fought against the Dark Lord in the First Wizarding War. After hearing the news that he might return, they made a choice again. They chose a talented and knowledgeable partner. But Mrs. Barnold didn't look very happy. She stared at the place where Lin disappeared and sighed silently. "Isn't this what you want, Millicent?" Abel asked considerately. "He is a reliable collaborator." "Look at the location," Millicent said. She pointed to the courtyard, where the protective magic and anti-apparition spell comparable to the Ministry of Magic were useless. "He is showing his strength. He is not the Dark Lord, nor Dumbledore." She sighed. "He is much stronger than he was 10 years ago, but he has not reached that level yet, so ordinary people can't detect it." "Do you think he just mentioned Arthur Weasley casually?" "You mean? But the Weasley family is not Dumbledore. What about the Pruitt family? Who was the murderer who ran to 6 countries to burn Gideon and Fabian to death? Was it Dumbledore?" She interrupted her husband with 3 consecutive questions. "This. Don't think about it, at least he has credibility, and we are bound by the oath." Determined, the old minister strode towards the study. "What are you going to do?" Abel asked behind him. "Write a letter to your baby son," Millicent said anxiously, "and Amelia and Rufus." But she soon calmed down and lowered her voice. "At least we have the same goal, the mysterious man, must stop him." Thinking of this, her eyes became sharp, as if she had found herself when she first took office. Sitting at the desk, she picked up the feather pen and wrote furiously. Soon, several owls fluttered away from the manor, heading towards London. After leaving Barnold Manor, Lin did not return to Hogwarts. He went straight back to his home in Birmingham. In the next week, he only has 2 advanced classes, and the time is also Thursday and Friday, which is not urgent. He has many things to deal with. For example, he was preparing his own professor club, recruiting talented members, and providing fresh blood for the growing stargazer. For example, he was preparing for the General Assembly in more than a month. On Halloween, most of his partners from all walks of life in various European countries, mainly Britain and France, would be present. But compared to those, he had another important matter at hand. In the secret laboratory and alchemy workshop, he took out the materials he brought back from Nicholas Flamel. Muggle technology and wizard magic, things that should have been clearly distinguished, began to intertwine. Mysterious alchemy, combined with materials from all over the world, even the most knowledgeable wizards may not be able to recognize all the magic. The surging magic energy was stirring and spreading. On the panel that only Lin En could see, the proficiency number slowly climbed, approaching the distant end. Chapter 31, Help and Warning. After studying day and night, it was Wednesday when Lin En returned to Hogwarts again. Professor McGonagall naturally complained about this lazy approach. But thinking of the class schedule of magic and ancient magic, she could not blame him, so she could only send him away with a complicated expression. Looking at her own schedule, she fell into deep thought. Transfiguration changed to large class teaching. It seems not bad. Or simply invite a few more professors for each subject to share the teaching tasks. The current workload is too heavy for all teachers, especially the dean. Harry and the other two appeared after dinner. After waiting for several days, they finally saw Lin, and they came up just after dinner. Professor Eric, there's something. Harry trotted after him, with Ron and Hermione beside him. Is there something wrong? Lin was a little confused, but still said with a smile, "We can talk while walking, don't worry. Come to my office and sit down." His calmness also made the three of them feel relieved, and they talked about the matter one by one. "From your looks, you have been restless these days, right? Have a drink first." In the office, Lin snapped his fingers, and the house elf brought a fragrant hot chocolate. Seeing the trio sitting down obediently and sipping their drinks, he said softly. In short, Harry heard a voice at Lockhart's place that only he could hear, and it never appeared again. "You are sure it is not an auditory hallucination, right?" "Yes, Professor." Harry raised his head. "It has a slight sound, and my scalp tingles when I think about it now." Lin nodded. "Maybe it is some kind of magic, or a magical creature. Does Professor McGonagall know?" The three shook their heads. "What about other professors? For example, the headmaster?" The three continued to shake their heads. "Professor McGonagall will probably think I am tired and confused," Harry said, thinking of Professor McGonagall's serious face. "So I'm the first one." Lin laughed dumbly. "Then I should thank you for your trust, but this does sound bizarre." Ron was dejected. "Uncle Eric, don't you believe us either?" "I believe you, because you don't need to lie, and you don't have the habit of lying." "I can see that." Lin smiled and waved his hand, picked up the quill on the table, and gently rotated it, and the parchment floated from the shelf. "Don't worry, I'll help, and say hello to our headmaster first." As he said, he held the quill, waved his hand, wrote a short message, and then lightly tapped it, and the parchment turned into a paper airplane, drilled out of the crack of the door, and disappeared. "But Professor Dumbledore these days?" Hermione frowned. It's not that she didn't think about looking for Dumbledore, but he didn't show up very often. "It's okay, it will find the headmaster." Lin blinked and said in a brisk tone, "It only takes a small magic, invented by my good friend, very practical. If you perform well enough, I can teach you." Hermione's eyes lit up, but she saw Lin shaking her finger. "Not yet, but if someone gets O in the magic reading and translation test before Halloween, maybe I will prepare some special rewards." Lin's gentle voice seemed very tempting. "Can that kind of cool spell be used?" Ron asked anxiously, and Harry looked over expectantly. The big stone in their hearts fell. They were still young students after all, and they couldn't resist the urge to show off. "Maybe," Lin chuckled and stood up. "It depends on your performance. Miss Granger, your report satisfied me and Professor Babel, but you still need to work hard on spells. I look forward to you coming to the advanced class next year." Okay, Professor Eric." Hermione blushed and scratched her hair, whispering. "As for you." Lin turned his head to look at Ron and Harry. "You should learn more from Miss Granger and lay a solid foundation. You can't learn advanced magic by building castles in the air." He said this mainly to Ron. This kid is good in every way, but he doesn't like to read books, and even Harry, who hangs out with him, clings to Hermione all day long. Although his grades are actually not bad, this is not a good habit after all. Oh! Ron felt that the day when Percy would come to catch him studying was not far away. "Okay, let's do this for now. You should focus on studying and go back early. You should have a lot of homework, right?" Lin gave a few brief reminders, and he didn't intend to put too much pressure on the second-grade kid. He smiled and waved his wand, and the candy from Dumbledore fell into the arms of the three. It took about 10 minutes to see the trio off. "Lin, did Harry come to see you?" Dumbledore hurried over and got straight to the point. "You came faster than expected, Headmaster." Lin handed over a piece of parchment. "Is this a plan? You are really sharp." Seeing Lin's analysis, Dumbledore first surprised, then quickly calmed down. Through the thick lenses, his blue eyes looked thoughtful. "It's nothing, the fragmentary information can be integrated." Lin turned around and faced Dumbledore. "It's quite dangerous, so the mandrake is a backup. I can't hide it from you," Dumbledore said. Lin put on his gold-rimmed glasses, took back the parchment, pointed to the densest piece on it and said, "What about the other students? Not to mention Salazar's basilisk that is almost senile, is it appropriate to let a first-year girl deal with old Tom? Although it's just little Tom." Compared to the exchange in the principal's office, Lin took the initiative. No matter how you look at it today, he is more reasonable, and Dumbledore can't deny it. "I will be prepared." The old man adjusted his glasses. "You know, I won't turn a blind eye to Sybil's prophecy. We need to make choices for a more important future. I will keep my promise, and I hope you will too." Staring at Dumbledore for a long time, Lin spoke word by word. "I attach great importance to people's identities and corresponding responsibilities, and I have always done so. Therefore, I don't like this plan very much. It won't get out of control." Dumbledore said seriously, "I will protect them. But when they face the basilisk, you know, it's inconvenient for me to be there." "Sure enough." Lin nodded, and his tone softened a little. "The body of the basilisk belongs to me. In addition, if the situation gets out of control, you can't object to my intervention and change the plan. Deal?" Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "There is another thing I need your help with." Lin used honorifics again. "It's better for us to work together to be safe." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "Work together? I can hardly imagine any problem that you can't handle." "You won't find his trace. He is in Northern Europe." Lin said calmly. "Several intelligence sources combined, Euphemia went to verify." "This is too dangerous." Dumbledore looked stern. "Although Tom is very weak now, he is a master of playing with souls. She is also a true genius. I never let my friends take risks." Lin said firmly. "It seems that you have done more than I know." Dumbledore said. "Departure time? Although we can't kill him, weakening him is also a good thing." "It's not time yet." Lin took off his glasses. "Now we can only determine the approximate range, and we have to wait for him to show his flaws before we can lock the target. Be cautious with Tom first." Dumbledore nodded in agreement and asked proactively, "Don't you want to fight him?" "I can support you. It depends on the situation. There may be someone over there who deserves to be killed more." Lin shook his head with a cold look. Chapter 32 Advanced Class and Assistant. After getting the help of Professor Eric, Harry's mood instantly brightened. "Eat an extra bowl of breakfast." Compared with him, Ron and Hermione looked a little haggard. One had just experienced third brother's persuasion to study and was now feeling hopeless. One stayed up all night, with at least one plus sign of dark circles under his eyes, and did not forget to read while eating. Lin also had a bad look in the professor's seat. He felt overwhelmed when he saw the pile of papers and reports that Professor Babel brought over early in the morning. This was even the result after the initial screening. The attraction of the advanced class seemed too great. In these Hogwarts seniors, he saw the shadow of the Beauxbatons academic masters. Although their foundation was far inferior to the students he brought up, their spirit was commendable. Considering that he had to go to class in the afternoon, he could only race against time as he loved his job. His diligent attitude made Professor McGonagall nod repeatedly. The professor on the stage was flipping through papers while eating bacon. The students below the stage held milk in one hand and books in the other. The poor students felt a great sense of oppression. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin En appeared on time in the Magic and Ancient Magic classroom. Even though he, as an authority, only needed to glance over 10 lines to see the level of the students' papers clearly, the huge workload still made his eyes go straight. In addition to the 29 students who scored above E in their O.W.LS and chose the course, he received nearly 100 essays in total, from all grades. After screening out the little wizards whose magic level was not up to standard, he carefully screened and approved the applications of 7 low-level students and finalized 23 6th-grade students. Standing on the podium, looking at the students who filled the front row, he rubbed his swollen eyes and said loudly, "Welcome to the advanced class of magic runes and ancient magic taught by me and Professor Babeling. In the next 2 years or more, we will explore the treasures of the ancients together and create new mysteries." The students applauded enthusiastically. The success of the first auditorium class raised the little wizard's expectations for this course to the peak. Even before Lin En started the class, he could feel their excitement. "Thank you, everyone, for your enthusiasm," he said cheerfully, pressing his hands together. "Before we start our first formal class, I want to announce something." "What's the matter, Professor? Are you giving out gifts?" "I want an alchemy doll." Boys took the lead in answering, and this 5th-year class leader was particularly lively. "That's a floating cannon, not a doll, and I'm not giving a gift." Lin En corrected, "I hope to select an assistant to help me complete my daily teaching and research work. It's hard work, so there will be rewards and benefits." He raised his wand, and the silver-white metal ball floated into the air, transforming into different shapes, and the dark holes were filled with light. The classroom was in an uproar. Lin had to use a large-scale silence spell to calm the boiling classroom. Under the eager gaze of the little wizards, the small silver balls fell one after another, and Lin said in a gentle voice, "At present, I only need one, so fair competition." After the voice fell, a line of beautiful words appeared on the blackboard, writing out his requirements. His requirements are not simple, but not difficult. Combining the research results of magic text and ancient magic in the past 10 years, complete a literature review and analyze the current research status. For the little wizards who just complete their homework and exams step by step, this is not an easy task, but if they want to conduct in-depth research, this is the basic skill. "This is my requirement." He lifted the effect of the silence spell, "Just hand it into my office before 8 o'clock next Sunday night." The students' states became two extremes, half of them were eager to try, and the other half looked embarrassed. Lin En was not surprised by this, and tapped the blackboard gently to attract everyone's attention. "Voluntary participation, don't feel too much pressure." He smiled and said, "Let's start the class now. I'll ask a simple question first. What is the origin of rune?" More than a dozen hands were raised immediately. "Miss Clearwater." "Professor, according to research, rune originated around 150 AD in Northern Europe, and later spread to Britain, and formed different language families. And the same word also had different translation styles. According to legend, it originated from Odin, the god-king of Norse mythology, and symbolizes wisdom and power." Penelope Clearwater stood up from her seat and answered softly. She was a smart and beautiful girl. She looked inconspicuous, but her grades were excellent. "This is a refined expression of the magic textbook," Ravenclaw adds 5 points. "There are also subtle differences between the British and Nordic texts, reflecting different cultural styles." Lin nodded with satisfaction, "But there is still room for supplementation, Percy, you say it." Amid the booing of many students, Percy stood up with a slightly red face. He and Penelope were in the period of passionate love. "Professor, another source of runes is magic. Rune symbols already existed in the relics of the 3rd century BC. But in the Middle Ages, most of these traces disappeared. There were several heavy books beside him, and the shyness on his face was swept away, full of confidence. "Very good, Percy, 10 points for Gryffindor." Lynn tapped the blackboard, and several lines of text appeared immediately. For the history of rune magic, interested students can refer to the journal Ancient Magic and Magical Writing Research in the past 3 years. Today's course is to start with the source of rune magic. Please remember a concept, the original 24 runes, which are the cornerstone of rune magic. As Lynn's fingertips waved, 3 rows of exquisite letter symbols immediately appeared in the air. In the corner of the classroom, Cedric, who was listening quietly, silently watched the magical words, and his heart moved. Among the 3 groups of Etter's rune letters, one group seemed to be calling him vaguely. He instinctively took out his wand, and the warm magic flowed in his body, and the feeling of calling became stronger and stronger. It was as if they were shining and wanted him to touch them. The theoretical explanation of the practical class was not long. After briefly introducing Freya's 8 runes, Lynn distributed the metal plate with the symbol of Fihu. This is the first rune of Freya, and it is also one of Freya's symbols, the rune of abundance. During the half-hour free practice time, each person's table had a pot of ripening white fresh. It was like being in the greenhouse of herbal medicine class. They wanted to experience the effect of the Fihu rune catalyzing vitality and promoting growth. It was not as cool as ice and fire, but after Lynn's promise that you can take the white fresh if you ripen it successfully, this practical rune was immediately supported. Lynn's generosity ignited the enthusiasm of the young wizards. They enthusiastically analyzed the magic nodes and paths of the Fihu rune and tried to activate it. But for beginners, this is obviously very difficult. 20 minutes passed, and no one really succeeded. Only Percy and Penelope had a little light, and Boyce also made some progress. But they were far behind. Lin En was not in a hurry, just walked around the classroom to observe and give some pointers from time to time. He knew very well that the probability of success on the first attempt was almost 0. He quickly walked around and came to Cedric, who was sitting in an inconspicuous position in the corner. Unlike the bustle around him, he seemed very quiet, and did not try like others, just staring at the rune card. "What are you looking at?" Lin En asked curiously. Cedric seemed not to hear, his eyes were still straight, and he was still muttering silently. Just when Lin En was a little surprised and was about to pat his shoulder to remind him, he moved. The slender and powerful fingers gently fell on the rune letter that looked like the capital letter F. In an instant, the surging magic power turned into dazzling golden light, lighting up the dim classroom. In just a few seconds, when the runes in the air dissipated, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs spread. The white mulberry on the table has matured. Chapter 33 Son of Freya. Cedric's success is a great encouragement to every little wizard in the class. There are only 2 types of students who can pass the assessment and enter this classroom. One is the top students who can achieve excellent results even when this course has little practical value, and the other is those who meet Lin's strict standards. No matter which one, they are talented and confident students. Percy is the representative. Until the end of the get out of class, they were stimulated by Cedric and burst out with motivation that surprised Lin. 2 more people completed the rune activation under guidance and explanation, and the rest also made progress. Although they could only rely on runes to barely experience it, it was still nearly twice as fast as Lin expected. This made him feel that his wallet was bleeding, but also a little relieved. When the bell rang, he stood on the podium, looked at the students with different expressions, and said loudly, "You can keep this rune temporarily for review and research. The content of the next class will still be to activate and experience Fihu. Students who did not succeed do not need to be depressed. Different runes are suitable for each wizard. It is already excellent to master 3 to 5 kinds of runes off course, it does not require runes." Lin waved his hand with a smile and signaled the end of the class. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, holding runes and discussing non-stop, preparing to make up for the lessons after class. Percy, the second successful one, was flushed, and dragged Penelope to the library, determined to write a wonderful review and get the teaching assistant position. Doris Foley, another successful one, walked to Lynn and asked a few more questions before leaving. Soon, Cedric was the only one left in the classroom. "Professor Eric, is there anything you want to do with me?" Seeing Foley also packed up and left, Cedric asked. "Nothing, sit down and talk. I'm just curious, how did you find all the magic nodes so quickly?" Percy and Doris also succeeded after I helped them step by step. Seeing that he was a little reserved, Lynn smiled gently and pulled a chair to sit next to him. Under Lynn's encouraging eyes, Cedric also relaxed a little, pointing to the letters on the rune and said, "Professor, I don't know what's going on, it's like it can talk, guiding me and my magic." "Oh." Lynn was a little surprised, "This is rare." Cedric continued, "Not only it, the first 8 of the 24 runes seem to be." "You mean the whole free eat?" Lynn showed a surprised expression. "What about the other 2? "It seems not. Is this normal, Professor?" Cedric was a little nervous. "Of course it's not normal, kid." Lynn smiled, "It's just abnormally good." "Hey!" Cedric was stunned, obviously not used to Lynn's heavy breathing. Lynn did not rush to explain, but began to ask questions with interest. "Do you know why the runes are divided into these 3 letters, Cedric?" "Because 3 and 8 are magical numbers. This is one of the reasons, but not the only one." Lynn drew out his wand, and the 24 runes appeared again. The 3 letters represent 3 legendary gods and 3 concepts. "Concepts?" "Yes, Freya of creation, Hag of struggle, and Tyr of rule." "Creation, struggle, rule." Freya symbolizes abundance and wisdom, which is the source of creation. Hagitr is also regarded as Heimdallsitr, carrying light and knowledge, similar to Prometheus who stole fire in Greek mythology. Tyr represents law and war, and is the cornerstone of rule. The titles of the 3 gods flashed in front of Cedric's eyes, as if there were really 3 people standing in front of him. There were more mysteries in his eyes. "You mean, Free chose me?" Cedric's eyes widened. In a trance, 2 tall male figures disappeared in front of him, leaving only a flaxen-haired, kind-faced goddess. "That's right, Cedric." Lynn did not hide his admiration. "Freya only favors kind and intelligent people, which are rare. You will achieve something." Sir, this is a bit." Although he is widely regarded as the best student in Hufflepuff since Lynn, Cedric is a teenager after all. His brain crashed for a while, and his speech became stuttering. "You deserve it." Lynn was very sure, "This set of runes is also very suitable for you, son of Freya." Clear magic paths appeared under the stroke of Lynn's fingertips, lighting up the classroom. Fiho of abundance. Uras of strength. Sulasaz of protection. Insos of wisdom. Redo of movement. Kanaz of flame. Kif of gift. Finally, there is the joyful Wuju. With Lynn's gentle and bright voice, 8 kinds of rune magic appeared in front of Cedric, each of which made him feel familiar. Uras made him energetic and full of strength. Sulasaz seemed to put on a thin but solid armor for him. The arrival of Insos made him feel more awake and sharp than ever before. In addition, it was more powerful than Apparition. The magical redo and the blazing rune fire, except for Kiefer and Wuju who did not feel the effect. He suddenly realized that this was almost a set of rune magic born for duels. Every wizard has his specialty, Cedric. Don't waste your talent, I suggest you dig deeper into it. Patting Cedric who was surging with emotion, Lynn said meaningfully. Freya favors you for a reason, and the real key may be hidden in Kiefer and Wuju. You are a real Hufflepuff, I am very optimistic about you. Take these 8 runes back to study. You can come to me at any time if you have any questions. I look forward to you getting rid of the runes within a year and truly mastering them. This is too expensive, sir. Cedric saw the specialness of these runes at a glance, subconsciously wanted to refuse, but was stuffed directly into his hand. It's just a little alchemy gadget. Don't forget that I'm also a Hufflepuff. Lynn smiled and blinked, saying playfully, besides, how do you know I have no selfish motives? Let me remind you that my club is about to recruit new members. I understand, Professor. The cool touch of his palm made Cedric excited. I will work hard. Please give me more advice. Of course, Professor Sprout is very optimistic about you. She has always thought that you are the best student in this class. Now I think so too. Go, it's time for dinner. If you don't hurry up, you should go to the kitchen to cook in the evening. A few words made the potential stock he valued excited, and Lynn watched Cedric leave with a smile. This tall and handsome boy gave him a big surprise and evoked many memories. When he was the only one left in the classroom, he raised his head and looked at the rune letters in the air that had not yet dissipated. The strong magic made them last for a long time. In the middle, a line symbolizing light and knowledge slowly lit up, exuding a surging magical atmosphere. I didn't expect that besides Faye, there would be someone else who could get rune's favor. As he muttered to himself, the fragmented memories gradually condensed. Maybe this is also the so-called arrangement of fate? Ha, I knew that old liar Sybil was unreliable. He stood up and waved his hand, and all the letters were dispersed. The whole person was like a towering yew tree, hard and upright. Chapter 34 Two Faces. After the first class that surprised him, Lynn's teaching got on track. Not to mention Cedric, who forgot to eat and sleep, and Percy, who regarded the library as his home, and those 6th grade students who studied hard. The next day, Lynn would have to give their advanced class courses to the N.E.W.Ts candidates. Compared with the cheerful 6th grade students, facing the 7th grade students who will usher in the most important exam next year, and of course the 5th grade students next week, Lynn's attitude and methods are naturally different. It can even be said that they are like two people. On Friday morning, he looked at the excited little wizards who had just finished breakfast with a blank expression, and the air in the classroom froze. The little wizards didn't dare to speak, and they exchanged glances in groups of 3 or 2. This is completely different from what he said yesterday. Professor Eric looked like someone owed him tens of thousands of gold galleons early in the morning. His face was even uglier than Snape's. Oh, that's not the case. After all, Professor Eric is good looking, but that's not the point. Secretly looking at Lynn's tense face, the 7th graders had a bad premonition and quickly sat up straight. Well, let's be a little disciplined. Lynn nodded, and slapped his wand on his palm again and again. We are all adults, and I don't think we need to say too much about what we will experience in June next year, right, Andrew? Yes, Professor, we are going to participate in N.E.W.Ts. Andrew, who was called, was trembling with fear. That's good to know. Lin waved his wand with satisfaction, and the parchment scroll flew into the air and landed steadily in front of everyone. I have seen all your grades. It is similar to the situation in the 6th grade, but unfortunately, you only have 1 year. Lin's tone was like a teacher in his previous life, calm but with low pressure. So, the step-by-step practice of ancient magic is too luxurious for you, even if you have an extra weekend training every month, because there is still not enough time, and I believe you all want to get good grades. After all, next year's Auror selection and Gringotts spell tester recruitment will use it as a bonus item. With just a few simple words, he has explained the pros and cons. The students who were still dissatisfied just now have deeply felt the imminent pressure of reality. And Lin's next words are like a bucket of cold water poured on their heads. My comments are on your table, including the comprehensive situation of the first 6 years, with the focus on magic knowledge. Please forgive me for being blunt. If you are only at your current level, the number of people who will pass this year's N.E.W.Ts will not exceed half, and a few people will have a chance to get E. As for O, I don't see any possibility. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. There are many top students among the students present, and many of them have obtained more than 8 certificates in the O.W.Ls. Andrew, who has the best grades, has 12 certificates and 9 excellent talents, including ancient runes. But in Lin En's opinion, he is just one of the few who may get E. Reading Lin En's evaluation silently, Andrew looked ugly, but he had nothing to say. Every sentence is irrefutable. Excellent magic vocabulary, but limited to reading, translation has shortcomings, and modern literature is not covered enough. Can master and integrate proficiently apply theoretical knowledge, but weak research ability and lack of originality. Common spells are relatively proficient, and the 4 basic subjects are well developed, but lack flexibility and weak ability to accept new things. Comprehensive evaluation, good at knowledge learning, short of practice and expansion. Each comment is based on specific performance, which hits the pain point. O.W.Ls and N.E.W.Ts are completely different types of exams. The former is a knowledge level test, while the latter undertakes the task of examining comprehensive ability. For most professions, O.W.Ls scores are enough, and the focus is also on the number of subjects passed and the scores of a few subjects. But most of these professions are mediocre. Really promising professions often attach great importance to N.E.W.Ts scores, that is, to examine the growth space of graduates. And this is precisely the relative shortcoming of Andrew, an excellent student. He himself felt it, but his excellent grades for many years made him subconsciously look down on this. Until Lin pointed out everything mercilessly. It was exactly the same as what his strict father said. Andrew grabbed the parchment, his face turning pale and blue. Around him, the little wizards had different expressions. Some were livid, some blushed, and some were secretly afraid. Lin En, who was on the podium, took in all the reactions and judged them in his heart. The evaluation on the parchment was objective and fair, but there was a little trick hidden. He used the evaluation criteria for graduates at the beginning of the 7th grade. For students, their own growth is often the most difficult to feel intuitively, and it is difficult for them to imagine that they can be reborn in 1 year. Although they do this every year. I think you have finished reading it. Seeing that the students looked up one after another, Lin En said expressionlessly, then they are meaningless. As soon as the voice fell, the parchment flew back to Lin En, sparks ignited, and turned into ashes in an instant. The little wizards looked at each other, confused about his intentions. Lin En raised his hand and pressed on the magic slide projector, and the blackboard immediately showed a projection. It was a huge N.E.W.Ts exam logo. I burned the past you, and now you should have only one goal in your eyes, the N.E.W.Ts exam. The ashes scattered on the ground slowly rose into the air, and the black charred paper scraps trembled violently. A few seconds later, parchments printed with students' personal information but without professors' comments welcomed the new students and returned to them. I hope my comments will be different when I graduate next year. He walked down the podium and looked everyone in the face. Understood, Professor, we will work hard. Andrew, who aimed to be the aura and the director of the law enforcement department, said loudly, and the little wizards around him echoed. The thought of playing before class was gone, replaced by a sense of urgency that time was running out. Very good. Lin En looked at Andrew approvingly and was very satisfied with his reaction. Then I won't waste time. Let's start the class now. The content of this class is the transformation principle of rune. I will directly demonstrate the magic nodes and paths of the 3 rune letters. There will be a random test before the end of get out of class. Without any delay, Lin En took out the rune, and the target in the corner also flew over. There will be a stage test before Halloween. If the results meet the standards, the rewards of other grades will also apply to you. Now concentrate. Simplicity, efficiency, and intensity. Different from the guidance and free exploration of the 6th grade, under the leadership of Lin N, the 7th grade wizards showed rare execution. Education that varies according to time, situation, and person has always been advocated by Lin N. Grades without exam pressure should stimulate students' initiative and imagination. But in the face of a major exam that affects life, appropriate pressure is indispensable. This may not be necessary in previous years, but this year is special. New courses, new professors, and the teaching level of Hogwarts has always been uneven. Must be stricter. Candidates should behave like candidates. This will be the tone of the 7th and 5th grades this year. It's just that the 2 grades have different focuses. Thinking of the piles of test papers in the office, and the 5th graders who had the most fun in yesterday's class, led by Boyce, he smiled grimly while demonstrating magic. Let these funny guys be happy for a while, the special training class on the weekend will make them realize what grade they are in again. Thinking of this, his spells became more fierce, and the raging fire almost burned through the roof. The little wizards in the audience shivered at the same time. Today they saw another face of Professor Eric. It was simply a superposition of Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Chapter 35 Little Wizards Weekend. Saturday is a happy day for many little wizards. Early in the morning, Harry and Ron ran to the cafeteria excitedly, ready to have a big meal and then enjoy a leisurely weekend. It was also the last time before detention. That night, they still had to be punished in Lockhart's office or the dirty trophy display room, especially Ron, who was given another 2 weeks of detention. The smell of stain remover and brightener should be unforgettable for him for a long time. Hermione went to the library early and brought a sandwich to teach Barbie. The translation task assigned by the professor was completed ahead of schedule. Not far from the 2 brothers who were eating a lot was the long table of Hufflepuff, where they heard Boyce Springhall's high-sounding speech. I don't believe that Professor Eric will become like Professor McGonagall. The confident prefect patted his chest while drinking oatmeal porridge. We had a lot of fun the day before yesterday, and the professor even let us bring back the runes. If you don't believe me, ask Cedric. He was very popular in class and got 20 extra points. As he said that, he stood up swaggeringly, wiped his mouth, and walked towards the classroom with his head shaking, followed by a group of friends. But he didn't notice that behind him, several 7th-year students who got up early and were ready to go to the library were showing sympathetic eyes. But it didn't take long. Because a few minutes later, he arrived at the door of the classroom of runes and ancient magic. Squeak! Professor Eric, we're here. What, are we going to play today? He pushed the door open with a grin on his face. He was about to say hello to the kind-looking Professor Eric, but he froze in his tracks before he finished speaking. The first thing that caught his eye was not the professor himself, but the papers piled up behind him, almost as high as a person. Good morning, Boyce, find a place to sit. Lynn said with a smile, you're here early, help me pass out the papers. Boyce's face was full of question marks, and the Hufflepuff 5th-year students behind him also looked like they were doubting their lives. However, they soon had no room for doubt. What is this? Holding the parchment filled with densely written magic words and questions, Mr. Springhall's brain stopped working. Boyce.exe stopped responding. This is the test that determines whether you will get a reward from your family or be put in mixed doubles next summer vacation. Lynn sat leisurely in an armchair that looked very comfortable, playing with his wand and carefully observing the bitter faces of the little wizards. The first half of this set of papers was a test of magic knowledge designed by him, and the second half was from Euphemia. Compared to his kindness, Ms. Fox's questions covered all the scope of the O.W.Ls exam in an all-round and seamless manner, neither exceeding the syllabus, but also pushing the difficulty of all questions to the top on this basis. Some questions, even Lynn and Professor Barbling would curl their lips when they saw them. It was for this reason that Professor Barbling, a gentle old lady, chose to take a short trip on a whim this weekend to avoid seeing the painful expressions of the students. But Lin did not have such a burden. And there was still a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Complete this set of papers in 2.5 hours. The results will be announced in the practical class next week. Students with AOR above can experience the use of floating guns. Students who don't reach that level, continue the theoretical class after the test paper explanation. When everyone arrived, he said the most terrifying words in the softest tone. The little wizards suddenly realized that the rumors that had been spreading sporadically since yesterday afternoon seemed to be true. "Professor Eric, are you really not Professor McGonagall in disguise?" Boyce let out a shrill wail. "Unfortunately, no." Lin En responded to him with a ruthless denial. The little wizards in the O.W.Ls exam class welcomed an exceptionally fulfilling morning. When they left the classroom, they had 4 more test papers in their backpacks that were used as homework. Their faces might be uglier than the potatoes on the dinner table today. Around 11:30, behind the portrait of the fat lady, a delicate little girl like a doll walked out slowly. Even though she went to bed early yesterday and slept until noon today, Ginny still looked listless. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she walked slowly towards the direction of the hall. Because it was the weekend, this did not attract much attention, because there were even lazier little wizards. On the winding moving staircase of Hogwarts, she yawned as she walked down. At the corner, she heard a familiar voice. "Hello, Ginny." What caught her eye was a pair of big silver eyes, as clear as her voice. "Hello, Luna," Ginny said weakly. The Ravenclaw girl in front of her was her only acquaintance at present, because she was also not very sociable. But in recent days, because of the unique classroom reward, Luna has become popular, although the person involved is a little troubled. "You look tired, there are a lot of harassment flies hovering around you," Luna said with a little worry. "Maybe you need help." "I think so, Luna, although I don't know what harassment flies are." Ginny nodded dejectedly. "I want a cup of hot pumpkin juice, and then have a good sleep. It's better not to let Fred and George bother me." Luna took her hand and said with concern, "These harassment flies are very unusual. You must be feeling bad. Let's go." Ginny pressed most of her body on Luna, who was shorter than her. Her feet were weak and she was dragged towards the auditorium with difficulty. With every step, the necklace on Luna's chest would tremble, and the doll that was subjected to the elementary transformation that she had just learned, and the shape of the doll could be vaguely seen. Long hair, it seemed to be a woman. At the door of the auditorium, they just saw the 5th grade who looked like a defeated army, and Lin who was walking behind them with a pile of test papers. "Teacher Eric." "Professor, hello." Luna took the initiative to greet Ginny, who could hardly open her eyes. "Hello, Luna, Ginny." Seeing Ginny's drowsy appearance, Lin's eyes moved. He sensed the deep aura of dark magic hovering above Ginny's head, which was the influence exerted by Tom. As early as the age of 16, he was already a very skilled dark wizard with the inheritance of Slytherin. But for Dumbledore, this was obviously not enough. The magic power that was so weak that it was difficult to distinguish was shimmering in Ginny's brain, protecting her young soul from erosion and creating a kind of realistic simulacrum. This was an extremely advanced ancient magic, even though Lin only knew it but had not mastered it, and the 16-year-old Voldemort could not detect it at all. Even if it had been fed back by the main body as a Horcrux for decades, its knowledge and power were still limited. "You don't look very good, maybe you should go to Madame Pomfrey for a checkup." Thinking of the agreement he had reached with Dumbledore, Lin simply stretched out his hand and used magic to calm the mind and protect the soul. Derived from Igor's notebook, it may be older than the spell that Dumbledore mastered. "Professor Eric?" "The number of harassment flies around Ginny seems to have decreased," Luna said ignorantly. "That should be a good thing." Lin smiled. "Maybe we can talk about harassment flies sometime. I'm also interested." As he said that, he touched the girl's head and led them into the hall. Chapter 36 Hermione's Wisdom. Even from a distance, Lin could feel the disgusting smell of the diary. It was as disgusting as the noseless old man who tried to kill him many times after failing to win him over 11 years ago. Most people are shaped by society and environment, but there are very few exceptions. People like Tom Riddle were dominated by evil thoughts from the depths of his soul since he was born, and he honed his natural acting skills in the orphanage. Except Albus Dumbledore, almost everyone of his generation was kept in the dark. Even if the soul that resides here is only 16 years old, its destructive power is still amazing. But Lin En couldn't just destroy it, even if it was effortless. This was the agreement between him and Dumbledore. Looking at Ginny, who was still suffering physically and mentally despite the protection, thinking of his friendship with the Weasley family for many years, Lin En felt a little bit sorry, but he could only give a little help within his ability to make the girl feel better. What surprised him was Luna. This girl's eyes seemed to have some kind of magical power, just like her eyes that were similar to different thoughts and souls. The more we talked, the more we could feel her delicate heart hidden under her crazy appearance in the eyes of ordinary people. After lunch, after escorting the two little girls to the infirmary, Lin returned to his office. This weekend, in addition to grading papers, he also planned to look at the ancient books in the Forbidden Area. These were all books that he had not had time to study carefully back then. Some were superficial, and some were real, like panning for gold in the sand, and he needed to distinguish them by himself. But before he could throw himself into the ocean of knowledge, there was a rapid knock on the door. When he opened the door, it was Hermione with heavy dark circles under her eyes, holding a pile of books and parchment. "Hello, Miss Granger, I think you need a little nap and sugar, you look a little sleep-deprived." Lin was a little surprised by her arrival, but he still let her into the house and asked the house elf in the kitchen to bring her a cup of double sugar sweet milk and a few chocolates. "Thank you, Professor, I'm fine." Hermione put down her books and parchment, sat on the chair obediently, and ate like a small and exquisite squirrel. She finished the milk and chocolate in a few bites. She said she was fine, but her actions couldn't lie. She was really tired. Seeing that her complexion was a little better, Lin asked in a gentle voice, "Is there anything you want to see me? You are still holding so many books." "Yes, Professor, it's the report you assigned before." Hermione remembered the business and nodded repeatedly. "According to your and Professor Babel's comments and revisions, I have written everything. I would like to ask you to give me some new suggestions." As she spoke, she handed over a thick stack of parchment, which was full of beautiful handwriting. "So efficient." Lin En raised his eyebrows. He remembered that this was at least half a month's workload. "Take a break, I'll help you. No, is it very tiring?" Under Hermione's expectant eyes, he took the report, put on his glasses and read it carefully. To be fair, according to the second-year standard, Lin En could not find any problems with this report. He was even far beyond the level of this age. It has rich citations and detailed arguments. It focuses on advanced magic translation, which theoretically has completely exceeded the syllabus, and sorts out a large number of related achievements in the past 5 years. This is a very good review. Hermione was nervous and excited, and her hands were twisted together. After half an hour, even the house elf in the kitchen specially delivered a drink, and Lin En just read through this report that was far longer and higher than expected. "Wonderful report, Hermione." He called the little witch's name affectionately. "I just mentioned a few of the latest research results in some very small details, and you found them in just a few days and developed them so brilliantly. This shows that you are not only suitable for research literature, but also have a talent for their magic. I am very surprised." "Thank you, Professor, I just did my best." Hermione's face was flushed, and she tried to maintain the calmness of an excellent student. "Your best efforts are what many people want but cannot get." Lin En was very impressed. It was the first time he witnessed Hermione's talent. "If you agree, I hope to use it as a discussion document for the 5th grade class next week. In addition, if you have this intention, we can work together to improve this review." After the finalization, I am happy to be your recommender for ancient magic rune research. Of course, this requires a lot of post-work and will be very hard. Really, Professor? Of course I am happy to. Hermione's mind was blank, but doesn't ancient magic rune research never accept student submissions? In principle, Lynn said modestly, but I will make suggestions. Hermione then thought of Lynn's influence in this field. The more she studied, the more she could feel the contributions of Lynn and his research partner, Ms. Fox. Thank you, Professor Eric, this really makes me very happy. She lowered her head, her face was 7 points of joy, and 3 points of a little shyness after receiving praise. Efforts should be rewarded. Lynn said briskly, you are only in the second year, and you have a bright future. I will look forward to your efforts and achievements, and so will Professor Babeling. She will definitely be happy to provide you with guidance. Looking at a rising star, though immature, he suddenly had a new idea. It seemed that he needed more than just an assistant for the senior class. For the required classes, an excellent and efficient assistant was also necessary. Not only could it reduce the workload, but it could also reasonably provide special training for outstanding students. Thinking of this, he asked solemnly, Hermione, are you interested in being my course assistant? You will be mainly responsible for the preparation and analysis of courses for 5th grade and below, and assist me in research. As a reward, I will teach you and other assistants more advanced knowledge. Can I, Professor? Proud as Hermione was, she showed some lack of confidence. I'm only in the 2nd grade. I haven't seen a student who can produce such an article in the 2nd grade. You have only been exposed to this subject for a few months, right? Lynn said with a hint of sarcasm, at least below the 5th grade, I don't see anyone whose theoretical talent can match yours. Then, I will work hard, Professor. Hermione's face flushed with excitement. What is my job? There is a task right now. Lynn put away the test paper. Go back and have a good sleep. When you have rested well, take some time to help me mark the papers. The 5th grade test, you can get in touch with it in advance, especially the second half. Professor, I can now. Don't think of me as an unscrupulous teacher who exploits students. Lynn said half-jokingly, a good body is the foundation of everything. It is a blessing to be able to eat and sleep, just like Ron. Go quickly. Oh. I understand, Professor Eric. Hermione blinked her eyes, and a subtle sense of sleepiness was indeed gradually rising. The fatigue accumulated in the week was released as the tension was relieved and the joy brought relaxation. She yawned unconsciously, lowered her head quickly, packed up her books in a hurry, and fled from the office. Before leaving, she did not forget to pick up the papers on Lynn's desk and disappeared in a flash. She was an excellent teaching assistant who learned everything by herself. Chapter 37 No comparison, no harm. When Harry and Ron finished their respective confinement and returned to the Gryffindor common room with dark faces, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The exhausted two just came out of the hole and saw Hermione sitting alone on the sofa. Everyone else had gone to bed, leaving only her. There were a few paper bags on the table, exuding fragrance. Are you back? Eat something before going to bed. Hermione, who was writing furiously, determined the identity just by hearing the footsteps and said softly. The tone was no different from usual, but Harry and Ron, who were familiar with each other, still heard something strange. When did you become so considerate? Ron picked up a piece of still warm pie and bit it hard, as if he was gnawing on Filch's brain. You look very happy. Although Harry was not hungry, he also took 2 pieces of chocolate and walked to Hermione. You should eat something too. I haven't seen you today. How is your report going? Professor Eric is very satisfied and gave me a lot of suggestions for improvement. I may have to work hard for a few months. Hermione took the chocolate, took a bite happily, and said proudly, and I have good news to tell you. What good news? In 2 sentences, Ron had finished the pie and walked over with greasy hands. "What are you reading?" "The Book of Heaven." "Go away, take your hands away." Hermione drove him away in disgust. "This is the 5th year magic translation test paper." "5th year?" the two said in unison. "That's right." Hermione raised her chin, her beautiful eyes smiling into a crescent. "This is good news. The professor invited me to be his course and academic assistant. In the future, I can ask him all kinds of questions at any time." At Miss Granger's crisp laughter, the detention duo was shocked. As an assistant, Hermione was very efficient. She took the test papers away on Saturday afternoon and put them back on his desk on Sunday night. The neat and ruthless marking style made Lynn, who was analyzing the test papers, feel as if he had met his best friend in France. The strict standards combined with the extremely difficult second half of the test papers resulted in the disintegration of the entire grade. Although there were some outstanding students, they were either mediocre or had some specializations like Boyce. There was no outstanding talent with comprehensive development like Cedric. Da-da-da. The fingertips fell on the table, making a soft sound. Lynn frowned slightly, and there were already several more paper balls in the wastebasket. He was doing two things at the same time. One was to work overtime for Professor Babel to complete the summary evaluation of the 5th grade wizards in the past year. The other was to make a diagnostic evaluation for them who were about to start preparing for the O.W.Ls based on this test paper. Neither result was optimistic. Looking at the horrible results, Lynn gradually understood why Cedric in the 6th grade could be the representative of the Triwizard Tournament. In such a large class, there were only 9 A, passing, most of them were P, poor, a few were D, very poor, and even a few reached the pathetic T, extremely poor. The bloody reality proved how little attention was paid to ancient runes as an elective course. Although it was expected and Professor Barbie had also taken precautions, the result still surprised him. This even made Lynn regret his previous strictness in the 7th grade class. Compared with the 5th grade wizards, at least they seemed quite well trained after having experienced the examination selection. On this day, the dedicated Professor Eric had a little insomnia and had a new idea. On Wednesday, in 2 consecutive classes, the 4th and 5th grade wizards were treated like ice and fire. As the 4th grade wizards left with laughter, discussing their own designs and the handsome magic performance of Ice and Fire rune, the atmosphere in the classroom gradually became solemn. All the alchemical puppets, crossed out, floating cannons used in class were taken back by Lin and disappeared into the bracelet that seemed to have unlimited capacity. The 5th grade students who received the test papers and comments a day in advance had already sat down in advance with trepidation. Ding-ling-ling. When the bell rang, the silent little wizards knew that there would probably be no practice in this class, and looked at the podium dejectedly. What appeared there was not a familiar figure, but a girl who was petite and exquisite compared to them. Hermione? Why are you here? The 5th grade female head of Gryffindor recognized Hermione at a glance and asked in surprise. The sound of whispering spread immediately. Hermione was a little nervous and subconsciously looked at Lin. I asked Miss Granger to join this class. Considering your results in the baseline test. He deliberately glanced at Boyce, who was hiding in the corner. The original practical arrangement for this class was cancelled. It was changed to test paper explanation and theoretical study. I decided to ask Miss Granger to take my place. The whole class was in uproar. I know that some of you have never even taken this course. He walked to Hermione and picked up the textbook. So I set half of the simple questions, all from the most basic textbook Ancient Magic Rune Simple Introduction, which is enough for you to get an A. It's a pity that only 9 students did it. Lin shook his head regretfully. Miss Granger had never even heard of magic runes before this semester, but she not only studied the whole book, but also read advanced magic rune translation and many papers carefully, so she got an E, just like the best students here. This is my answer. Any questions? The little wizards in the room lowered their heads one after another, and the whole classroom was silent. They who were whispering to each other just now felt blushing in the face of reality. There is no harm without comparison. What's more frightening is that the person being compared to is 3 grades lower than herself. From the simplest magic word memorization to the most difficult text translation and argument analysis, Hermione's explanation is well reasoned. With her full preparation and Lin En's advance guidance, the knowledge of the entire paper was broken down and presented in the most intuitive form to the 5th grade wizards. These 2 hours were 2 completely different experiences for the stage and the audience. Listening to Hermione's slightly nervous but detailed explanation, and then looking at their own results, many thin-skinned little wizards just wanted to find a crack in the ground. On the stage, as the course progressed, Hermione became more and more confident, and her voice gradually became louder. When she talked about her literature review, she was even more calm and confident, like a legitimate professor. Even she herself and the 5th grade students who were once a little unconvinced in the audience didn't think it was wrong at all. Throughout the entire class, except for the first time when he stood up, Lin sat by the window, admiring the talented little wizards and the O.W.Ls candidates who gradually realized their shortcomings and gaps. The seriousness on their faces was gradually replaced by smiles. In just one day, the news spread like wildfire. After this battle, Miss Hermione Granger not only got 20 points from the teaching assistant, but also became famous in the whole school. Her reputation spread quickly. It became the focus of everyone's topic. Bloodline prejudice became a complete joke. Chapter 38 Intelligence of the Dark Lord, please read it. Tasting the sweetness of sharing the work with his assistant, Lin En's life began to be enjoyable. He even almost forgot his declaration of never exploiting students. In the following week, he taught Hermione the transformation and operation of the floating gun completely, although he was reluctant to admit it. In the eyes of the little wizards, its puppet and toy attributes obviously overshadowed its practical value. The schedule of the first practical course for grades 1 to 3 was also fully entrusted to this excellent assistant. As for himself, he went home on Friday night. But this was not because he was lazy, but because of a reason. On Friday afternoon, a snow-white owl came to his office and threw a dark red envelope on the table. The moment he saw the envelope, Lin En's face was full of joy. This was a reply to the letter he sent at the beginning of the school year. The sender of the letter is a mysterious and powerful wizard. The two have dealt with each other more than once, buying or exchanging information, each getting what they need, and it's quite pleasant. The corpses of more than a dozen exiled Death Eaters can testify to this. This time, they are going to cooperate again. Saturday evening, Florence, Italy. Lin, wearing a long black windbreaker, walked on the streets of this historic ancient city, weaving through the lazy crowd. Around 6 o'clock, he entered the deep alley and gently touched a few wooden boxes randomly piled on the ground. The wall of the dead end immediately split into 2, revealing the bustling Wizard Street. This is the largest wizard commercial district around the Mediterranean, nicknamed Paradise by wizards from all over the world. Wizards entering this commercial street need to wear special animal masks, each of which is specially made by the block management, revealing only the eyes and mouth and nose, and covered with special magic to hide their identities. Therefore, this is also the most important meeting and trading place for many wizards who are unwilling to reveal their identities and secrets across Asia, Europe, and Africa. Lin En, wearing a fox mask, is already familiar with the place. After turning around, he walked into a bar. Room number 3, the person who made the reservation is codenamed Hunter. Don't disturb us. Without waiting for the waiter to ask, he said simply, then went upstairs and entered the room with a dirty number 3 sign. The man wearing a hound mask was waiting inside. Without greetings and courtesy, the wizard named Garcia pushed a parchment written in Portuguese. The results of the astrological divination and the confirmation of the sacrifice are all here. He lost an eye, and the price needs to be renegotiated. Garcia's tone was flat, his voice was obviously changed, and his gender and age could not be seen from his appearance. After years of cooperation, Lin En only knew the other party's surname, and roughly judged that he was from South America based on magic. He had close ties with local astrology wizards and African wizard priests. He had killed a black wizard alone against 5 people, and his strength was not bad. Hearing Garcia's words, he nodded slightly, an ancient magic of the Sobieski family. This is a long-standing Eastern European magic heritage, and it is a very tempting offer. But Garcia was not satisfied. Not enough. He pressed the parchment with his backhand and shook his head. I want to study the golden crown. Ha! You dare to say that? Lin En was amused by the lion's asking price. Garcia, I just don't want to risk destroying the room of requirement, so I came to you. But this is the wisdom of Rowena Ravenclaw. Garcia was unmoved, and he was obviously eager for the treasure. You know this is impossible, be realistic. Lin En's eyes were sharp. My goal is to destroy the Horcrux. I don't want to destroy it unless it's absolutely necessary, but you'd better not doubt my determination. There is nothing I can't do to completely destroy the Dark Lord. Don't you want this power? Garcia seemed to be stung by Lin En's eyes, and stood up suddenly. You can't destroy the masterpiece of the great wizard like this, it's a crime. Everything you get must have a price. Lin En calmly poured him tea. That's Ravenclaw and the Dark Lord, you will be trapped. He spoke slowly but without any argument, and the faint magic light was terrifying. The enthusiasm in Garcia's eyes dissipated most of it in an instant. What did you do to me? He silently picked up the teacup and drank it all. His tone was difficult. Just to help you regain your sanity. Lin En poured him another cup of tea. Although we are not friends, we have always cooperated happily. I advise you not to be too clever. My magic is still like this, let alone these 2 masters who play with souls. Having said that, Lin En couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There are always many ambitious people, but some are not well known. Many powerful wizards are exploring the way to the top. The wizarding world is not only in Europe. At any time, we should not underestimate the heroes of the world. He poured tea cup by cup, and Garcia drank it cup by cup. Until he drank most of the pot of tea, he sighed, You are right, Eric, although I am very unwilling. The flame of ambition slowly subsided, but it did not go out. Lin En saw through it but did not say it, just whispered, I can increase the reward. I don't need wealth. Garcia's eyes no longer hesitated. I hope you can keep the golden crown as much as possible while destroying the Horcrux, and cooperate with me to study and explore these knowledge together. You admire Rowena so much, maybe you should have come to Hogwarts that year. Lin's eyes were playful. This is very difficult. Do you have such confidence in me? I know you can, and I need this knowledge. Garcia said in a deep voice. His eyes were very complicated, with envy and unwillingness. The path of wizards is like climbing a mountain. Many people lose their way while walking. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, there will be people willing to pay a huge price. He guessed Lin's identity very early, so he made a decision. This is also the psychological expectation he set early, asking for a sky-high price and paying it back on the spot. After a little thought, Lin En nodded, if your information is accurate, it will be limited to 1 year. Deal, you know how to use it. Garcia breathed a sigh of relief and took out the wand. I promise the authenticity and effectiveness of the divination, and it will locate Rowena Ravenclaw's crown. Hearing Garcia's promise, Lin En frowned slightly, but still picked up the wand and touched him gently. I promise that within 1 year, if I find Ravenclaw's crown through your divination, I will try my best to ensure the integrity of the crown when destroying the Horcrux, and cooperate with you in research. The voices fell one after another, and dark golden lines appeared on the foreheads of the 2 people at the same time, like the trajectory of the galaxy. This is a South American astrological contract, and the price of breach of contract will be an ith punishment second only to life in South American magic. After the contract was completed, Garcia showed an irrepressible joy on his face and pushed the parchment over. I hope we can still cooperate happily. He stared at Lin En. I'll go first, you in 10 minutes. Okay, take care. You too. Garcia left quickly, and the wooden stairs made a sound. 10 minutes later, Lin En disappeared as a phantom. At the other end of Paradise Street, a dark alley. Lin En's figure suddenly appeared in a hidden place. What's the situation? He asked softly. A man slowly walked out of the shadows and stood beside him, taller than him. He is very cautious. We can only confirm that his first stop is Cairo, but he did not stop at all. It is difficult to determine the subsequent route. Sorry. His level is not inferior to Professor McGonagall. It is normal that he cannot find it. Thank you for coming all the way to help me, Brian. Your business is my business. Did you gain anything? Fortunately, I roughly guessed his identity and will be able to verify it soon. However, the interesting thing is that he left a small backhand in this contract. I plan to fight him to kill time. You are always so omnipotent. In this case, I will leave first. I have something to do in the department. See you on Halloween. No one is omnipotent, including Dumbledore. Lin shook his head and said briskly, see you on Halloween. There will be a little surprise then. But not you. I will look forward to the surprise. The sturdy tall man laughed heartily and slowly disappeared into the shadows. Lin also turned and left, blending into the lively crowd. Chapter 39 The Lord of the Forbidden Forest. Hogsmeade is one of the few pure wizard settlements nowadays. According to legend, its history is slightly shorter than that of Hogwarts, and it was founded by a wizard named Hengist. It is worth mentioning that this Hengist of Woodcroft is also a famous alumnus of Hufflepuff. Because it is close to Hogwarts, in that era when wizards and muggles were in opposition, this was the most favored place for many wizards with mediocre magic power to live. After all, not every wizard can play with the muggle burning. As for another trace of this village in history, perhaps it should be traced back to the Goblin Rebellion in 1612. But today, it is just a village built of rows of stone houses, and there are a few famous shops, that's all. On Sunday, Lin En, who returned from Italy, did not go directly to Hogwarts, but came here. When he was in school, he was keen on finding various secret passages for emergency use, and he knew this village very well. This time, he came here specially to borrow a passage to his real destination, the vast forbidden forest of Hogwarts. He wanted to visit his friends and verify this information. Any civilized divination is full of secrets, which also means uncertainty and danger. Even a powerful and knowledgeable wizard like Lin En often has to stay away from it. It's better to let a professional prophet make a judgment. Walking on the sparsely populated path, Lin En thought of the little wizard in the school. The reason for choosing this route is, on the one hand, concealment, and on the other hand, to avoid facing the too diligent assistant early. Even he would be ashamed of the amount of work assigned to Hermione. Although the person himself enjoys it, he thinks he is a decent person after all. In addition, the vast scope of the Forbidden Forest and the migration of centaurs are also topics that cannot be avoided. The 70 giant spiders are becoming more and more rampant, and the real owner of the Forbidden Forest, the centaur community, has to migrate again and again. Now they are far away from the castle, and it is closer to start from Hogsmeade. Thinking of Hagrid's little pet, even Lin En, a drinking buddy, couldn't help but no need to criticize in your heart the values derived from the blood of giants make him incompatible with most wizards. This is not discrimination, but an objective difference. The creatures that Hagrid believes to be safe have often crossed the danger line, and it is only because of Dumbledore's restrictions that no disaster has occurred. But it is only a matter of time. Lin recalled the scene of meeting Firenze a few years ago. At that time, he was entrusted by his friend to bring him carefully cultivated sage and sweet mallow. It was also on this night that Aragog's descendants tried to expand their territory again. Overnight, Lin had several large glass bottles of venom collections and a bow and arrow given by Bane. In Firenze's words, Lin was the first human recognized by Bane with the corpses of 3 Aragog's descendants, and the lives of several centaurs, women, and children who were directly or indirectly saved. Soon, the desolate trail came to the end and the environment became dark. But it was not because it was getting dark, on the contrary, it was the warmest time of the day, but because of the tall, straight, and lush trees in the forbidden forest. It was not time for the leaves to fall yet, so the sunlight could only barely seep in through the gaps. The humus-filled soil was fertile and soft, and it was so deep and shallow that even though Lin En had walked there countless times, he still couldn't get used to it. He muttered to himself in frustration, "If only we could break the anti-apparition spell at Hogwarts someday." The only response he got was the rustling of leaves in the wind, and the vague figure of the giant spider. These invasive creatures lacked natural enemies and had strong reproductive capacity. Even if they were hunted on a large scale, they could easily revive. In the spirit of helping friends solve their problems, Lin En took out his wand and waved it far away. "I was idle anyway, so I might as well move my body." The shining light illuminated the forest, and every time it flashed, 1 or more 8-eyed giant spiders fell to the ground. With a squeak whine, spiders of all sizes turned around and ran, but they only dragged a path full of dark purple blood in vain. While Lin En was on his way, he tried all kinds of novel duel tricks. At the same time, the centaurs came flying from a distance. The leader was Bane, who had thick black hair, bronze skin, and streamlined muscles that combined strength and agility. He was also the strongest warrior in the centaur tribe. "Your magic has improved again, and it's powerful." Even when he saw Lin En, he seemed very calm, even a little cold. "You are still so dishonest, Bane." Lin En said with a smile, "Has Firenze reported to the elders?" "I have agreed with him on a time, and I will come to visit you today and help you clean up some 8-eyed giant spiders." "I don't know, I just happen to be in charge of patrol." Bane turned his head and looked elsewhere, "But the elders have already agreed that you can come to the group at any time, no need to report separately. This is the proper etiquette." Lin En blinked happily and looked at Bane deliberately and said, "Have you migrated in the past few months?" "I don't know the way." "You continue patrolling, I will take him to see the elders." Bane, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, did not doubt him, and told his companions and walked forward alone, leading Lin En in the direction they came from. "Have you practiced with the bow and arrow I gave you before? After all, the human body is weak and cannot get close to nature, which is not good." Walking in the increasingly dense forest, Bane pretended to mention the bow and arrow he gave you a few years ago. It was exactly the same as the one he was carrying now. It was his weapon at that time. He had shot and killed a relative of Aragog with amazing power. "I have practiced it, but I am not as good as you." Lin shrugged and shook his wrist lightly, and the strong bow in the bracelet was held in his hand. Then came a dark blue long arrow. "Uras, Kif, Manas." In the murmur, the mysterious rune letters condensed and broke, turning into a continuous source of power. "Draw the bow, put the arrow on it," and the strong bow that only a few centaur warriors could use was pulled into a full moon by him. Swoosh! The sharp arrow shot through the air, spanning a distance of more than 100 meters, and nailed a giant 8-eyed spider that had just emerged from the ground to the ground. "Hey, not bad. In addition, your patrol is not very careful, and there are still fish that slipped through the net." Putting away the longbow, Lin En wiped the sweat and said half-jokingly, "It's okay, it's not bad for humans." Bane was stunned for a long time, his mouth was not forgiving, but his face looked a little happy. He picked up Lin En and threw him on his back. "You are too slow, hurry up and get going." As soon as the voice fell, the sturdy warrior rushed forward. The trees turned into blurred black shadows passing by, and the whistling wind blew Lin En's cheeks. "This is much more exciting than racing." Chapter 40 The real divination is science. It is about a few kilometers from where the two people talked to the community. Bane ran all the way with a person on his back. When he reached the destination, he remained calm and composed. He said, "Go find the elders. I have to continue patrolling." He turned and left, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Lin En was just marveling at the other party's speed and endurance when he saw several young centaurs playing outside the camp. During childhood and adolescence, centaurs will explore different potentials according to their talents and interests. There are warriors like Bane who are proficient in enchanted bows and fighting skills, wise men like Firenze who are familiar with prophecy, understand the trajectory of planets and the meaning behind them, and healers who are good at various medical magic. They are different from humans, but they also have high wisdom and social forms, but they advocate natural life more. Eric, are you here to play with us? Look at my bow and arrow. The centaur boy holding a toy bow and arrow happily left his companions and ran over to Lin En as soon as he saw him, and stopped in front of him excitedly, showing off his new weapon made by himself. He is the young centaur rescued by Lin En a few years ago. Now he is a handsome boy with long dark brown hair full of natural charm. It's a really handsome bow and arrow. Practice well, Gwen, you will become a warrior as powerful as Bane. Patting the centaur boy affectionately, Lin En asked amid his laughter, "Do you know where Firenze and the elders are? I have something to do with them. They are preparing for divination. I saw a lot of sage and sweet mallow." Gwen made an exaggerated gesture, pointed to the distance, and asked with a smile, "Would you like to come to my house for dinner tonight? Mom and Dad will be very happy. It's not certain today, but there will be many opportunities in the future." Lin En smiled and said, "I am a professor at Hogwarts now, and I live not far from you." Gwen rejoined his friend's game, and Lin En finally found Firenze. Although they were far away, the beautiful platinum hair was particularly conspicuous in the afternoon sun. After passing through the not-so-large centaur settlement, he finally met his old friend and best advisor. "I thought you would come back in the evening, Lin En, it seems you are very anxious today." Firenze put down the sage with a little surprise. "Indeed, I got a divination spell, which was completed by the astronomical wizard at the cost of his eyes, and there is also evidence from the African wizard sacrifice. I hope you and the elders can help me verify the authenticity." Lin En did not hide anything and showed the parchment he got. Astrological wizards and wizard sacrifices. Before Firenze spoke, the centaur elder who was resting under the tree stood up and walked over. "Their divination seems to be close to nature, but it is actually farther away, so it often becomes a bloody sacrifice." The old man took the parchment and just observed it for a moment, and he had already made a judgment in his heart. The astronomical wizard paid with his eyes, and the wizard sacrifice, probably died. This is the price of divination in the wrong way. The elder sighed with regret, handed the parchment to Firenze and turned away. After the elder left, Firenze asked, "Lin, what are you going to do with it? This is a divination for specific things. I can feel the deep darkness and the dazzling light. When these two images appear at the same time, it means an extremely unusual result." "You are right." Lin whispered, "I will use it to find the Dark Lord's Horcrux, the golden crown of Ravenclaw. The crown of the wise? No wonder." Firenze nodded, raised the parchment above his head, and muttered something in his mouth, speaking a special language that Lin could not understand. The faint red traces were clearly visible in the sun. "The secret to escape death is hidden in the dust of history." He whispered the meaning behind the text: "Those who seek need to be guided by the wealth of wisdom and offer blood sacrifices." The wealth of wisdom refers to the eyes of the astrological wizard, and the blood sacrifices the wizard's sacrifice? So. Lin looked at Firenze with a solemn face. Firenze said confidently, he offered himself up on his own initiative, in an illusion that he seemed to see the truth. This is the final destination of all wizards and priests. He is already very old. Astrology divination actually has such a bloody side. Lin En frowned, a little apprehensive, and wizards and priests, I heard they were crazy, I didn't expect it to be so. Wizards always see flowers in the fog far away from the truth, but hope to see a clear and real future. This is playing with fate, and there must be a price to pay. And such predictions will only be a broad range, not accurate. Firenze was quite emotional. As a new generation of fortune-tellers in the tribe, he is very sensitive to such differences. He returned the bloody parchment to Lin En and advised seriously, I suggest you stay away from this kind of divination in the future. Although it is fine this time, it is very dangerous. If there is something similar again, you must come to me first. I understand, Firenze, you helped me a lot this time. Lin En said gratefully. He had a premonition in advance, and after getting the confirmation from Firenze and the elders, he instantly deduced Garcia's calculations. He must have known that the accuracy of this prophecy was ambiguous, so he tampered with the contract. But his protection spell did not work, indicating that there was no negative induction. This is consistent with his impression of Garcia over the years of contact. His methods are not bad, but his heart is always not hard. It's just that it's still hard to conclude now, and he needs to find a quiet place to study. Thinking of this, he looked at Firenze seriously. Thanks to you and the elders, I'm very grateful. You are our friend, and you are pursuing the same thing as us, no need to thank you, just like you said to me before. Firenze shook his head and looked at his fellow tribesmen coming from a distance. They were moving to Night Mallow for divination. With so many sage and Mallow, your divination tonight looks very unusual. The starry sky tonight is very special. The elder's observation is almost complete. He may find the answers to some key questions today. Firenze invited, if you are interested, you can wait for a few hours. It may help. He looked at the elder who was taking a nap alone with respect. The elder is a rare old man among the centaurs. The hair is white due to the washing of time, which is a sign of the end of life. His lifelong exploration is about to come to an end. This may be his last large-scale divination. Centaur's divination is a real science, combining astronomy, mathematics, and the unique magic of centaurs to clear the fog shrouding the night sky and glimpse a corner of the future. This process may be extremely long. The longest prophecy in history even lasted for decades. But its accuracy is beyond doubt. The only similar divination method is the wizard's arithmetic divination, which is a scientific prediction made by mathematical calculations. But its accuracy is completely incomparable to the centaur divination. In the past few hundred years, it has been often used to break curse. Esrin's elder brother Bill is very good at it. The determining factor of centaur divination has never been the so-called bloodline, nor is it some illusory talent, but a more rigorous knowledge integration than arithmetic divination. This is real divination, a science that is regarded as metaphysics because it is difficult to understand. Chapter 41 New Prophecy. Faced with Firenze's invitation, Lin En had no reason to refuse. Under the warm hospitality of the Gwen family, he stayed in the Forbidden Forest and spent a leisurely half a day. In the evening, the patrolling Bane returned exhausted. When night fell, the elder who had slept for a long time woke up in the smell of burning sage and sweet mallow, and walked to the center of the camp. This was not the first time Lin En watched the centaur divination, but today's scene made him a little surprised, curious and expectant. There is no special reason, just pure offer knowledge and wisdom. The stars are exceptionally bright, and the bright moon is hidden in the night. The centaur elder, whose body has almost turned silver, walked into the smoldering plants. The white smoke curled, and his figure became hazy. The centaurs sang ancient songs under the leadership of Firenze. It was not magic, but some mysterious rhythm flowing in it. The centaur's astronomical divination began. The elder's deep eyes became clear, and in the pure night sky, he used his own eyes to see through the darkness of the vast universe. The deflection of the planets, the slight movement of the stars, and the slight difference of the celestial bodies hidden outside the planets will be transmitted with billions of times the power. This is the law in the eyes of the centaurs, and it is also the fate itself that they revere. All numbers are reasonable. Today, humans are in a truce between two wizard wars. A greater crisis has not yet arrived. All living beings will be involved and no one can escape. The old man's ethereal voice echoed in the crowd, which was completely different from his usual calm and wise tone. He had entered a state of prophecy, just like Trelawney's coincidence. In Lin's eyes, the starlight seemed to have more tracks in the smoke of the burning star mallow, shifting every moment, but forming a line around the old man. The invaders of the forest will be accomplices, and the disaster of nature will inevitably begin. Human greed and pity coexist, and what remains unchanged is the consistent arrogance and prejudice. The black flame is a symbol of destruction, but it also implies new life and hope after destruction. The prophecy full of meaning poured out from the old man's mouth. With every word, his silver-white hair moved one step closer to translucency. Although the wrinkles on his face were covered by smoke, they could not hide from Lin's eyes. He knew that even the most accurate and objective divination was against the laws of nature. Firenze's eyes were solemn and deep, staring at the forerunner who would lead him. The prophecy was carried out in an orderly manner, but the accident came unexpectedly at this time. The clear night sky seemed to be suddenly covered with a layer of black gauze, and the bright moon, which was dimmed by the stars, burst into a cold glow. The old man's body trembled violently, and his eyes were full of unbelievable shock. The war is broken? No, there is the other half. He murmured, trying to open his eyes wide, trying to find things after the track of the sudden change. However, the window of time was fleeting. The starlight was completely extinguished, the opportunity was exhausted, and he could only wait for the next distant moment. Strands of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. For this old man, the practice of forcibly continuing the prophecy was unbearable for him. The strong limbs of his youth could no longer bear his weight. He covered his chest and slowly knelt on the ground. The centaurs were in chaos, and only Firenze rushed forward calmly and stuffed the prepared herbs into his mouth. But it only worked slightly. Peso. Ojizi. Fihu. In the chaos, Lin took advantage of the powerful magic to soar into the air, and his wand flashed a dazzling light. 3 huge rune letters appeared in the night. The air was filled with a vast breath that spanned thousands of years. Spiritual rune Peso. Healing rune Ojizi. Rich rune Fihu. 3 completely different magical powers intertwined and turned into a continuous source of vitality, flowing into the elder's body, making up for the deficit and pulling him back from the edge of decline. Your magic is still so magical. Surrounded by the tribesmen, the centaur elder opened his eyes and held Lin's hand. The next time may be an opportunity to see the truth, and it is also the time for me to return to nature. I am old enough. His calm words did not seem to announce his death, but rather to say what to eat tonight. The centaurs showed sad expressions one after another, and Firenze's eyes became deep and sad. Most of the centaurs in this tribe have grown up under the protection and leadership of this wise man. But the old man himself is very open-minded. He just said with a little emotion, in fact, there is no destiny in this world, only truth. I just don't know whether what I see in the end will be the truth or an illusion, just like the wizard's sacrifice in the afternoon. His eyes were a little cloudy, which made Lin understand his mood in the afternoon. He might have expected it and accepted it long ago. The elder's fall brought this divination to a hasty end. The elderly elder pulled Lin in, patiently told him a few words, and then fell asleep. Even with Lin's help, he still hurt his vitality, and at this age, he didn't know if he could fully recover. The whole community became depressed. Bane and several powerful warriors maintained order, and the pharmacists gathered together to discuss anxiously. In such a situation, Lin was not convenient to disturb him, just left some potions and left. Firenze decided to send him off for a while, but both of them were a little silent until the edge of the centaur territory. When the astronomy tower was vaguely visible, Firenze asked, "Do you know why the elders allowed you to enter the group at any time?" Lin En shook his head. He didn't understand why the xenophobic centaurs did this at the beginning, and Firenze has been keeping it a secret for several years. But tonight he seemed to be in a good mood to talk. The handsome and powerful centaur prophet slowly walked to Lin En and put his hands on his shoulders. This was a rare kindness for the centaurs. He said solemnly, "You are the first wizard who has no intention of using centaurs at all, and you don't regard us as aliens. Among wizards, you are like an alien. Compared with ideas, racial differences are really not worth mentioning." Lin En shook his head and told the truth. "It should be so." Firenze nodded with a smile, "You love the starry sky as much as we do, but the centaurs explore destiny, while you pursue mystery, but I think this is the same goal. So we respect this friendship, not only because you have helped us. Thank you for your trust." Lin En lowered his head slightly, "I also cherish this friendship, it is an important part of my life." "Me too. In addition, Bane asked me to convey that you are very good at archery, you can compete with him next time." Firenze turned around nimbly, stopped before leaving, restrained the smile on his face, and reminded seriously, "Protect the human cubs, they are surrounded by danger." After that, his figure disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 42 Spells and Countermeasures. It was already late for Lin En to return to Hogwarts. Thinking of the advice of the elders and Firenze, he did not act rashly and went directly back to his office and living room. He was still sorting out the elders' prophecies. Each sentence had a basis, but it was not so clear, just like the countless prophecies that the centaurs had made. Observing the starry sky could only see the silhouettes and fragments of the future, or allegorical scenes. And Firenze's parting reminder reminded him of the hidden dangers of the campus, although Dumbledore promised solemnly that there would be no accidents. But his promises were always not as reliable as they seemed. There was a faint smell of air freshener in the room, which was probably from Hermione. This little witch, who was born in muggles like him, was not only a hard-working and good student, but also had a very considerate side, but it was often covered by her strong personality and was not easy to detect, especially in the eyes of her two good friends. There were two piles of materials neatly placed on the table, one thin and one thick. The thin one was the teaching plan for the lower grades, and the thick one was the report of the 6th grade students. There were many students who applied to become assistants. Lin En secretly praised Hermione's efficiency and sat over to take a quick look. The agitated mood gradually calmed down. He casually put the file into the cabinet. Now is not the time for research, there are more important things. For example, this divination that is very expensive and may not work, and the contract with Garcia. In order to find the Horcrux without destroying the Room of Requirement, he will definitely use this divination, but only after preparation. The old book that never leaves his body but never reveals its true appearance is placed flat on the table. He reached out and touched his forehead, his eyes were calm, and the magic power was lingering at his fingertips, forming a mysterious symbol. The dark golden mark felt the call and reappeared. But it was not the same as when the contract was reached. It quickly covered the forehead, like a dense pattern. This is an ancient magic called the Oath Spell. Through the mirror, Lin En recognized it at a glance. Its effect is very simple, turning a two-way oath into a single oath. Direction, freeing the caster from the trouble of the contract cost, and adding the function of sensing the position of the recipient. This is a rare magic that is almost only mastered by South American wizards. It is extremely difficult and has not been seen for more than 100 years. But unfortunately, Lin En, who was taught by Nicholas Flamel, just mastered the method to break it. And his hawthornwood wand is very good at cursing and counter-cursing. I advised you, Garcia, don't be too smart, but unfortunately. Lin En, who had seen through the contract as early as when he signed the contract, shook his head regretfully. Since you came to me, Don't blame me for playing along. Let me see who you are. He raised his wand and moved his lips slightly. All curses are over. The strongest magic to break the curse that can only be performed by multiple wizards was used lightly, and the golden light shone on the oath from mythology. A page of parchment fell off the book, flew into the air, and quickly burned up. The crystal blue light and the golden spell complement each other. The mark reappeared, but slowly and irreversibly dissipated. In just a moment, it disappeared into thin air along with the burned pages. But the dancing light did not disappear, but followed an invisible thread through space and disappeared. Brazil, a castle hidden in the rainforest, Castrobus. South American wizards have formed three major characteristics in thousands of years of development: pharmacy, astrology, and curse science. Castrobus is also famous for these three disciplines and magical creature protection. The towering and gorgeous building like a temple is full of students wearing green robes. This wizard school, which recruits students from all over South America, is several times larger than Hogwarts in terms of school scale. At this time, their 7th grade is taking a lesson on curses and counter-curses. Hundreds of students are sitting in a classroom like an auditorium, listening to the professor's narration and instructions. The tall and thin witch stood on the podium, with dense Portuguese written on the blackboard. The clear and persuasive explanation, which progressed from the simple to the complex, reached the students' ears and was also imprinted in their hearts. Today, this professor, who was famous in his 30s, is the most popular among students in Castrobus. Her rich personal resume and serious but humorous personality conquered all teachers and students in just a few years. But she was not in good condition today. She was originally telling the story of how she broke the curse of an ancient relic in Argentina with great interest, but suddenly she tightly grasped the back of her hand and frowned. Then, she stood up straight, left a stiff sentence: "I am not feeling well, this class will be changed to self-study," and left in a hurry, leaving the little wizards in the room looking at each other in bewilderment. After leaving the classroom, her footsteps suddenly quickened, and she ran through the corridor and returned to the living room. Locking the doors and windows, drawing the curtains, she fell on the bed in pain, curled up, and in a moment, the crazy sweat soaked the sheets completely. It was not the pain of the body, but the shock of the soul. This was the price of the spell being broken, which could not be relieved, and could only be endured. On the forehead, the mark that had disappeared long ago returned and turned into a dense pattern. This was backlash, but not the end of everything. Hair soaked in sweat fell from the forehead, blocking the view, but could not hide the mark on the back of the hand. A cold eye appeared in her sight, and then turned into words. "Ms. Inés Garcia, considering that we have cooperated many times and hunted down black wizards together, and considering the harmlessness of this magic, I will not retaliate against your offense. I know that few people can overcome the temptation of knowledge, especially wisdom, especially an excellent wizard. I will fulfill my promise, but please remember my advice: everything you gain must have a price. This is my response, and also a signal for a future meeting. Of course, if you can remove it, I will sincerely congratulate you." The text disappeared, and a crystal blue light rose out of thin air. The pattern slowly broke and finally disappeared completely. It was like the reappearance of a scene thousands of miles away. Bang! The white fist hit the wall hard, making a muffled sound. The room was filled with sobs. "Too clever. I am really..." Touching the mark on the back of her hand that exuded a terrifying magical aura, she muttered to herself, with tears in her eyes that she had not had time to wipe away. There was fear, regret, and some relief and gratitude for surviving the disaster. As Lynn said, in the face of Ravenclaw's knowledge, she lost her usual rationality and the integrity required for transactions, and she would pay the price for it. Faced with the overwhelming difference in strength, she had no room to refuse. In the office, after dealing with Inés's matter, Lynn breathed a sigh of relief and took back the book with a missing page. Only the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, hiding the pain that was not easily noticed. He had his own calculations in this matter. On the one hand, because the contract was cautious and rigorous. Inez's spell did not cause any damage except trying to test his identity. It just avoided his own responsibility. This was obviously irrational, just like all wizards who were trapped in a bottleneck and could not make any progress, and were overwhelmed by desire and ambition. But it was not to the point where he killed him, although his magic could do it. A small punishment and a big warning was a comprehensive consideration of the years of friendship and his principle of doing things. On the other hand, after reversely detecting the other party's identity, he also had more ideas. Inez Garcia, a well-known anti-black magic expert in South America, is a rare talent after all. Even among the stargazers, there is no one who can match her. He had a hunch that this witch who was good at hiding and spells would be helpful to him as long as she was controllable enough. For this reason, the spell that was ready to be launched died down after the spell was dispelled, turning into a sword of Damocles hanging over the other party's head, waiting to be fired. At the same time, he left a request that could not be refused. It was like planting a seed. One day, when the time was right, the harvest would come. Chapter 43 Selection of Assistants. Regardless of Inez's confusion, Lin had already put away the parchment properly and was ready to make plans at a suitable time. The Ravenclaw crown was both a Horcrux and the Founder's treasure. It was also inside Hogwarts, so he had to act with caution. Since he couldn't act hastily, he simply stopped thinking about these distant things and took out the teaching plan and the report submitted by the 6th grade students and read them carefully. The plan Hermione made was quite excellent, combining the different theoretical foundations of the 3 grades and was very practical. From beginning to end, he only changed a few places and was extremely satisfied with the work of his assistant. The difficulty was the selection of assistants. Cedric Diggory was a potential stock that he valued. The current focus should be on personal training and not be considered for the time being. In addition to him, there were many suitable candidates. After a painful choice of the best, 2 reports were placed side by side in front of me. Percy Weasley. Doris Foley. These are the 2 people who successfully activated the rune in class, and their reports are also the best. Percy's report is rigorous and detailed, the longest, and he put a lot of effort into it. He organized the existing research results in an orderly manner and analyzed them properly. He was neither mean nor superficial, and it was quite a model. Doris was the opposite of him. She was short and sharp, condensed and powerful. The focus was not on the existing achievements, but on raising many questions. She was sharp and direct, with sharp edges. The writing is like the person. The style of the 2 reports is exactly the style of the 2 young wizards. Percy's excellence is all-round and consistent. Although he does not have the amazing specialties like his 2 brothers. He has no shortcomings and is willing to show his abilities. He is not only a class leader, but also the most powerful candidate to lead the male student union in the future. Doris is not a celebrity. This mixed blood witch is very low-key and keeps to herself. But her low profile is not passive marginalization, but active alienation. She looks down on all stupid words and deeds equally. Lin En, who was sitting at the desk, was entangled. Both of them were reserve members of the Stargazers recognized and absorbed by Euphemia, although they did not know each other's situation. Each Stargazer would have the opportunity to meet other companions and understand their identities only after making an unbreakable oath. Time flew to the next week. The teaching plan designed by Hermione was successful as expected. According to the number and difficulty of magic mastered by students from grades 1 to 3, Lin En chose a hierarchical teaching method. First-year freshmen mainly practiced the writing and engraving of rune letters, and experienced magic in an entertaining way with the help of rune flames and frost carried by puppets. Especially Luna, who could use the 2 rune magics of Kanaz and Issa at the same time, made the surrounding little wizards envious, as if there were 2 turrets hanging around her. Just like the spirit cannon of the magic machine god Sebasta, it also corresponds to the original name of these metal balls, floating cannons. Although her current magic power is not enough to support it for too long. Only Ginny is still depressed, even a little listless in class, and her little ball has become weak and soft. The second-year wizards added some interdisciplinary elements, combined runes with transfiguration, and began to design independently. Some people began to experience the magic of runes. Some people imitated Lin and transformed into various shapes. They liked the entertainment culture that the Muggle-born wizards have been exposed to is more diverse and the performance is more diverse. The auxiliary function originally designed to enhance the fun has become the main attraction. Even the comics that the Muggle-born wizards secretly brought into school have become popular because of this. No one is entangled in the fact that the characters in them can't move anymore. Harry and Ron, who couldn't sit still, simply used the transformed dolls to have a fighting match, but they were ruthlessly suppressed by Hermione after only one round. In the 3rd grade, they had a solid foundation and found the real way to play with dolls. Transfiguration shaping, spell manipulation, long-range strikes of ice and fire runes and close-range collisions of metals were integrated. The little wizards who like to play constantly update their looks, and the little wizards who love fighting quickly try the power of rune magic. In an instant, shouts and shouts in the classroom. The sound continued. It was also during the class that Lynn announced the notice of the exam and reward plan. Students who scored O in the small test before Halloween can get rewards. As soon as this news came out, the enthusiasm of the little wizards immediately rose to an unprecedented high, even shocking Professor McGonagall. She and Mrs. Pants suddenly found that the spacious library in the past was suddenly overcrowded. Even before the evening, she and Professor Flitwick came to the door together. The two deans simultaneously discovered the significance of this alchemical prop in promoting their respective courses. It can not only train the little wizards' foundation of transfiguration, but also hone their skills in finely applying spells. From transfiguration to flight, to activating spells and aiming at targets, each link is not only the scope of rune magic, but also integrates the practice content of multiple subjects. Although it is a weapon, it can also be a teaching aid. Thursday afternoon, 6th grade class. After the pleasant and fulfilling experience 2 weeks ago, except for a few 5th grade students who have not recovered from the shock, the little wizards gathered in the classroom were laughing and talking, and the mood of eagerness to try spread in the classroom. They were all ready to show their skills to Lynn, who was about to come to class. There were also a few people with serious expressions. For example, Percy and Doris in the first row. The two people who were determined to win looked at each other from time to time, and sparks flew in the air. They had been classmates for many years, although they didn't interact much, they knew each other's abilities to some extent. The tense atmosphere made Penelope a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, the class bell rang at the right time, and Lynn just walked into the classroom and stood on the podium. "Good afternoon, everyone," he greeted cheerfully. "I haven't seen you in class for 2 weeks, I miss you very much. I wonder how the results of your practice during this period are? I really want to distribute the rewards as soon as possible." He was responded by warm voices and pieces of metal cards raised high. "It seems that you have practiced well, so I am relieved." Lin En touched his chest in an exaggerated manner and said with a smile, "But it is not time to show it yet. I have to announce an important thing first, about the selection of my assistant." His eyes swept across the classroom, and the excited little wizards immediately quieted down. One after another, eyes converged, especially Percy and Doris, who were tit for tat. Even Cedric, who was sitting in the corner, could feel the sharp momentum clearly, not to mention Lin En, who was in the focus of their eyes. "Ahem." Lin En cleared his throat without changing his expression and said loudly, "Since it is really difficult to make a choice, after discussing with Professor McGonagall, I decided to add another assistant. So, Percy, Doris, are you willing to cooperate with me in teaching and research?" He smiled and looked at the two little wizards with surprised faces, and asked directly. Children make choices. As a professor, he has the power to be willful, and he wants them all. Although the price of willfulness is a little expensive. Two carefully crafted alchemical dolls. Even McGonagall and Flitwick think this name is better. They are not simple versions for students, but customized versions that carry powerful magic. Each of them is made of rare metals and is very expensive. Thinking of the brisk steps of McGonagall and Flitwick when they left the office, Lynn's wallet made a silent whine. Chapter 44 Special Attendance. The news that Professor Eric appointed 3 assistants at once spread quickly. The reason is simple. Gryffindor's hourglass has skyrocketed, and Slytherin is not far behind. This is his preference and also an encouragement for the hard work that is about to begin. During dinner, Professor McGonagall's face was full of smiles. The reason is simple. The points won by Hermione and Percy are enough for those naughty and deducting points such as the Weasley twins who do not want to reveal their names to use for a long time. Even Snape, who always seemed to be owed money by everyone, relaxed his face for the first time in a long time, and even called Doris to the office to encourage her. Although no one knew what he said. Judging from the following performance, the result did not seem to satisfy him. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Gryffindor and Slytherin took the lead in the competition for the College Cup, and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff naturally seemed to be a few points behind. Even Professor Sprout couldn't help but find Lynn to find out the truth. Then she happily returned to her greenhouse with Cedric. The storm was drowned in the plain and fulfilling daily life of Hogwarts. Only the discussion of "Is Professor Eric too lazy?" lasted for a long time. 3 assistants with different styles made Lynn's work easier. Grades 1 to 3 emphasize learning through entertainment, making rapid progress, and also established cooperation with the 2 major courses of Transfiguration and Charms, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Grades 4 and 5 emphasize the combination of literature and experience, accumulating knowledge and experience in the 2 extremes of cramming and giving full play to one's nature. Senior grades focus on the comprehension and practice of magic, gradually beginning to master the most basic and simple rune magic, and extensively studying various ancient magic knowledge that has become extinct. Hermione and Percy, who are diligent, undertake most of the mechanical labor. Handle big and small things in an orderly manner. Smart Doris has made great efforts in research and always comes up with new ideas. The leisurely days always pass quickly, until October, when the temperature in the Scottish Highlands begins to drop. This year's low temperature came particularly quickly, and the seasonal cold quickly swept the entire school. It came fiercely and was difficult to recover. Even Hermione and Doris, who had prepared in advance according to Lynn's instructions, were also affected. Madame Pomfrey's stimulant has become a must-have for many young wizards. Coughing sounds came one after another in the corridors, the auditorium, and the classroom. The 6 students with fever filled the infirmary. Ginny's condition was also very bad, and her haggardness even worried Luna. Percy frowned and thought of many ways, but the effect was not good. Only the young wizards with strong immunity and the castle ghosts who would not get sick remained energetic. For example, Ron and Sir Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor, who invited him and Harry to the Death Day dinner. Of course, there are also the Quidditch players who fight for the right to train on the Quidditch field every weekend, rain or shine. Lynn, who changed into thick clothes early, sighed at the good health of young people every time he saw them flying in the air, and then silently drank a small sip of hot milk tea specially sent by the kitchen, and maybe even a piece of apple pie sprinkled with cinnamon. As the house elves studied the Beauxbatons recipes he provided in depth, Professor Eric's afternoon tea became more colorful. In terms of desserts alone, it was at least half the level of Beauxbatons. In this way, October 10th, an ordinary Saturday arrived. It is not appropriate to say that it was ordinary, because on this day, after Lynn's careful preparation, the individual tutoring tailored for the 3 assistants officially began. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Percy and Hermione, who were yawning, walked in front. Following behind was Doris, who was full of energy after recovery. The contrast was so sharp that Lin En, who was sitting in the classroom, couldn't help laughing. Percy, Hermione, I remember suggesting that you combine work and rest, right? A good lunch break is necessary. Doris is in a very good state, suitable for studying well in the afternoon. He put the snacks aside with a smile, looked at Doris with approval, and praised her. But Percy and Hermione just drank a sip of the stimulant at the same time. White smoke came out of their ears, and their fatigue was swept away. The stimulant is used to treat colds. Is it really appropriate for you to use it like this? Lin En was a little amused. It's okay, Professor, I won't be sleepy this way. Hermione answered irrelevantly, and Percy nodded repeatedly, obviously having his own ideas or the pride of a top student. Lin En had nothing to say, so he could only rub his hair and sit in front of the three people. This is not a class, so there is no need to be serious. Young people are so energetic. I wouldn't dare to work so hard anyway. Lin said slowly, since you don't care, let's start. Professor, I have a question. Doris raised her hand, shall we three study together? I know Hermione is very good, but she is only a second-year student after all. Her meaning was already very clear. She didn't think Hermione could keep up with her progress. Percy also had some ideas, but he had a good relationship with Hermione and couldn't say it out loud. This is a reasonable inference, but it doesn't apply here. Lin raised his wand, because we are going to get in touch with brand new magic, and there is no order of priority in front of new things. A ball of flame rose into the air. Until the fireball was hanging high, the rune symbol came late. Lin asked, Fire rune Kanaz, an old acquaintance, what do you think? More powerful, more difficult, and more consuming. Percy's answer was concise. Doris thought for a long time before saying, it's purer than the fire spell and closer to reality. Lin nodded and looked at Hermione, what do you think? Professor, I think. Because of Doris's previous words, Hermione was still a little reserved. I think it's very vivid, as if it has its own life, so it's difficult to control, and therefore more powerful and pure. Careful observation. Lin smiled and said, but not entirely correct. Professor, do you mean? Hermione instinctively opened the magic dictionary and found the corresponding part. Kanaz is fire, and it also means light. Flame brings light, and the logic is smooth. Lin persuaded, but is there another possibility? The advanced magic translation mentioned that Kanaz also represents creation. This is a variant derived from its spread in Britain. Percy responded quickly, his voice short and powerful. Another, it doesn't necessarily represent only fire. Doris licked her lips lightly, her curiosity was completely aroused, and she was very interested. None of them are right, but they are close to the answer. Lin said, remember the magic levels I mentioned? Magic will undergo earth-shaking changes starting from the 5th level. Rune magic is different. Its changes are not reflected in the magic level. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the fireball fell steadily like an obedient pet, landing right in his palm. The bright firelight dyed his face red, and his palm was not damaged at all. Chapter 45 The Other Side of Rune. What's going on? Doris lost her previous calmness and playfulness, and Percy and Hermione also showed surprise, especially Hermione. She was sure that this was completely different from the illusion she saw in the summer. It was a real burning fire. Does anyone want to try it? Lin smiled evilly and flicked his finger. 3 small fireballs split out and flew towards the 3 shocked people. Ah! Percy instinctively dodged backwards, but forgot that he was sitting and bumped into the back of the chair. Doris and Hermione also widened their eyes at the same time, and subconsciously slipped to both sides, but it was in vain. The small fireballs that broke through the air whistled in, hitting the target in no particular order, and exploded. Sparks flew in the air, but did not cause any damage. Percy opened his eyes in disbelief, with a blank face, and Hermione and Doris were the same. Looking at the location where the fireball exploded, feeling the warmth of a trickle, Hermione suddenly found that the fatigue caused by lack of sleep seemed to have subsided a little. Ha ha ha! This is what young people look like. Lynn laughed heartily. You were more mature than each other before, and I thought you should all be my peers. Professor! Doris's pretty face flushed, and she stamped her feet vigorously. Thinking of the embarrassing scene just now, the proud little witch was ashamed and angry. It's okay, I won't tell anyone. Lin pursed his lips to hold back his smile, and said seriously, there are only 4 of us who saw all this, I promise. But why is this, Professor? Hermione asked first. Her strong curiosity overwhelmed her shame. Percy was still busy stroking his handsome face, full of relief that he was not disfigured, until he heard Hermione's words and sat up straight. Kenaz is the rune of fire, there is no doubt about it. Lin played with the fireball in his hand, and said in a brisk tone, but no one said that fire can only have one nature, right? The 3 little wizards were stunned, and their little faces were full of confusion, which was completely different from their common sense. The theory is too profound, let me give you an example, the goblet of fire. Lin drew out his wand and waved it casually. The target not far away turned into a huge wooden goblet burning with blue and white flames. Even the marks of cutting on the surface were clearly visible. This is the selection mechanism of the Triwizard Tournament that has been suspended for many years. Hermione, you must have read the introduction of the competition. Explain it. The Goblet of Fire can comprehensively judge the ability of the applicants and select the most suitable student to represent a school. Hermione answered subconsciously. Yes, the fire in the Goblet of Fire is completely different from common sense. Lin said approvingly, here, the nature of the flame has been changed by an ancient magic, but the form of the flame is still there, but the inner is completely different. Change the nature. Percy found the key point of the problem. Lin smiled and nodded. The nature of everything is not permanent. Transfiguration is based on this and has been developed, but other spells are not like this. For most spells, it is more advanced than the 5th level. Percy took a deep breath, more advanced than the 5th level. Yes, so this is too far away for you at the moment. Lin said lightly, but runes are an exception. Although runes are not as simple as transfiguration to change their nature, there are clear ways. That is to say, if we learn rune magic well, fire can look like fire, but actually change in many ways. Doris blinked her big eyes and jumped for joy. She is a witch who is very good at using elemental spells such as water and fire, and this is right in her good area. Don't be whimsical. Of course, it's not possible to change in many ways, even if Merlin is alive. Lin waved his hand and said, but you can expect to adjust 1 or 2 forms. Watch me demonstrate. As he spoke, he had pointed the magic wand at his palm and gently stroked it. Shua! The invisible magic blade immediately cut the flesh, and in an instant, blood flowed. Ah! Professor, you are injured. Hermione hurried forward, picked up the wand and was about to cast a spell to heal, but was stopped by Lin. Don't get excited, Hermione, I just wanted you to see more clearly. I forgot to find the small animals for the experiment. Lin said with a smile, as if it was someone else who was injured, without blinking. He even turned his head to look at Doris and reminded her, I know you are very interested in this, but please remember that this is a very dangerous experiment. Don't try it alone. Stop the bleeding first, there is too much bleeding. How can you be so reckless? Doris jumped up and down, and seeing that Lin was unmoved, she said in a muffled voice, I know. I will do the experiment honestly as required. That's good, look carefully at this ball. Percy, put away the wand. Look carefully. Lin glanced at Percy who was about to secretly chant a spell, feeling helpless and a little touched. These little wizards had very little practical experience, and rarely encountered scenes of injuries and blood, so they seemed to be so surprised. But it was not bad to be cared for. He raised his bloody right hand and stretched it towards the fireball. When the flame touched the wound, time seemed to flow backwards. In just a blink of an eye, the wound that was particularly hideous and exposed flesh and blood just now disappeared. If it weren't for the bloodstains, they would even doubt their memories. You grew up in a peaceful era and have never experienced life and death. It's normal to be surprised. Did you see everything clearly? Did you find anything? Lin En asked expectantly, calling out a small stream of water to wash away the bloodstains. The flame that heals the wound. Professor, isn't this repeated with Ogais? Doris, who is best at fire spells, looked at Lin, then looked at her wand, and felt that her cognition was refreshed. Kenaz symbolizes healing and a strong body. I thought it was just a fable, but I didn't expect it to really exist. Percy seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and his words were full of amazement. Professor, since Kenaz can become a healing fire, can other known meanings also be? Hermione asked, offering a tissue considerately. This was also the confusion of the other two. In theory, it should be so. Lin nodded seriously. The three said in unison, what about in reality? In fact, I don't know. Hey! The little wizard, who was full of expectations, fell into a huge gap. The professor doesn't know everything. Admiring the expressions of the three people who were always serious, Lin was very happy, deconstructing the mystery and turning the unknown into the known. This is the meaning of research, and it is also my expectation for you. Deconstructing the mystery. Hermione chewed on this sentence that Lin En often said, and had some new feelings. If it is ordinary magic, it is extremely difficult to change the nature, but rune magic has a simple way changing the magic nodes and paths in the rune symbols. Lin En's gentle eyes swept over the three promising young wizards and fixed on Hermione. You are all smart students. I think you should know what this means. Chapter 46. There is no standard answer to magic. It means hidden and unpredictable risks. When the two were at a loss, Doris had already realized the value of the change of nature. If Percy and Hermione were scholars, then she was more like a duelist. She had a picture in her mind. The two wizards met on a narrow road, and it was hard to tell who was better, and both were exhausted. At this time, one side portrayed the rune of fire, and put on a desperate posture. But when the opponent defended with all his strength, he suddenly found that the real effect of this ball of fire was to heal wounds. As one side gained, the other lost, and the balance of victory and defeat would be completely tilted. Doris was excited, and such magic was perfect for her. Doris is right, every change is an unpredictable extension, and it is an unknown risk for your enemy. Slytherin Plus. Sorry, I forgot that this is not a class. Lin subconsciously wanted to give Doris extra points, but halfway through, he remembered that this was a private tutoring class, and smiled awkwardly. Doris didn't care at all, but asked excitedly, Professor, what other runes have changed in nature? Unfortunately, this is an unknown area, and my exploration is also very superficial. Lin shook his head and took out 3 exquisite metal runes and placed them in front of the 3 people. This is one of the reasons why I designed them. Professor, please forgive me, I don't know what this has to do with the change of properties. Percy picked up the rune and observed it up and down, left and right, his eyes full of confusion. Percy, you haven't tried to create a new spell like Bill, right? Lin didn't rush to answer, but asked with a smile. Percy was a little embarrassed, but still nodded, yes, Professor, I haven't tried it. I don't mean to say that this is bad, Percy, on the contrary, you are right. Lin said encouragingly, creating spells requires a lot of experiments, and this kind of experiment is quite dangerous, but some young wizards are not afraid of tigers. I understand, Professor. Hermione, who heard the implication, was excited, these runes are the materials for the experiment of rune property change. It is not only a portable item used to activate rune magic. That's it, Hermione. Lynn said calmly, changing the magic nodes and paths of the rune. This method is simple to say, but you have all practiced it, and you should be very clear about the power of the rune. He looked at Doris calmly. This brave little witch secretly tried the rune magic without runes in the last practical class, and failed as expected. Although it was only the safest fihu, if Lynn hadn't taken action in time to resolve the magic shock, she would have been uncomfortable for at least a few hours. Sensing Lynn's gaze, Doris lowered her head embarrassedly and picked up the rune obediently. The demise of rune magic in the Middle Ages was partly due to the witch hunts of Muggles, but the real core is still the danger. Lin did not exaggerate, but told the truth. Wrong nodes, paths, or even slightly deviated magic skills are just failures in casting for conventional magic, but in the context of rune magic, it means loss of control. For most wizards, loss of control means disability or death. Over time, dangerous magic was eliminated by safe magic, and runes became a text to record magic. These are simple words in the history of magic, but also vivid history and bloody lessons. The three looked at the runes in their hands and said nothing. They understood Lin's intentions and recognized the learning props that had been used many times. It is not only a shortcut on the road to learning and a flexible medium for casting in duels, but also a safety valve carefully designed by Lin. From nothing to something, these small metal plates are more important and more precious than they imagined. Don't think too highly of me, I'm just fulfilling my teacher's obligations. Lin said teasingly, otherwise Dumbledore would not promote the transformation of this course. What you need to pay more attention to than these, it should be the experiment itself. But Professor, how should we experiment? Doris asked. Lin raised his palm and signaled the three to try it. Hermione was the first to input her magic. This is... She was stunned for a moment. What appeared in front of her was no longer the path of the Knaz rune that she was very familiar with. The dense magic nodes were almost like a dazzling starry sky, with only a few of the brightest. That was also the node she had been using. Are these all magic nodes? Percy said in disbelief, then in class. The runes in class only have the most basic nodes and paths. But these three are different. If you want to try real rune magic, this is the right way. So many nodes, try one by one. Doris felt her scalp tingling. Of course not, it needs to be combined with your learning and in-depth thinking. Lin smiled and pulled Doris, pressing her hand on the rune. I'll demonstrate it once. The silver-white metal plate lit up, and countless nodes were projected into the air, and then they were annihilated one after another, leaving only one. Most of the nodes are meaningless, just the overflow of magic. Lin's voice was particularly clear, the real variables are all around the most important nodes, each with its own meaning. Before he finished speaking, dots of light lit up one by one, building a new path with a structure that the three had never seen before. Then, a huge fireball condensed. This is really, so fascinating, Professor. Doris's eyes became blurred, and she was shocked to experience the casting process in person. The fireball made a burning crackling sound, but it transmitted soft fluctuations. There is no standard answer to magic, only change itself is the only constant. Before he knew it, the sun set and the night rose. The three talented little wizards experienced the unique charm of rune magic. This is a brand new subject, completely it broke their previous understanding of magic. Just as Lin said, this is a new starting point. Doris and Percy completely dispelled their previous doubts and were amazed at her understanding. This clever little witch has a keen sense of knowledge. For a whole afternoon, Lin just sat aside and watched them try with expectation. From the identification of nodes, to the repetition of magic paths, to the condensation of healing fire. The three talented people came and went, looking for answers in intense exchanges and discussions. In the evening, 3 bright fireballs condensed above the classroom, reflecting the sweaty faces due to concentration and fatigue. "Well done, you are better than I thought." Lin En did not hesitate to praise, "but this is just the beginning." "We understand, Professor. What is really important is to discover new changes and find more magic," Percy said meticulously. "I will try with you. Here, we are not only teachers and students, but also partners in exploring mysteries." Lin smiled and stretched out his hand. His white palm showed no sign of injury. 3 hands of different sizes were placed one after another, and different eyes focused on Lin. Hermione was respectful and expectant. Percy was serious and eager. Doris was undisguised in her longing and ambition. The messy classroom was tidy again, and the moonlight sprinkled on the windowsill. Just when Lin was thinking about whether to take them to the kitchen or the cafeteria, Doris pointed at the target in the corner and asked, "Professor, you said before that if you master the 4th level magic, you can see the next level, right?" Before Lin could speak, she had already pointed her wand at the target. Flames are blazing. Accompanied by the girl's clear voice, the majestic fire dragon went straight to the bull's eye without any extra movements. Boom! Sparks flew and heat surged. A striking 4 appeared on the sign. Her smile was reserved and proud, and she obviously had a plan. She was one step faster than Percy. Chapter 47 Level 5 Magic. Doris Foley is a true Slytherin. Proud but not arrogant, ambitious but not blind. In the process of pursuing her goals, she always adheres to her principles and bottom line. Such Slytherins are rare, which makes Lin En particularly appreciate them. "It seems that I can only take you to the kitchen to find the house elves for dinner tonight." Seeing her skilled casting movements and the flames that raised speed and accuracy to a new level, he said half-jokingly. Doris giggled and jumped to his side, "This way you can see level 5 magic, right?" "It's indeed possible, then I will demonstrate it today." Lin drew out his wand. "Percy, you have to work hard too." "I understand, Professor." Percy nodded heavily, his eyes solemn and focused. He has mastered a lot of combat or non-combat level 3 magic, and can be said to be the best in the same class, but he has not made a breakthrough. Now, Doris has taken the lead, which makes him feel more pressure and motivation. "I said that magic from level 1 to level 4 is a quantitative accumulation, but level 4 is the beginning of change." Lin raised his wand, and the targets fell one by one on the open space in front of the 3 people. In other words, level 4 is a link between the upper and lower levels. He looked at Doris and said, "More refined, more convenient, and more controllable. This is a great progress and a new beginning." Doris was overjoyed to receive the praise. "Raise your chin proudly. Level 5 is to go a step further on this basis. Not only to control magic, but also to change it, so that it appears in the posture you want, just like now." Lin En's wand swung nimbly with his hand shape, as if dancing in the air. Suddenly, a faint red light lit up at the tip of the wand. The eyes of the 3 people focused on it. In an instant, the tiny light of stars expanded at an unimaginable speed. The classroom turned into a sea of fiery red. The surging heat wave hit us. It was obviously autumn, but it seemed that the hot summer had returned. When the 3 opened their eyes again, they were no longer in front of pure flames. It was a red and faintly white lion, like a beast in mythology. With muscles like steel and iron, and every tendon and pattern was extremely clear. The bloody mouth did not open, but a gap could be seen faintly, revealing sharp teeth, silently demonstrating. "Is this really a fire spell?" Doris's pride and complacency disappeared in an instant, and she was momentarily distracted. "Can I do it?" "Of course, Doris, your achievements must be more than this." Lin En walked to the side of the fire lion and said with a smile, "The essence of level 5 magic is the change of form, which is a process from quantitative change to qualitative change. Watch carefully." With the wand pointing, the crouching fire lion immediately stood up and leaped up, as if hunting on the grassland. It came in an instant, and it was even faster than Doris's previous spell. Boom! In the deafening roar, the seemingly indestructible target turned into countless fragments and scattered all over the ground. Even a piece was embedded in the wall, leaving a hideous crack. The unprecedented heat turned the classroom into a giant oven. The dampness and coldness of the rainy season were swept away. Each Mars was a faint white, which was a manifestation of the temperature breaking through the limit. It's too hot, isn't it? Let's cool it down a bit. A refreshing breeze blew by, and Lin's words were like timely rain. The ice rune sparkled and brought dry cold air. Hermione wiped her sweat and asked in surprise, "How did you do this, Professor?" "Temperature. I understand. It's temperature." Without waiting for Lin to speak, Doris slammed the table and jumped up directly. The key to the change of form is to create conditions for temperature rise. Accurate judgment. Lin nodded approvingly, and patted Percy, who was thinking hard. I not only increased the burning speed, but also compressed the volume, and finally broke through the temperature limit. This is the true meaning of the change of form. Lion's form is just an appearance and a gift. The real change is inside, the form of the flame. I understand, Professor. Click. Lin raised his hand and his head exploded, causing the little witch to squat and hold her head. You understand again, I haven't finished talking yet. He said unhappily, from level 4 to level 5, you need to control the magic power more accurately and go deep into the flame to change its form. Oh! Doris' eyes suddenly lit up, then when it accumulates to the limit, it will become a fiend fire. Not even close. Lin held his forehead, very tired. Percy, tell her the difference. Ah! Oh, okay Professor. Percy, who was called by his name, woke up as if from a dream, and said subconsciously, the biggest difference between fiend fire and fire spell is that fiend fire cannot be extinguished by conventional means, such as the clear water spell. No matter how weak the fiend fire is, it needs a counterspell, and no matter how strong the fire spell is, it will be restricted by matter. This is 5th grade knowledge. Lin sighed, but it's not your fault. Who made the defense against the dark arts professors so unbearable? Then how can the fire spell be inferior to the dark magic of fiend fire? Doris was unwilling, she liked this spell very much. I don't think so, Doris. Hermione, who had been silent, raised her head. She figured out the key point. The professor said that magic can change its nature. There must be room for improvement above the 5th level magic. Is that so, Professor? Doris's eye attack was extremely lethal, and Lin could hardly resist it. You can't understand it now, especially Hermione. He shook his head helplessly. I can only say that fiend fire involves the difference between black magic and white magic. Black magic uses the soul as a supplement for magic power, so it looks stronger and easier, but everything has a price. Dark magic will erode the heart, and it is very hidden. When it is discovered, it is too late. Miss Granger, who read a lot of books, did not hesitate. She had seen such content in the book and kept it in mind at all times. Powerful wizards will definitely come into contact with black magic, more or less. Lin sat in front of the 3 people, speaking in a gentle tone, but don't let the darkness overwhelm the light, this is very important. He stared at Percy with a deep gaze. He had confidence in Hermione and Doris. But he wanted more guidance for Percy, the ambitious boy. Percy also understood this, and he said solemnly, "Don't worry, Professor, I won't be confused." "Of course, I trust you unconditionally," Lin said. "As for whether the fire spell can be done, Doris, when you master the 5th level fire spell, I will personally guide you to experience this 6th level magic, and then you will have your own judgment." "Really, really?" Doris was overjoyed. "Thank you, Professor. This is the benefit of an assistant." Lin nodded her forehead. The red mark on the head, the tone is gentle, I will take you to experience higher level magic and help you master them. Any spell, Professor? Percy widened his eyes in surprise. Of course, as long as I know it, and this spell does have such potential. Some of the simplest spells really don't work, such as funny. Lin said with a smile, and added seriously. Thinking of this little spell to deal with Boggart, the three smiled knowingly. But now there are more important things than learning magic. Lin touched his stomach, for example, solve the dinner that has been late for a long time. It was not until then that the three little wizards noticed their rumbling stomachs, and when they looked at the watch again, it was almost 9 o'clock. From rune to fire spell, they had a particularly fulfilling day. Chapter 48 The Troubles of House Elves and Hermione. Oh my god, is this the entrance to the kitchen? Hermione was amazed. In the basement kitchen. I thought Fred and George would tell you that they often come here to eat. Percy said. They didn't say it. Hermione shook her head and suddenly realized, no wonder they often have a lot of snacks. For little wizards like you who work day and night, it is still very important to remember the kitchen route. Lin said seriously. I don't work day and night, Professor. I always combine work and rest. Doris exaggeratedly hid to the side with a smirk on her face, but I heard that the professor has stored good things in the kitchen. Lin laughed dumbly. Do I need to hear about this? Where do you think my afternoon tea comes from? Hee hee. Doris stuck out her tongue playfully and ran to the cooking area. There, the house elves who had been busy all day were cleaning up the remaining ingredients. Seeing Doris approaching, several house elves immediately came forward and asked diligently. I want to eat the snacks that Professor Eric taught you. It would be even better if there are hot drinks. Dolly, who is familiar with the place, was not polite at all and raised her hand to point to the iron box stored separately. This. The older house elf was in a dilemma. He didn't want to refuse, but he didn't dare to make the decision. Fortunately, Lin also came with Percy and Hermione, which helped him out. He waved his hand and said with a smile, these are my 3 assistants. In the future, they can directly use the ingredients I entrusted you to buy. I will pay the fees regularly. Now, please work hard for me. Okay, sir. I am happy to serve you. After getting permission, the house elves immediately started to act. For these house elves who have lived in Hogwarts for generations, the recognition of professors and students is a great honor. But looking at their simple clothes and busy figures, Hermione felt a little bit reluctant. Senior, do these house elves always work like this? This is a bit. Percy came forward and lowered his voice and said, house elves are such creatures. They have always served humans like this, from generation to generation. And they enjoy it. This is also a way of survival. After all, they are not the same species. Doris didn't think there was anything wrong. She took a cup of fragrant milk tea and walked briskly to her side. But I still think it's not good. Hermione shook her head in a low voice. She is a witch with a lot of ideas. Once she has her own judgment, it is difficult for ordinary people to change. Seeing that the 2 people from the Magic Society are accustomed to this situation, she cast her eyes on Lin En. At this time, he had rolled up his sleeves and ran to the stove, holding a recipe in his hand. There were more than a dozen house elves of all sizes around him, listening to his talk. From their appearance, this is not the first time, and the handwriting on the recipe is obviously different from Lin En's. With some doubts, Hermione walked around the busy house elves and walked towards Lin carefully. I tasted the steak a few days ago. The control of the heat has improved, but the seasoning is not good enough. I told you before that we should follow the method we designed back then to carry out the preliminary processing. The stronger the flavor, the better. We should also stimulate the original flavor of the ingredients. The apple pie is delicious. If possible, I hope to use apple pie with milk tea for afternoon tea next Wednesday and Friday. Lin was very excited. He was completely different in the kitchen. So the professor was not satisfied with the cafeteria, so he came to the kitchen to teach the house elves here? No wonder the cafeteria has improved. Thinking like this, Hermione felt that she had a better understanding of this professor who was always at ease. But now is not the time to think about this. Seeing that Lin En was talking enthusiastically, she quietly walked forward, pulled his sleeve, and whispered, "Professor, I want to tell you something. Make dinner hotter today, after all, it's cold, and these children don't have." "Oh? Okay, let's do it this way for now, thank you for your hard work." Seeing that Hermione was hesitant to speak, Lin En sent away the house elves around him and walked to a secluded corner. "What's wrong? Professor, don't you think the working conditions of the house elves here are too bad? Look at their clothes." Hermione pointed at an elf running from a distance. He was about to give Percy hot milk, but Percy didn't want to drink it himself, but was going to take it back to Ginny. "Clothes? Hermione, you don't understand. Giving clothes to house elves means firing them. And it's hard for fired house elves to find new homes." Lin's dormant memories came to mind, and she probably understood Hermione's intentions and said softly. The compassion on Hermione's face became more obvious. She bit her lower lip and said after a while, "This is a bad habit. Isn't there anyone willing to give them some respect and improvement?" "Unfortunately, there are very few such people." Lin shook her head. "I understand your thoughts, because I also come from the Muggle society." "What do you think?" Hermione asked. "My opinion. I tend to respect and treat them well in practice, and make some gradual preparations for possible changes in the future." Lin thought for a while and said slowly. "Possible changes in the future?" Hermione was a little disappointed. The development of society is never achieved overnight, and the traditions of thousands of years are even more so. Moreover, they are not weak, so they need some constraints. You will understand it later. Let's go." Lin En took her to the small temporary dining table, where a lot of food was already placed. "House elves are not human beings. I know you feel sad, but the perspective may be debatable." Pouring a glass of milk, Lin En considered the words carefully. "You should think from the other side's perspective. Help should be based on equality rather than arrogance. What you want them to have may not be available overnight. The objective environment is like this, and so is their subjective cognition. The other side's position." Hermione held the milk, feeling uncomfortable. She looked at Percy and Doris who were talking and laughing in the wind and cloud, and then looked at Lin En who was chewing slowly, frowning slightly. This was beyond the knowledge she learned in books. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with? You don't look very happy." A timid house elf came over and asked tentatively. Sorry, can you bring me a cup of hot chocolate?" "Thank you." Hermione wanted to say something, but when she saw the house elf's appearance, she couldn't say it, so she turned it into a polite request. "Of course. I'm happy to serve you." The house elf's joy was not fake at all. Later, in the Gryffindor common room. "Hermione, can you please bring these to Ginny for me? I can't get in." Just when Hermione was about to go back to rest, Percy stopped her and handed her a portion of food and drink. Under Hermione's searching eyes, Percy scratched his head embarrassedly and said softly, "Ginny hasn't been in a good state recently. She always doesn't eat well. I'm her big brother in school, so I always have to do something." "Well, I know." Hermione looked at the steaming pumpkin porridge, hot milk, and sweet pie, nodded slightly, and walked into the dormitory. After a long while, her voice came out faintly, with a little loss. Objective environment and subjective cognition. Chapter 49 Lockhart. What happened in the kitchen that night troubled Hermione for a long time. Lin's persuasion had some effect, but it was not so obvious. This precocious and intelligent little witch was depressed for several days. Not only did she often lose focus when working, but she also always ran to the kitchen, not saying anything or asking anything, just observing. Observing the life, work, and conversations of the house elves. These gentle little guys who have lived here since the time of Helga Hufflepuff did not care about her existence and even gradually adapted to it. Lynn saw this, but did not say anything more. Instead, he persuaded Percy and Doris, who wanted to comfort their junior schoolmate. He just silently left a list of books for Hermione and placed it on his desk. On it were books about the history of house elves, from ancient times to the present, with no details. This was a tacit understanding between the two, and no one had ever mentioned it. There is no change in Hogwarts, except for Miss Hermione Granger's desk. Halloween is approaching. Diseases, courses, and expectations for the festival. October passed quickly. The pumpkin outside Hagrid's hut quickly expanded like the expectations of the little wizards, and it has become the size of a flower shed. The professors also knew the attraction of this interesting festival to students, and they all made a lenient arrangement. Even the coldest Snape was no exception except for a few students he hated. In this month of seasonal colds, everything was normal. Except that one professor was not very happy. In the office full of photo frames, candles were lit even in the daytime. Among countless fan letters, Gilderoy Lockhart wrote down lines of ambiguous words with a gloomy face and stuffed his own autographed photos. This was his most important and main job in Hogwarts for more than a month. But he was not happy. The reason is simple. In the past month, his limelight has been completely stolen by Lynn Eric, who is a popular figure in school. Not only that, with the first defense against the dark arts class after the failure, the group of Cornish elves became famous all over the school with him, which was quite embarrassing. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, he no longer dared to expose his poor spell skills except memory magic, and could only turn the course into a funny drama performance. In the long run, except for those die-hard fans who have worshipped him for a long time and are still trying to defend him, his popularity will completely collapse. The perfect Professor Lockhart, the handsome master of defense against the dark arts, the most handsome idol among professors. A series of titles he imagined for himself before coming to Hogwarts have now become flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, which will be broken at the touch of a finger. Now is the moment of life and death, Gilderoy. Lockhart grabbed the smooth hair that he had to spend a lot of money to maintain every week. His face was gloomy, and his handsome features looked a little hideous. If he stayed here for a whole year and could not leave with great fame, it would not only be a failure in the next year, but also have disastrous consequences. The first thing that came up was to let those gossip reporters who were always staring at him. He was in a dilemma. He knew too well how much dirt he had, and he also knew too well how much weight he had. But he couldn't do it. Show strength? He didn't have such a thing. He was okay in school, but after so many years of unearned gains, most of his knowledge had been returned to the teacher. Win support with appearance? Not to mention that most young wizards are more concerned about the quality of the course. Even if they succeed, they can't deal with those damn reporters. Or, use oblivion on that Lynn Eric? Just thinking about it, Lockhart felt cold all over and almost slid off the chair to the ground. Take a deep breath, slap his cheek hard, and Lockhart quickly cleared this horrible idea from his mind. He entered school a year later than Lynn, and his fear of this senior who dominated the school since the 3rd grade was no less than the old man who sat in the principal's office and couldn't see the depth. Since he was still in school, he knew that this wizard who always made people around him feel like spring breeze and was as cold as winter to all enemies was a terrible and ruthless character. Not only him, but also the increasing number of friends around him. None of these people was qualified to fight against him. Even, these people never saw him. No matter how big the crisis was, it would at least be next year, but if he offended this living devil, whether he could see the sun tomorrow was another matter. Lockhart knew this very well. But he could not think of a way out. He felt like a clown waiting to be destroyed. He never thought that his ignorance was shameful, and he really believed that he had those glorious histories that did not belong to him. This was the extreme of self-hypnosis. In the world without Lin, he stumbled through most of the school year. Although he made a lot of fools, he could deal with it with the curse of defense against the dark arts. Even if not many people believed it, die-hard fans could control some public opinion. But here, with the contrast of Lin, his funniness is particularly prominent, and the number of people who are willing to believe in him is decreasing day by day. He didn't know all this, and his eyes were full of resentment. Eric, always this Eric. Why? His handsome face was distorted by jealousy and fear, and he roared and banged his desk hard. The piles of fan letters collapsed like a landslide. The photos everywhere on the wall also showed the same expression as him. His anger seemed particularly desperate because of his incompetence, and it was transferred to Lin impartially. Although he had no courage to put his anger into practice, he didn't even have the courage to stand in front of Lin and look him in the eye. Negative emotions were spreading in vain, and they seemed so abrupt in Hogwarts full of laughter. The trivial things that happened in Lockhart's office did not attract any attention. For Lin N, if he didn't need to cram the knowledge of defense against the dark arts for his students of all grades, he wouldn't even remember that there was such a clown around him. As Halloween approaches, he will have even less time. Since the weekend when he tutored the 3 assistants, he has become very busy. Every day, apart from classes and tutoring, he writes and draws. Or writes letters, or writes furiously in the notebook with the cover written Stargazer. The Halloween gathering is the most important thing for him in the future, nothing else. He even forgot that he had agreed to communicate with Euphemia once a week to exchange information, and then on a sunny morning, he received a cold and shouting letter. Every word of the reproach was full of creepy calmness. Under such a busy schedule, the formation of the Professor Club naturally had to be postponed a little, until after Halloween. But he had already told Percy and Doris. 2 assistants will represent him and hand out invitations written by him to the young wizards in various grades who have been recognized by him. This will be the first time in many years that the name of Stargazers will appear in Hogwarts openly again. It is no longer a gathering among students, but a professor's club. Chapter 50 Stargazers. October 31st, Halloween. The whole Hogwarts' atmosphere was filled with festive joy. Even Ginny's face looked better, playing in the hall with her good friend Luna. Dumbledore invited a skeleton dance troupe to add to the fun. Hagrid's pumpkin was also carved into a huge lantern to set off the atmosphere. The little wizards played on this weekend and holiday day, waiting for the arrival of the dinner. But the excitement was missing a few people. For example, the trio who went to the Death Day party. For example, Lockhart who hid in the office. Another example, Lin, who had not been seen since early in the morning and only used magic paper airplanes to send small gifts to everyone. Neville sat alone at the long table, looking around, with a confused look on his face. At this time, Lin had appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Firenze also arrived as promised. "Did your people embarrass you?" Lin asked half happily and half worriedly. Firenze nodded. "They know it was your invitation. So I am quite proud." Lin N grinned and took Firenze's hand. "Then we should set off. You will see a different side of human beings. I promise you." "Of course, I believe in you and your vision." Firenze promised calmly, striding forward and passing through the invisible barrier. This is the edge of Hogwarts' anti-apparition magic. One step away, it suddenly became clear. The spatial fluctuation suddenly intensified, and the figure disappeared out of thin air. Birmingham, Darlene Children's Welfare Home. After several expansions over the past decade, the simple orphanage has completely changed. Except for retaining the name, it is no longer similar to the previous one. The neat courtyard and lawn, tall buildings, and carefully selected staff. Homeless orphans live and study here and welcome salvation. Just like the baby in the cradle 28 years ago. On Halloween, they wore puppet costumes made by teachers, chasing and playing, with no haze on their faces, only the innocence and joy of children. In the peaceful atmosphere, two figures slowly approached. Under the cover of magic, Firenze could walk and talk without any scruples. In the eyes of others, he was just an office worker in a suit and tie, too handsome. These human cubs have a good life. Looking at the orphans playing, he was quite emotional, as if he saw the foals in the herd. I grew up here, and now I just give back. Lin En smiled calmly. My Muggle friends also gave a lot of support. Muggle friends, you are a very special wizard. Firenze looked at Lin En and greeted the children who took the initiative to greet him one by one, called out each of their names, and said thoughtfully, "When you see my friends, you may change your mind." Lin En smiled. In front of them was a cold-faced witch and an old man wearing a hood. "I made a mistake this time. I will write the letter early every Sunday morning. Don't be angry, Faye. This is the 65th time you have said something similar. I think you need to be aware of the risk of losing contact for no reason, and you need to be more aware of your identity and responsibility." On the way to the underground, the atmosphere was a little awkward. It was the first time that Firenze saw Lin En in this posture, and he was very surprised. But what surprised him even more was the old man walking beside him. He recognized the other party's identity. "Hello, ancient wise man, Firenze the centaur greets you." Facing the alchemist who spanned several centuries, Firenze did not dare to neglect him. He touched his chest and bowed, and saluted respectfully. Although the centaurs rejected wizards, they never opposed respectable sages, not to mention the respected living fossils like Nicholas Flamel. His deeds are well known even in the centaur community. "No need to do that, you can call me Nicholas. I met your elder 50 years ago, when he was a pony like you, but you are better than him. Believe me, it will be worthwhile." Nico Flamel smiled and shook hands with the centaur prophet, his kind eyes never straying from the quarrel between Lin and Euphemia. It is not right to say that it was a quarrel, because except for the opportunity for Lin to say a word at the beginning, the rest of the time was only Euphemia's voice. Lin gradually felt the feelings of Dumbledore, who was blamed by Professor McGonagall. To be precise, he felt this way again. Fortunately, when they entered the new world hidden from the sight of Muggles, Euphemia still gave him enough face, followed him expressionlessly, and said nothing more. Lin breathed a sigh of relief, looking at his companions in the hall as if he had been pardoned. There were already quite a few people sitting in the hall, which was comparable in size to Hogwarts, and a rough look showed that there were more than 100 people. More and more figures came out from the fireplaces in the four corners of the room and joined the lively greetings and discussions. It was still a long time before the agreed meeting time, and this process would continue. "Chief, long time no see. I heard that you are back in Hogwarts, how do you feel?" "Good evening, Lin En with Euphemia, it's still so lively today. I'm so happy to see you. Is there any exciting news today, Chief?" "We are looking forward to it, Chief." The greetings came one after another. Some were affectionate, some were respectful, and some were even a bit admiring. Accents from various countries were mixed, and people dressed in different styles. Some wizards recognized Nicholas Flamel wearing a hood, especially the young man from Beaux Batons. But before a few of them stood up to greet him with reverence, the people around them pulled him back and whispered a reminder. Obviously, the legendary alchemist who deliberately concealed his identity did not intend to reveal his identity now. On the other hand, the elegant Firenze also attracted everyone's attention. Etiquette. However, unlike the reactions of ordinary wizards to centaurs, the wizards here did not express anything extra. Only a few enthusiastic people raised their glasses from a distance and sent silent greetings and compliments. There were even a few muggles in the room. They did not look awkward sitting among the wizards. Instead, they talked happily. Such a scene was also a first for the centaur prophet. He looked at Lin En, who was chatting and laughing with everyone, and vaguely understood what his wizard friend said before leaving. The people here are indeed very special. They are not wizards, but they embody the other side of human beings. Firenze sipped his wine reservedly. Euphemia handed him a glass of fruit wine in time. This was a thoughtful move, because he was just about to respond to the friendly and enthusiastic wizard. He raised the cup from a distance and drank it all, and the heat radiating from his chest spread throughout his body. The centaur prophet who rarely left the Forbidden Forest was looking forward to tonight's party and these unique stargazers. At 7 o'clock, the magic wall clock rang a crisp time. The last young witch in a hurry arrived with her colleague who had not yet taken off her healer's robe, and was caught by Euphemia who was well prepared. Go up and sit in the reserved seats. There are only a few empty seats left in the elaborately decorated auditorium. Those are the members who could not come today anyway, and their seats are reserved. The voices gradually died down, and everyone stopped talking and focused their eyes on the end of the auditorium. Lin was standing there, with the corners of his mouth raised, and his smile was hard to suppress. Next to him were Nicholas Flamel and Firenze who took off their hoods. Everyone, the voice was transmitted to everyone's ears under the blessing of magic, I am very happy to see you here again. It has been a few months, and the last gathering is like yesterday to me. His words caused a good-natured laugh, led by the dozen people in the front row, and even Euphemia couldn't control her expression and smiled slightly. Don't be like this, I'm sincere. Lin said with a smile, every time I get together with you, I am very happy. I counted, there are more people today than last time, there are new faces, there are old friends, unfortunately there are still a few missing, but I think everyone will enjoy it together with their share, right? He was responded with enthusiastic laughter and clinking of glasses, and the stargazers gave the answer with their actions. However, the audience immediately quieted down after changing the subject. This gathering is very special, I must take up everyone's precious time to introduce two special guests. They are not only VIPs, but also the most important consultants for stargazers. First of all, please allow me to introduce Mr. Firenze, an outstanding astronomer and fortune teller, a friend who has given us selfless help many times. During his enthusiastic introduction, Firenze slowly stepped forward and looked at the guests. His ears were filled with warm applause, and in front of him were smiling faces and several glasses raised again. Next, it is the greatest alchemist in history, a wise man who has spanned 6 centuries, and the most important mentor on the wizard road for me and Euphemia, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Lin turned respectfully and bowed with Euphemia who stood quietly beside him. In an instant, more than 100 wizards from various countries stood up at the same time to express their respect for the legend who witnessed countless histories. You really opened my eyes, Lin. The old man smiled and helped Lin and Euphemia up, saying meaningfully, such momentum is really shocking. I think there will be more surprises in the future. Lin smiled and nodded. Then he turned to look at his friends who had not yet sat down, raised his glass, and said loudly, welcome everyone again. I believe that we will all gain something from today's gathering. Magic is mystery, we will explore the unknown starry sky together, respect the mystery. The beautiful magic pattern condensed in the air and turned into a line of clearly visible text. Magic is mystery. This is not only the magic view of Lin Eric, the chief stargazer, but also the origin and highest ideal symbol of this huge organization spanning wizards and muggles, humans, and magical creatures. Wizards should open their eyes, gaze at the starry sky, and explore the deepest mystery. Respect the mystery. The audience said in unison, toasting.